Hey, that works pretty good. What? No, it's off, isn't it? Is that working? Okay, we'd like to welcome everyone to Water Summit 2023. I've got some housekeeping. There's restrooms out in the hall, and in other parts of the Capitol, I suppose, if the line's too long. Over in the cafeteria, there's coffee, water, sodas, and snacks in the dining area that are available. I'm not going to take a lot of time here. I just want to acknowledge our water board members who are here today. We have a very hard-working water board, and I'm very proud to be associated with them. And even more importantly so, the staff that manages us. We've got a great staff, and they work on behalf of all the citizens of Idaho, and we're lucky to have them, and want everyone to know how much the board appreciates them. The other thing I'd like to visit a little bit about, I used to have a little poem, and I can't remember it all, but it's something like, it's not my place to run the train. I'm not allowed to say how far to go. It's not my place to shoot off steam or even clang the bell, but let the damn thing jump the track and see who catches hell. We've got a full agenda today, and we're going to try and keep everybody on time, and we'd appreciate your cooperation in abiding by our break schedule and all those things so that the presenters have adequate time to present the materials that they've worked to put together for all of you. And with that, I would like to introduce our governor, Brad Little. Thank you very much. That's very kind. We'll see how you applaud after the end of the day. Well, good morning, and welcome to my first Governor's Water Summit in our administration, and I appreciate the Water Board for their work in arranging this event. I'm proud of the investments we've made that have been really unprecedented in just the last few years. Nearly $1 billion in additional funding for water-related infrastructure. To our leading Idaho and the Idaho First Plan, the Idaho Water Resource Board has received nearly $450 million to modernize water infrastructure statewide, which a lot of it was over a century old. Thank you to everyone that helped in that. I would not say that all the right people are in this room, but we tried to get a diverse yet workable group. I called around because I remember in the past, and Governors Batt, Governors Kempthorne, and Governor Otter all had water summits. Because I remember Governor Batt's and Governor Otter's, Governor Kempthorne's was in McCall. They're necessary as Idaho grows, irrigation technology, and climates change. Thanks to Chairman Raybould and Executive Director Brian Patton and all the panelists, you have a great agenda today. As you can tell, we have a lot of content on the agenda. Today is intended to be a very broad overview of water in Idaho. This is just a starting point for many conversations we need to have. We're going to start at 40,000 feet, and we'll be lowering our conversation more into the weeds later. Today is not about developing new policy. Today, we are building a foundation that allows us to have that discussion. If I have a goal today, it is to help us understand the challenges of water in Idaho, grasp the complexity, understand the consequences of either no action or simple fixes. What do we need to do to have a better plan to grow Idaho into the future? What can we learn from comparing aquifers with robust measurement and those that do not? What can we learn from the collaboration that we saw in the Wood River Basin? Additionally, we need to learn who all the downstream users and interests are, both consumptive and non-consumptive. Power, fish, transportation, water quality. How can we have our historic investments to fix declining aquifers, and how have they in both the east and the north performed? In Idaho, agriculture is the backbone of our economy. But there are other interests competing for our traditional uses. So how do we respond responsibly to keep Idaho growing into the future? While we answer all these questions, the overarching theme needs to be, and my job as governor demands that we protect three things into the future: our water quality, our water quantity, and very importantly, Idaho State water sovereignty. To pass down to our family farm communities, we need to make sure we have the water to sustain crops. If there's one thing that we all can agree on, it's that Idahoans are smart and that we care about our neighbors. These issues can be solved in that spirit and mind, adapting with technology, compromising with policy. Idaho will continue to be the best place to do business, led by our agricultural roots. We must address conflicting laws, rules, case law, and constitutional rights. If we aren't all on the same page with these priorities and policies, we risk creating a vacuum for out-of-state interests. What actions will protect Idaho's sovereignty? What actions will jeopardize Idaho's water sovereignty? Most of our western neighbors have other states, federal courts, federal regulatory agencies, and Congress meddling in their water rights. If we don't control our own destiny, one of those entities will. As has been Idaho's past, we will meet this big challenge if we all work together. Good luck today.
Okay, thank you, Governor. We very much appreciate you spearheading putting this summit together. Appreciate your interest in water and seeing that we're looking into the future and making decisions that will benefit those of us who will come after to make sure that they enjoy the same water supply and ability to enjoy the lifestyle of Idaho. Okay, I think now we could go ahead and have our first panel come up if they're ready. And that will be moderated by Lieutenant Governor Bedke, and I'm going to turn the mic over to him, and he can take it from here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Well, good morning, everyone. There's no doubt in my mind that given the talent that is in this room and the talent that would have liked to have been in this room, that we can't solve nearly any problem laid before us. I'd like to build on some of the things the governor just said. This is all about sustaining Idaho's resource. You know, in everything that we do, our constitutional mandate is to sustain and to maximize our long-term return to the beneficiaries of our state's resources, and that's to its citizens. And so sustainability is our watchword. It doesn't matter whether we're managing our trust lands, our forests. We don't let this generation take from the next generation, and that's provided some pretty good biological resources. It's created a state that we all love, and that we love. It's, you know, the best state to live, to work, and to raise a family in. Problem is we've been discovered, and now everybody wants to live, work, and raise their family here. And so that, but we live in the arid West. Just because we're growing quickly doesn't mean they're going to give us more water, and so we've got to make better use of the water that we have. That includes all of the things, all the managerial practices that we all employ in all the other venues of our life. Whatever we don't measure, we can't improve. Whatever we whatever we measure gets done. Whatever you measure and give feedback on gets done well, and whatever is rewarded is repeated. And I think these are the things that we all know and employ back in our businesses, and that should be no different when we're managing our collective, commonly held resources. So this first panel is to get everybody acquainted with the numbers. It turns out that our water resources are measured, and we know, on average, year to year, about what we can expect. And so this first panel is all about the numbers. And this is a very highly qualified panel here. And I know when we start talking about numbers that makes some people's eyes cross, but these guys can put color with numbers and make them absolutely entertaining as we talk about the numbers. So we have approximately 45 minutes for this panel. There's 5 of them, so that's 9 minutes each. Stop at about 5 or 6 so we can maybe do some redirect and some questions. I know you have slides, and we're looking forward to them. And I will introduce each panelist as their time comes up, or as they go. And first in line this morning is David Hokema. Dave is a technical hydrologist with over 10 years of experience with the IDWR. He currently chairs Idaho Water Supply Committee and provides statewide input to the United States Drought Monitor. David also focuses on analyzing and modeling surface and groundwater interactions across the Snake River and the Bear River basins. David has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Idaho, a master in civil engineering from Boise State, and is currently a PhD candidate in the water resources program here at the University of Idaho. So David, take it away.
Well, thank you.
Okay, now panelists, you have a switch at the bottom of your mic. And if your red light doesn't come on, that means nobody's going to be able to hear you.
Okay, there we go.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Governor. We're going to start off with maybe boring you a little bit on the numbers. Hopefully not too bad. So we'll start with the water supply, and we'll look at general water supply conditions across Idaho as of water year 2023. When we talk about the water year in Idaho, that's really the year we're looking at for water supply, and that starts at the beginning of October, which is when snow begins to accumulate in the mountains. Because as most of us realize, after having lived in Idaho for quite a while, our summers have very little precip. And so we depend on that snow accumulating, and as it melts out of the mountains and fills the river systems and the reservoirs, that becomes our water supply for the year. And so the water year starts on October 1st and ends on September 30th. So in order to understand kind of where we're at this year, we need to look back in time a little bit. And so if you all remember, we had 2017, which was the snow apocalypse. And then, so if we look on the map over here, this is from the United States Drought Monitor. And on the left side is 2019. And if you look at the colors there, white indicates no drought condition at all. Yellow is not a drought condition. It indicates that we're drier than normal and maybe headed toward drought. And then the other colors from the tan down to the dark red is deeper stages of drought. And so we had no drought for the most part in 2019. 2020, the Northwest began to be impacted by drought, but Idaho mostly avoided it except on the Big Wood and Big Lost rivers in that region. And then in 2021, we had a pretty good snowpack in the mountains, but then we had the driest spring on record since 1924. And that really, turned the colors dark red across the Pacific Northwest. And the Palouse in northern Idaho was particularly hard hit. Thankfully, because we were coming out of a period of good water supply, the reservoir system was pretty strong in 2021, and it helped pull us through that drought year. And you can see the spring in the map below, just kind of indicates how dry it was. If you go to 2022, we had a lot less snow in the mountains in 2022, but we had this really wet and cold spring, which is shown by that map with the greens and blues. And that really helped get us through the year. And on the western side of the state, in the Boise Basin, we actually recovered from drought and had a little extra carryover at the end of the year. So if it brings us to where we're at now, again, this spring and this winter, we had a continuous system of storms coming into the state, especially in the south. And so the southern part of the state has recovered from drought, but the rest of the Pacific Northwest is in drought. And northern Idaho is seeing some really low runoff conditions or stream flow conditions. And so we'll kind of step through. This is a map that or a graph that represents the general conditions from 1895 to the 2022. Temperature and precip. Temperature is on the left, is a departure from normal. And you can see that 1934 was our warmest year on record. That's that big red line that goes up to the top of the graph. And then once you get to about 1990, you see this trend where we've been getting warmer. And if you look since 2010, there's only been 2 years where we've been cooler than normal. Now this year, I think we're going to come out, at least in southern Idaho, cooler than normal. Probably statewide will be right at the edge of cooler than normal. If you look at the next graph, which is the standardized precipitation and evapotranspiration index, what that does is it looks at the total precip coming down and the evaporative demand coming up. Is a total, water supply of the atmosphere, and that red line represents the drought level. So you can see kind of the last 3 years have been close to drought conditions based off that index. So what I'm going to do is quickly step down from the state, from north to south. Dennis is going to follow me in the same pattern. I'm looking at the surface water, he's looking at the groundwater. So we'll start with the Kootenai Basin, which is up at the top in brown. Just a small portion of the Kootenai River flows through the Panhandle. Then we'll look at the Clark Fork and the Pend Oreille River that come into Lake Pend Oreille, and then the Spokane River, which feeds Coeur d'Alene Lake. Then step down, you'll notice that green outline, that's the Snake River Basin. And we divide the Snake River Basin into 3 sections. The lower Snake with the Clearwater and the salmon, the mid Snake with the Weiser, Payette, Boise, and Hawaii, and Bruno, and then everything east of King Hill, the little town of King Hill, that's considered the upper Snake River Basin, and then we've got the Bear River Basin down in the corner. So peak snowpack across the state, this graph was provided by the NRCS, and it looks at the peak this year compared to previous. And you'll notice it's a little drier in the north, 88% of normal in the Panhandle. But once you get down to the salmon Clearwater, everything is above 100% of normal peak snowpack. If you look at precip, precip was a little drier than snow, and that's because we missed our October precip. It was mostly missed across the state, and then we've been a little drier this summer. But generally, really good conditions in the southern part of the state. If you look at temperatures, on the left, we have our temperature graph as a percentile. And you'll notice a lot of blues. That means wetter than normal. And the yellows are drier than normal. So you can kind of see that pattern where the southern part of the state was pretty wet, or pretty cool, and the northern part was warm. If you go over to the other side of the graph on the right, the yellows represent drier than normal conditions, and the greens wetter than normal. And you'll notice how dark green it is in the top 10th percentile, right on the Portnoy, Willow Creek, and Blackfoot. That was kind of the heart of winter snow. So we'll quickly step through. The Kootenai Basin is down in the 6th percentile. We would consider that severe drought. You'll notice the snowpack on the graph on the upper right. There's a green dot. That's where we would like to be. That's the typical median, and which was around 25 inches of snow, of water in the snowpack. And this year they only had 20 inches. And you'll notice this graph on the bottom that points out where the Kootenai is. If you lose where I'm at in the state, just look over there and it'll tell you. So the Pend d'Oreille Basin, again, it's right in the 7th percentile, severe drought categories. They did have a normal snowpack, but it melted out super fast and came close to setting a new record in meltout. Spokane River, there's a little glitch in the data there, which shows we're in the 5th percentile. We're probably slightly above that, more like 6th or 7th. If we go to the lower Snake Basin for precip, we're in the 22nd percentile. That takes us out of the drought category. And you'll notice the snowpack there came right up to the median peak, but it melted out late, but it melted out fast. If we go to the middle Snake River Basin, which includes the Hawaii, Boise, Payette, Weiser, we're right around normal precip this year at 57th percentile. And then if you look at the reservoir systems, in red here on these graphs, that's the median for the period of record. The green is last year, and you'll see how we started out with less than normal water supply. And because of that really cool spring, we actually almost filled the reservoir system and came out with a little excess at the end of the year. And this year, we're doing even better. If we look at the Hawaii River Basin, the green graph from the previous year, you'll notice how long that reservoir stayed flat. And that's because of that cool spring. And so they ended up having a somewhat decent year. But this year, they've really recovered. They've got up above median. The Hawaii Reservoir can carry water for a couple years. And so they should be in a good condition as far as water supply goes, going into next year. If we look at the upper Snake River Basin, now the exception to this is the headwaters of the Snake. It was around normal conditions, which coming out of the last couple of years of drought, we weren't quite sure whether they'd pull out of drought or not, but they have. But this precip graph represents that whole region, and it was in the 71st percentile, so pretty good. And you look at the snowpack, it far exceeded that median green dot. Here's the upper Snake River Basin forecast from the NRCS using their Swazi index. And we came in on the lower side of that, just below an adequate water supply, around 4 million acre feet. But because of the cool conditions in the springtime, we did recover from drought despite being under that magic line of adequate water supply. It's not a perfect line there, but it's close. If we look at the reservoir system in the upper Snake, you can see we came above median, and we're coming down right to median. We did have some really hot conditions in the summer, and below American Falls in the north side canal company, Twin Falls Canal Company, they have drier than normal conditions, and so there was a pretty high demand on the system in there. If we go over to the Bear River Basin, they just got a big precip event last week, which was nice to see, and an already very wet basin. And so they're now in the 86th percentile, which puts them around pluvial conditions, which is the wetter than normal category. Pluvial is the opposite of drought. And then if you look at their snowpack, you can see they almost set a record snowpack there on the Bear Basin. And if you look at the reservoir system there, the Bear River Bear Lake is the reservoir for that system, and it carries about five years of storage water. So they were down in the bottom percentiles. This graph represents percentiles. And they were getting close to having a limitation on storage. But because of that great snowpack, the cool weather there in the spring caused the runoff to be delayed. And the reservoir didn't fill because of that delay. Irrigation demand kicked in and kind of limited how far the reservoir could fill. But it has given them a couple more years of water supply. And so we'll end with this map, which is really the numbers map. And you'll see the reds across the north, those low percentiles. It turns orange, which is a little bit better as you go into the Salmon Basin. You'll notice the Payette Basin is in yellow. So they had a little bit below average stream flow this year. And if you move over to the upper Snake, you can see the oranges and yellows there too. That was the one part of the upper Snake that kind of struggled this year. But with the cool temperatures, we were able to get back to a median water supply. The rest of southern Idaho, you see the greens and the blues, particularly on the Portnoy and then over in the Wood River Basin. And with that, this is dam over near Grace on the Bear River. And I'll leave it there, and I don't know if we have time for questions.
We're going to hold our questions, particularly because you took 12 minutes.
We're going to hold questions for another day, if you've looked at the agenda.
All right, we'll keep going. I'd like to introduce now Dennis Housley. Dennis is a technical hydrologist with the IDWR with over 20 years of agency experience. He manages the department's statewide groundwater level monitoring program. Dennis is a native Idahoan from Morofino, and he's a graduate from the University of Idaho, where he received a bachelor's degree in geology and a master's degree in hydrology. So Dennis, get us up to date. With all this good surface water, we don't have any problems in the groundwater area, right?
Thank you,
Go
Lieutenant
ahead.
Governor. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Again, my name is Dennis Housley. I work with IDWR, and I have a brief window to go over the entire state aquifer conditions. So unfortunately, I have to go rather quickly, but I'll try to keep it simple and make it enjoyable for everyone. So David, can I have your slide? Okay, before we jump into the aquifers, I thought I'd give you a brief overview of where the data comes from, and then we'll go through 10 basins, kind of in the same fashion David did. We'll start north and then work south and head east. So here's just an overview of the presentation. So here is a map of our great state, and the black dots on that map represent the over 1,200 wells that we actively measure on an annual basis. More than half of them have continuous reading devices in them, which allow us to see the record of the aquifer throughout the entire year in a very efficient way. So the goal and the purpose of this program is to evaluate aquifer trends on an annual basis throughout the state. As you can see on the map, there's some orange areas and some lighter orange areas. The light orange areas are groundwater management areas where there's some sort of concern related to the groundwater resource there. The bright orange areas are critical groundwater areas where we've shown that the resource is in an overdraft status. A lot of the data is collected for modeling support. We built groundwater flow models across the state in various basins, and this data is used to build those models and update those models. So it's really important information. As you can see, we have a lot of black dots that are not in those orange areas. We try to have a representation of anywhere that groundwater is being used. You can see the central portion of the state does not have any monitoring because that's all, batholith and wilderness area where there's not a lot of groundwater use going on. And I would like to point out that majority of our wells are privately owned wells. I know some people in this room volunteer their wells into this program, so we appreciate that. It would not be possible to have this program without the support from the locals. And it's constantly growing, as you'd expect. Development's occurring everywhere, and we have more and more interest in our groundwater resources, so our network is always growing. And all the data is posted online. You can hit that QR code or just go to our website and pull up all the data. Okay, let's start talking about aquifers. We're going to start in North Idaho and then work down. There's 3 basins, the Rathdrum, Moscow, and Lewiston. Let's first start on the Rathdrum Prairie Aquifer. This is the second largest aquifer we have in the state. It's a sole source aquifer. It provides water to over 500,000 people. Majority of those people live on the western side of the state line, which the Spokane Valley. This water discharges into the Spokane Valley where they use it for potable water source. But Coeur d'Alene is down in the bottom central of the map. I should have labeled it. And then Lake Pend Oreille is up in the upper right. You can kind of see Highway 95 going through the eastern edge of the map. The black dots again represent our measurement sites. And we have a model built for this area. It is a sole source aquifer because it's the only potable water source for that area. And all the communities rely on this aquifer for their drinking water source, as well as there's some farmland down around the Rathdrum area for agricultural. And in general, the precip and the contribution from the lakes up here allow the aquifer to create stable aquifer conditions. Now, this graph is a hydrograph, and I'm going to explain it really quick to you. It's just what you would think is a water graph. So it's the level of the aquifer over time. So the vertical axis is depth to water below land surface, and the horizontal axis is time. So you can think of it as maybe a bank account or a stock market graph or something where you want to see the trends going up into the upper right. And in this particular network, as I said, the aquifer is fairly stable and our conditions are doing good. You can see the last few years in this record. It goes from 1970 to today. And we have a few dips in the downward trend of that hydrograph. Like David said, the last couple of years up in northern Idaho have been a little drier than usual. But in general, the water levels are doing fine in the Rathdrum Prairie. If we move down 80 miles down to the Moscow Basin, here we have two aquifers, a shallow and a deep. The shallow system is primarily used by the domestic users, and the deep system is used by the University of Idaho, City of Moscow, WSU, and Pullman. So there's a lot of use going on in the deep system, and unfortunately, it's been in a declining pattern since the early 1970s. This is a hydrograph from a monitoring well that we drilled up there, and it only goes back to 2006 when we drilled the well, but you can see there's a distinct downward trend in this hydrograph. And this, again, has been occurring since the 1970s. Unfortunately, this is not a groundwater management area. There's been a ton of research done on this aquifer with both universities being up there. But unfortunately, there's just not a lot of surface water to recharge this aquifer. There's a lot of dryland farming. It grows world-class wheat up there, but the precipitation is locked up in that good soil and used for farming. So the recharge to this system is very limited, as you can see in the hydrograph here. So more work needs to be done in Moscow. Lewiston, if we jump down 30 more miles to the Lewiston area, I'll point out on the map we have the Clearwater River flowing from west to east, or east to west, and then it merges with the Snake River here by Lewiston. The black lines on this map represent the outline of the groundwater management area. This is a very, very complicated aquifer system. There's multiple layers that interact with different things. We're seeing declines in pretty much all the different layers throughout this basin. There's been some recent work going on up there, and it sounds like the new ideas may be to look at surface water rather than groundwater as a sustainable water resource up here. And that's going to conclude the northern Idaho. So let's move down now to the western region, which...
I'm going to interrupt.
Yep,
here.
go ahead.
It's been brought to my attention that I don't need to be Mr. Starchy Pants here. So you have a little bit more time.
I can slow down.
You can slow down. You can breathe. And
I was wondering...
we have to manage our time here, but it's not as tight as I represented at the first.
You made me nervous, so thank you for that.
Which is exactly what I did not want to do.
Okay, I will slow down. A little bit. Okay. A little bit. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we're going to move down to the Western Regional Office for IDWR, and it extends from Grangeville down to the southwest corner over to King Hill. Again, the black dots on the map represent our monitoring sites. I'm going to talk about the Treasure Valley and Mountain Home in more detail, but I wanted to point out that we have a management area down here, the Bruno Grandview area, where we have a deep geothermal aquifer system that's been in decline for some time. We have a Blue Gulch critical area over here along the Swan Falls track. We had seriously declining wells in the 70s. Management efforts were imposed, and the aquifer trends are doing much better down here. And then you can see all the dots we have up in what we call the West Central area. It goes up Highway 95 and down Highway 55. We know development's occurring in these areas, and we'd like to have some sort of baseline information to allow managers and decision makers to make the right decisions with regards to the water resources. Even though we don't see problems now, it's good to have the data for what may come. The Treasure Valley and Mountain Home. So let's start with the Treasure Valley, where we are here today. It is a basin full of sediments. It's a very complicated basin full of sediments. It sounds really simple, but it's not. There's just many, many layers of sand, silt, and clay, mostly clay. In addition to a complicated hydrogeologic setting, we have three awesome reservoirs. We have Lucky Peak, Arrow Rock, and Anderson, which isn't on the map, but I point those out because they are critically important into what's happening with our groundwater resources. Every year, this valley is flooded through surface water diversions from those reservoirs, and it has been for over 100 years now. And as a result, you'll get this map. I put this map together. This is a map that is depth to water. And so the blues represent shallow aquifer conditions, and the reds represent deeper aquifer conditions. Here's Boise here, and then Lake Lowell over here. The range on this goes from -32 down to 600. So the negative values represent artesian or flowing wells. We have wells in this valley that just naturally flow. You don't have to put a pump in them. Water just flows out. And those mainly occur along the Boise River from about Eagle downstream. And then we have an area south of Nampa that also we see artesian conditions. But as you can see, I didn't even have to put the canals on this map, and you can kind of see where the groundwater has been mounded up over the course of flooding this valley out every year. We've just recently built a groundwater flow model for this basin, and hopefully is going to answer everyone's questions regarding management. But in general, and I'm going to say in general is my weasel word here, the aquifer levels are doing pretty stable in the Treasure Valley. We have seen some areas south of town where there are declines, but that's kind of expected. Surface water has never been diverted out here. And just north of Eagle is also an area of some shallow, persistent declines. But overall, the aquifer in the Treasure Valley is doing just fine. I'm not going to show you a hydrograph here because I didn't think one could adequately represent what the conditions are, so you'll just have to take my word on it. Okay, let's move east a little bit down to the Mountain Home Plateau. I'll orient you here on the map if I can. There's the city of Mountain Home. Here's the freeway running northwest, southeast down across there. And now this is a map of the change in water level. This is not depth of water, but this is how much the water level has changed in the last 20 years. The dark brown reds go over 112 feet, and then we have one particular well that's stable or rising. But all the rest of the yellows and oranges and reds are declines. And again, it's 100 feet in the last 20 years. That's rather significant. So I just want to quickly show you the two hydrographs. I'm sure we're going to hear more about this plateau here later on today. But here's the one well that's stable. This is an area that's not been developed extensively through groundwater. But if we move down to where the decline that we're measuring, I just want to point out that the water levels were fairly stable and fairly close to one another back when the monitoring began. But then again, as the groundwater development occurred, the water levels have responded significantly. And similar to Moscow, we just don't have a lot of surface water out here to recharge the aquifer, and so it can easily be overpumped. It's rather significant. We have the Mountain Home Air Force Base down here, the city of Mountain Home, and then again, all the farming that's going on out in the Cinder Cone area. So we have an ongoing study. We're drilling some new monitoring wells and trying to collect as much information as we can to help provide a potential solution. Okay, and that's going to conclude the western region. Now we're going to move to our final regions, which are the southern and eastern regions. And as you can see on the map, there is a lot going on over here. We don't have time to talk about them all. The ones with the little asterisks are the ones that I have additional information on. So we're going to talk 2 on the north side, 2 on the south side, and then of course the eastern Snake Plain. But just wanted to point out a couple of the other areas that we have work going on. We have a critical groundwater area down here, the Curlew Valley, Malad, the Bear River, which David mentioned. I'll talk about Oakley. And then again, the tributary basins of the eastern Snake Plain aquifer are important because they provide water to that aquifer, and we need to know how much is coming into the aquifer. We have a lot of work going on up in the Lemhi and Pissimiroy basins. Those are efforts related to the Salmon Recovery Acts up there. So as you can see, we have a lot of monitoring going on. And as I said, we're going to start with one basin on the north side. This is the Wood River Basin. This map's not very well labeled, but Sun Valley's up here, Bellevue's down here, and the blue outline represents the outline of the aquifer. It's a fluvial aquifer up through this portion. It's just directly related to snowmelt and river runoff. But as you move down to the Bellevue Triangle, there's a deeper aquifer system that exists down here. And this aquifer is very important not only for the farmers that pump out of it, but it also discharges to Magic Reservoir and Silver Creek right here. And both of those surface water features are fully allocated and people use the water downstream. So it's important to see the contribution from this aquifer to these surface water features. And I'm going to show you kind of a complicated hydrograph here. So this black line on this map represents the water levels in the particular well. And the black axis on the left corresponds 0 to 30 feet below ground surface. And then I put the Silver Creek flows on top of that hydrograph just to show you the correlation between the water levels in the aquifer and the discharge in Silver Creek. And then this is the axis that represents the Silver Creek flows. And so the change map here ranges, the reds are only 4 feet, and then we see a couple areas of decline of a foot. And you may think to yourself, well, we just saw Mountain Home that declined 100 feet. What is 4 feet really? How is that important? But if you look at the correlation of 4 feet of an aquifer level over here will correlate to tens of 20s of feet of discharge in surface water over here. I think for this particular well, it's about 20 CFS per foot of decline in that aquifer. So that's why it's really important to regulate the groundwater resources in this particular basin to help stabilize or maybe increase the flows in Silver Creek and Magic Reservoir. Unfortunately for the farmers out on the Camas, it appears that the same kind of conditions are occurring over here with Magic Reservoir and their aquifer. Let's move one basin to the east. This is the Big Lost Basin. This basin has probably created more headache for the department than many of the basins in this department. We have our own rules to regulate how water is managed in this basin. That's how interesting it is. And it has had problems over the past. Majority of the problems, let me orient you on the map here real quick. So this is the basin. This is the Eastern Snake Plain down here. This is the largest tributary basin to the Eastern Snake Plain aquifer. So Mackey Reservoir is up here, town of Mackey, Moore, and then Arco is down here. Water flows down and then discharges into the Snake River Plain. You can see this bright red spot here. This is another change map, and all the colors are red because in the last 10 years, we've seen declines in all the wells. But from about Moore downstream is where we have really, really serious water level decline issues. The river and the aquifer in this basin are directly connected, so it's important to try to keep the river flowing as well as keep the aquifer stable. And I'll show you a historic hydrograph here that goes back to the 40s. This is a great record of what's happening up here. And I added a blue shaded area on this graph that represents when water was flowing in Arco. So that means the river was flowing all the way down through, at least down to Arco. And that is rather significant. As you can see, the corresponding blue lines represented in the aquifer conditions. So here's the 2017-18 good winter that we had, and we had the river was connected for 2 or 3 years, 2 years afterwards. And you can see the aquifer responded 30 or 40 feet just from those that one season. So you can see kind of the history here. We had the flood irrigation going on, which helped keep the river flowing for a long time. And then as sprinklers became more and more common, pumping became more and more common, and the river was able to break. And now we're in these situations where it's only flowing on really good water years versus historically it would flow all the time. We're in the process of building a model for this basin, and I know there's a lot of management work going on up there too. All right, let's jump across the entire Eastern Snake Plain to one of the tributary basins. This is going to be the Raft River. We're going to look at this one. This is one of the oldest critical groundwater areas we have in the state. And again, this is another change map that's showing declines from 70 to a rise of 17 feet. There's not many good features to point out. If you know the basin at all, the town of Malta is right there. The Snake River will be up just off the map. City of Rocks would be down over here just off the map. But the Raft River is not a very big river, and it usually does not flow all the way out to the Snake River. In fact, you can kind of just see, just on the blue colors here, about how far it extends on an annual basis. And then again, all the agricultural development up here is through groundwater, and the hydrograph is representative of what happens when we just pump the aquifer and it doesn't get a lot of recharge. It's not as bad as Mountain Home, but again, it's not a good situation, and it's been going on since the 50s. So let's move one basin over, and this one's a little bit better, unfortunately for us. I know at least one person has some interest in this basin. This is the Oakley Basin, and it is a critical groundwater area. And you'll see that we have blue and red on this map, which is pretty cool. This is the reason I wanted to add this basin, because it kind of shows some positive results of some management efforts. Again, the changes are from 84 feet of the decline to, I think that says 79 of a rise, which is cool to see a rise. I'll point out some features. This is the town of Oakley down here. Burley's going to be up here. The Snake River forms the northern boundary along this. So this is a 20-year change map. And if we look at, let me point out real quick that we have groundwater management efforts going on in this area where they're importing Snake River water and injecting it into wells and then sending it down into the aquifer through that. And if we look at a hydrograph, you can see the result of the management work that's going on down here. So we have fairly stable, if not rising water levels through the 60s, and then they start to tank out for a while. And then about here is where the injection well work started occurring. And you can see the response in the hydrograph, and it is bringing it back up to where it was. So this is a nice positive note to put into a pretty gloomy presentation. So there is hope, is the goal or the point of that. Okay, and finally, the one that probably everyone wants to hear about the most is the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. This is our largest aquifer by volume, by legal issues, by economic driver to the state. This is by far our most significant aquifer we have in the state. Here's a map of the aquifer. The blue line represents the model. There's obviously been a groundwater flow model built and revised many times for this aquifer. And the yellow and light blue dots represent our monitoring efforts. The yellow ones are where we have the continuous reading devices, and the blue ones are the ones we just go out and measure by hand. If you're not familiar with the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer, these are all the tributary basins feeding to it. And it generally flows from up near Yellowstone down to where it discharges in a Thousand Springs complex between Twin Falls and Hagerman. All the water flows down this way, discharges into here, into the Snake River, and then downstream. Millions of acres are irrigated on this aquifer through this water. Again, all the cities on this map rely on this water. So it's again, I can't emphasize how important this aquifer is to the state. If we look at a change map, I did not put this one together. You've probably seen this type of figure. It's generated every year by my colleague, Mike McVeigh. What we do is we take all the wells we measure on an annual basis and compare them with what we did last year. And this is spring 2023 to spring of last year. And the goal this year was to measure every one of these wells in the first 2 weeks of April. Unfortunately for us, we had a robust, fortunately and unfortunately, we had a lot of snow this year, and it made it extremely challenging. We were only able to get basically from about Burley downstream done in those first 2 weeks, and the rest of the plain fell into the final 2 weeks. And the only reason I tell you that is because most of the snow that fell this winter was still on the ground or up in the mountains when we measured these wells to make this change map. So I am very hopeful that next year when you see Mike's change map, it'll be more reflective of this wet winter we had this last year, and we should see more greens on this map. And finally, you've probably seen this. It's the upside down U figure. This is a good historic diagram to kind of paint the picture as to what has happened in the Eastern Snake Plain. So there's two axes on this map. I'll point them out. This one on the left is in millions of acre feet, and it is change in aquifer storage. And it corresponds to the line on top of the graph here. And if you want, you can consider this kind of like the hydrograph that I've been showing you for the individual wells. And then on this scale is discharge in cubic feet per second, and it corresponds to all the blue bars. And this is just an estimate of how much water is discharges out of Thousand Springs. And you can see there's a pretty good correlation between the line and the bars. And so this graph goes back to 1912 up through this year, and you can see the Eastern Snake Plain was flooded through the development of canals and flood irrigation. The aquifer and the springs responded up until the 1950s. Power became readily available in the 1950s. Wells started being drilled. More efficient irrigation practices began to occur and have been occurring ever since. And you can see the aquifer and the spring discharges have responded through the change in irrigation practices. And here we are today. We're down into getting close to historic conditions. You can see the good winter we had in 2017-18 got us a little bit of a blip there. Without that, we may be approaching, you know, a new era of water levels. And with that awesome, happy note, I'm going to end it right there and pass the baton.
Well, thank you, Dennis. I would remind everyone that all of this data is available. We envision this statewide summit to morph into regional summits where you can get and drill down into the granular level of all of this data. And as we go forward. Next on our panel is Chris Mebane. Chris is the Deputy Director of the USGS Idaho Water Science Center. He has worked there on water quality issues since 2006. Before that, Chris worked with Idaho DEQ for 9 years and with NOAA for 9 years. The USGS has measured stream flows for water availability in Idaho since 1890. Presently, the USGS operates 203 real-time stream gauge measuring water levels, flow rates, and other historical information, which it publishes online. The USGS operates many of these gauges cooperatively with Dennis and the Idaho Department of Water Resources. The USGS also collaborates with IDWR to produce technical report models to support water resource management in Idaho. So Chris, it's your turn.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and it's a great privilege to work here, and it's been a privilege of our agency to work with water resources and water resource management over quite a few years. And so apologies, this is a screen I can see. I know there's several screens here, but I'll try not to point too much. But I wanted to give a rundown of kind of what do these long-term patterns in natural stream flows look like in areas that are not managed. And so with a little bit of that, this is our stream crew that was captured in the digital archives, making the very first survey at the Salmon River Whitebird, and we've been there a lot ever since. As I mentioned, we have these gauges all across Idaho. In the southern Idaho, a great many of them are funded and operated in cooperation with IDWR. So we got started with systemized stream gauge measurement and spelling in 1888 with Frederick Newell, and starting the very sort of first training session with teaching sort of standardized methods across the U.S. And one of the hydrographers was assigned to the Snake River Basin. It was didn't go well. He got one station in and drowned. But it was more successful after that, and so and this just sort of shows kind of the development of in these early years. And so these, for example, we have 32 gauges that are still operating, that have more than 100 years of daily values that you can go in an unbroken record. And I showed this over the backdrop of the Snake River near Blackfoot, and this is one of the first aerial photos of agriculture I could find for Idaho, 1923. And the thing that's so important to me is essentially fully developed. By the early 20s, much of the canal infrastructure is in place, the dam infrastructure is in place, and these water measurement issues there. And so for example, the first 10 gauges to get installed, all but one are in southern Idaho. It wasn't until 1915 got Big Wood going again after poor Dobson left the stage. But with the methods of stream flow, it's essentially the concepts haven't changed in all these years. You measure the velocity, get a surface area, and so you send people out on the streams to do that. The gadgetry, the instrumentation has changed considerably, but the fundamentals are the same. And you can compare a data point in 1888 to one in 2023. So with that, we'll take a tour of kind of how, just at a few of these sites and natural basins, how this is looked. So, 10 years on, in 21, they probably had about 40 measurements at that time. And, now we're up to, 600 or so. That's where somebody goes out and actually, verifies it. But there's 60,000 some daily values at this particular site, and many of them have more. So one of the questions, we can get from that is, has the timing of the runoff changed over these last 100 years? What about the overall amount in the natural flows? And so a way to look at that, so here's a hydrograph for a large river. And so kind of the way we looked at these statistics is, what's the first amount of water that comes off? What's that first runoff? So we'll call that the first quartile we'll look at. So first quarter of the flow. And then there's the midpoint of the flow. And so I'm going to show graphs showing how that timing has changed over time. And then also the minimum flows are, what's left when it essentially the runoff is gone. And so part of those questions then are, have extremes gotten more extreme? I mean, that's certainly what kind of the concept with the climate flow. And so, for example, the Salmon Falls Creek upstream of the reservoir, that gauge was put there in 1911, seemed like a good place at the time, and it has been until February 2017 when it it's kind of hard on electronics when that happens. We got flooded out there. But we did a quick update on some of these trends of these natural streams. So Greg Clark retired about 5-6 years ago, but he's in here and you can ask him questions. Looked at this 26 gauges that had upstream of the reservoirs that had no water use. That the ones that Dennis wasn't looking at, and how have these changed as a factor of climate over the years? And so at that time, and I'll show you an update here quickly. So for example, the mean stream flow at these 26 stations really did not change much. So 21, so the red arrow going up means there's larger flow, 0, none. No trend, 21 out of the 26, and then there were declines at just 5. The minimum stream flows, however, at that time were lower at basically half of the stations, 12 of the 25 or 26. But then the flows were coming off also earlier in some of those streams. That first runoff, and then also the midpoint was coming off earlier in, not all the streams, but some of them. So kind of what does that look like? So if you bear with me here, so what I'm showing are each sort of 10 years of record is broken into these sort of box plots. And so the black line in the middle of each of those boxes, the median, the red line is the grand average over these 100 years. And so the mean end of stream flow at the top and the maximum, there's really not much of a change over time at this particular river. This is the St. Joe, contributory to the Coeur d'Alene Lake. The maximum highest ever flows there were in the 30s. The red dot is most recent, so sorry, that box on the right, there's only 2 years there. We're only 2 years into the 2020s, but really not much of a story. Minimum stream flows up here in Calder, not too much of a story either. And so this last graph is a little different. That's showing sort of at what point did half the water run off for the year. So if things are consistently getting warmer, that would go lower. So if half the flows runs off in June, that's a cooler year than if half the flows run off by April. And so this is showing here the last year of record, 2022. It was essentially one of the coolest years in the entire record with late flow. So really not much of a story there. Salmon River at Salmon, and quite frankly, it's really not too much of a story. In the decades, there's high flows and low flows and maximums. I mean, it's a big basin. You got up over 100,000 CFS, but to me, not too much of a story there. Annual minimums. I mean, this is a huge basin, but again, not much of a pattern. Maybe the stream flows are drifting towards earlier times, but it's certainly not a strong pattern. Moving down to the Boise River at Twin Springs, and very quickly, the upper part, really not too much different happening there. There's some very large flows up to 16,000 feet, which is why they built Lucky Peak. The city of Boise got tired of getting flooded out. But again, there's really over this 110 or 110 years, really not an overwhelming pattern here. For a while, it looked like it was moving towards earlier runoff, but then these last few years have been kind of cool. And again, it just, looking back at these historical photos, it just blows my mind. I mean, some of these places are hard to get to now, so had to get the horses to pull the car because that's just, I don't know what brand the car was, but the horses were more reliable. And, now going off to the Grays River, which granted is a little bit of Wyoming, but all the water goes into the Snake River system, so hydrologically greater Idaho. And again, there's, this is a very natural basin, and there's very little change in the maximum or median stream flows, and very little change in the timing over there. So this is a higher basin. It's up over 7,000 feet, but really not a strong story there. Bruno is a little bit different. So, the means and the maximums, this is descriptive. I mean, we could put statistics to it and might see some things there. The recent years, the maximum stream flows have been on the average less, but you can see in 2017, one of very high flows. But the big story in the Bruno is there is a pretty steady pattern of decreasing minimum flows. And, I don't know what that's attributed to. That's the gauge is above most of the development. I've heard people say, well, it's the junipers, but it really is different probably in southwest Idaho. So, pardon me, there's a lot of words here, but in 2007, we're looking at those records, it did look like there was, stream flows were coming off earlier. It's certainly a warmer period. And then we had 10 years of kind of a wetter period. And so really these interdecadal patterns are still, so far, are the main story with the long-term patterns in stream flow. The 1930s were very dry, the Dust Bowl, 90s through 2000s, warm, dry years. Then, the 40s and the 70s, cooler, wetter years. And so certainly can see the implications if, water allocations are made during a dry period or wet period. And I think that I better shut it off here. I'm up to 12 minutes as bad as David, so thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. It looks like what we've been getting is about what we're going to get going forward here. Next on our agenda is Lainey Paquin.
Yes.
Lainey is the area manager for the Snake River Area Office, where she oversees the management, development, and protection of water and related resources for reclamation projects across the Snake River Basin. She began her career with BOR in 2002 in the field of geographic information systems. Over her 20-year career with reclamation, she's also served as the regional GIS manager, regional liaison to the commissioner's office in Washington, D.C., environmental compliance manager, and Middle Snake field office manager. In her free time, Lainey loves hiking, camping, and traveling with her friends and family. Lainey, you're up next.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, Governor Little, Chairman Raybould. What a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation to contribute to this conversation by sharing a few perspectives on reclamation's operation of the federal reservoir system here in Idaho. I will note, though, I not only do not have a PowerPoint presentation, I'm not going to be very numbers heavy. So, Lieutenant Governor, I hope I'm meeting your expectations. I'm going to chalk it up to the fact that I was a history major in undergrad. So this might be a little bit more on the story side, although I'm a huge fan of all of Chris's photos. Nice job. So with that, I actually will start with a little bit of history by way of context. So reclamation was established in 1902 to promote irrigated agriculture for settlement and agriculture here in the arid West. In fact, some of reclamation's earliest projects were developed here in Idaho, the Minidoka Project in 1904 and the Boise Project in 1905. One hallmark of reclamation's projects is that they are individually authorized by Congress. Historically, used to be out of the Secretary's office or the President, but today, Congress. And they are authorized for specific project purposes. and they can vary from one project to another. So what do I mean by project purposes? These are the beneficial use that those water projects can serve. For reclamation projects here in Idaho, that is predominantly for water supply, for irrigated agriculture, and for flood control. But it may also include hydropower generation, water supply for municipal and industrial uses, recreation, fish and wildlife, and other benefits. And when we talk about reclamation projects, we're often also talking about our infrastructure. So these are the facilities, the dams, headworks, canals, power plants, switch yards, just to name a few, as well as associated lands and resources. So here in the Snake River Basin, we have 25 reclamation dams, 6 power plants, and thousands of miles of conveyance structures. For Idaho, this reservoir system yields nearly 6 million acre feet of active storage capacity. And from a generation perspective, there's over 200 megawatts of generating capacity to be used across the region. Another hallmark of reclamation projects I'd really like to emphasize here and share a perspective on is the partnership that we have with water users. And that's built on a contractual relationship established between reclamation and often irrigation districts that guide our operations. And on this note, I'd like to highlight 2 unique characteristics. The first is that project beneficiaries, for example, water and power users, pay a significant portion of the original project construction cost, as well as ongoing operation and maintenance for the projects each year. A second is that many of these federal facilities are actually managed by irrigation districts who take on the responsibility for O&M and take care of those assets, deliver water to the end users, and they do an exceptionally great job. So reclamation is just wrapped up, celebrating its 120th anniversary. The success of the mission, which is really the success of our managing partners, is evident across Idaho, where we see a thriving and renowned agricultural economy, as well as vibrant communities that have grown up around reclamation projects. That's the foundation that we operate on today, and we seek to be an organization that strives to bring expertise, tools, and resources to the table as we're looking to solve some of today's most challenging water management issues. So to maybe share a few more insights into reclamation, operation of the federal reservoir system, I'm gonna dig just a little bit deeper from 3 different perspectives, looking at water operations, infrastructure, operations, and maintenance, or I'll just say O&M, as well as our legal and regulatory framework. So, speaking broadly, reclamation operates its reservoirs often jointly as a system for multiple project purposes, many of those that I mentioned earlier. And then that's usually contained within a geographic watershed or an administrative unit. And it's interesting because operating to these project purposes often are competing from a water operation perspective. There's, for example, a natural tension between looking to manage water supply for irrigation and looking to protect downstream communities from flood. So if you think about that major tension point, you can easily imagine in the springtime for water supply, we would be looking to fill those reservoirs up to the top, capture every drop when we can. But if you're looking at protecting downstream communities from flood risk, you're looking to keep as much space as possible in those reservoirs to capture any unknown or unanticipated runoff. So to manage these systems, we have close collaboration with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers across all of our systems. And in fact, the Corps is an owner and operator of Lucky Peak Reservoir here in the Boise system. I would also note with that collaboration is our water operators' close work with scientists across Idaho and across the region. These gentlemen here are our close collaborators, where our operators are looking at lots of data. They're looking at on-the-ground conditions, and they're looking at statistical forecasting tools and methods regularly to inform real-time operations. But this complexity increases as we have to design water operations to meet other objectives. Think about environmental commitments for endangered or species of concern, or to address and protect development, urban development in the floodplain, and also to meet recreation needs, which is so important to the people of Idaho. I would touch on the interesting challenge that climate change with increasing hydrologic variability brings to the table when we're talking about uncertainty in water operations. But to plan for water operations in any given year, we have long relied on that historical record we are so grateful to the USGS for having developed. It's interesting because my hydrologist will always remind me, look, the past may no longer be a great predictor or an indicator of what the future hydrology may look like, although Chris may have just put that off to the side. So, you know, we've got a lot of uncertainty out there.
I was looking at that.
That's right. And the whole name of the game is looking into the future. So thinking about what innovations and forecasting tools we can bring to the table. All right, that's water operations from that hydrologic perspective. But let me talk a little bit about the infrastructure, which is so important to reclamation's operations and something we're very, very proud of. I think about the longevity of the water infrastructure that we have across Idaho. It's just remarkable. In 2015, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of completion of construction of Arrow Rock Dam on the Boise, and in just a couple of years, we'll be celebrating the 100th anniversary of Black Canyon Diversion Dam on the Payette. And to ensure the continued delivery of water and power, it's imperative that we, along with our managing partners, not only maintain the aging infrastructure, but have plans in place to repair and rehabilitate those facilities as needed. So I would note this is a timely and costly endeavor, especially in the current construction marketplace. Many of you who are in that business would recognize the challenges there. And I would recall, as I mentioned earlier, that our water and power users contribute significantly to paying for that infrastructure work. So third, I would highlight, and I want to share with you all just a few perspectives from a legal and regulatory framework. Reclamation operates what we call and generally under reclamation law. That's our original 1902 Act, other acts associated, and then importantly, those project-specific authorizations. Think the Minidoka project authorization and the Boise project. But another very important precept, and it even points back to Governor Little's earlier comments, is that reclamation follows and does not interfere with state water law in the operation of our projects. So let's just fast forward a bit. That's a lot of history, but I do want to reflect that as that physical landscape has changed over these last 120 years here in Idaho, so has the legal and regulatory framework. So just remind you that foundation is our contractual relationships with water users. But in addition, today I want to emphasize that we do operate in compliance with modern laws associated with environmental protection. So just to name a few, Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, Clean Water Act, National Historic Preservation Act, and many more. And very importantly, I do want to highlight that reclamation carries out its mission in a manner that recognizes its tribal trust responsibilities with Native American tribes. So that's sort of these insights and perspectives just at the high level. I wanted to share about how reclamation operates the federal reservoir system. The key here is collaboration and partnership with many, whether it's our irrigation districts that manage facilities, whether it's the scientists who we share data and tools with. And when we continue these discussions about the challenges facing Idaho in water management, I'm just going to highlight I'll just say four. Out of all of the pieces I might want to bring to the table, I want to share 4 areas where reclamation, again, wants to bring tools and resources to the table and be part of the discussion. Again, I mentioned that collaboration with our experts. I'd highlight Reclamation's Water Smart program, which is a suite of competitive grant opportunities that provide federal cost share along with project proponents' investments to advance water resource planning and actually to get on the ground projects to improve water management in place. I also want to highlight the opportunity reclamation has had through the leadership of the state of Idaho, through the Idaho Water Resource Board, to actually plan and consider additional water supply here in Idaho, and specifically looking at a raise of Anderson Ranch Dam, which could provide additional storage, leveraging on an existing federal infrastructure. And not to be understated at all, just we're living in a moment of amazing investment in water infrastructure here in Idaho. I just applaud the state legislature, the governor, the Idaho Water Resource, and all of you who have bringing tremendous investments to water infrastructure. And in parallel, the federal government, through the bipartisan infrastructure law, is also bringing funding to the table. I think the challenge here is to work with project proponents and piece together the best configuration of funding to help get these improvement projects on the ground. To date, the bipartisan infrastructure law has provided nearly $58 million specifically awarded here in Idaho. So exciting future to take on these challenges that we all face. So in closing, I just want to hope that I have provided a few insights into how reclamation operates its federal reservoir system, and look forward to these ongoing discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lainey. So next on the agenda, we have Cresta Davis. Cresta is the Senior Manager of Water Resources and Policy at Idaho Power. She's worked for the company for 21 years. During her career, she is focused on the various aspects of power supply and water management. She's also worked in the company's real-time load servicing operations as balancing operations lead. In her current role, Cresta leads teams focused on large-scale river engineering and sediment studies, cloud seeding and wildfire weather forecasting, stream flow and reservoir data collection, and stream flow forecasting. Also systems operational support and overall water management support for the company's 17 hydropower facilities. Cresta, you are up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Governor and members of the board, appreciate the invitation to speak with you all today and represent the company, and in particular, Idaho's collaborative cloud seeding program. So I think before talking about the program itself, it's important to mention that cloud seeding is one of many water management tools in the toolbox. In addition to reservoir storage and operational management of our water recharge, cloud seeding is a water management tool. And with that, it means that a program such as the collaborative program in Idaho is a year-to-year program. It offers the ability to increase water supply that shores up water not only for a single year, but in the years to come. So before we dive into a program overview, I think it's important to just tell you a little bit about what cloud seeding is. What cloud seeding is it depends on what we call this super cool liquid water that's already in the atmosphere. And cloud seeding offers an additional ice nuclei for that super cool liquid to adhere to. So under natural conditions, you have dust particles up in the air, and that super cool liquid water adheres to that. But by offering additional nuclei, such as silver iodide into the atmosphere, then we encourage more of that water to exit in the form of snowpack. But cloud seeding isn't just snowpack enhancement. It has been used for fog suppression, hail suppression, and in some areas, if conducive, for rainfall enhancement. But of course, here in our area, we're focused on that snowpack enhancement. And we have this great topography in southern Idaho that offers a great opportunity for cloud seeding. So what we need is not only that ice nuclei and that super cool liquid water in the atmosphere, we also need that topographic lift that we get, that air pressure differentiation that's offered by our mountains in some of our basins. So all of that comes together to create a great opportunity for cloud seeding in southern Idaho. One thing that often comes up with cloud seeding, because we are putting in the way of additional ice nuclei into the atmosphere through silver iodide, is the environmental concerns. And so I want to address that. I think that's really important to speak to. And what we have here is a subset of over 20 comprehensive studies that have been done. And I think that there are two takeaways from this information here. The first is that of all of the studies that have been done, they all conclude the same thing, and that is that there is no evidence that there are adverse effects on human health or the environment. The other thing that I think is important from this slide is that these studies come from a myriad of different either entities, either universities, state, federal, utilities such as Idaho Power, but all of those different entities coming at this question from different sectors all come to that same conclusion. So those are a couple of takeaways at this point. So why do we cloud seed? Cloud seed offers additional water supply. And what does that water supply benefit? Well, it's additional water supply is great for that reliability. Again, year over year reliability that we gain through our storage reservoirs and recharge. It also benefits natural flow users. Higher reservoir carryover from year to year just offers that additional insurance. Water quality was mentioned earlier in this time frame. And with additional water, we see improved water quality, improved fisheries conditions, and then of course, we're in a great state with a lot of recreation opportunities, and more water often supports that, whether in reservoirs or in rivers. Again, improved aquifer management through managed recharge. And then, of course, from the company's perspective, additional water supply supports what we continue to offer our customers in the way of low cost and clean hydropower. And all of these really sum up to improvements in the state economy, as well as support of our state growth that we're seeing. So a little history on the program. It's actually 30 years ago when we had a shareholder question the company at a public meeting. We are a hydropower-based company, and why are we not exploring cloud seeding to improve water supply? So the company took that on in the way of a pilot project in the Payette Basin in the mid-1990s. And that then became an operational program, again, in the Payette Basin, starting in 2003. At that point in time, the company had installed 7 ground generators and the support of 1 aircraft. In 2008, the company began collaborating with the High Country RC&D and Eastern Idaho counties to enhance their existing ground-based program. If we jump ahead into 2013 and 15, that's really when the collaborative program really took hold. In 2013, the company was contracted by the Bigwood Canal Company to seed in the Wood River with an aircraft. And then that expansion really took hold again in 2015 when we installed additional ground generators and added another aircraft to support not only the Payette Basin and Wood, but also moving into the Boise Basin and the Upper Snake. In 2016, the program was further expanded with the addition of a 3rd aircraft and more ground generators. At this time, the Idaho Water Resource Board began funding the annual O&M costs of the program. And I should mention, I'm going to go back to 2015, that at that point in time, the water users also began contributing to the operations and maintenance costs of the program. So carrying that forward to today, we currently have 57 remote ground generators, again, located from the Payette Basin, Wood, Boise, and Upper Snake. and the program is supported by 3 aircraft. We also are planning to install 6 additional liquid propane ground generators in the Payette Basin. So starting this coming cloud seeding season, we'll have 63 ground generators. So I think it's important to talk about the components of a collaborative partnership. And we discussed a little bit just the financial and water users and the Water Resource Board have continued to support the program on the financial side. On the technical side, there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration, again, with staff for the board. We also collaborate with Boise State University and INL on our high-performance computing system that supports the program and the forecasting. We have entities like the NCAR in Colorado that supports the science and further trying to refine that efficiency of the program. So a lot of collaboration on the technical aspects. And then the policy and strategy. We know what the program is doing currently. Where do we want to expand that program? How should the program be expanded? And so there's a lot of opportunity there on that front. So this is my slide with numbers. I get to talk about the annual benefit estimates of the current program again. So 57 ground generators and 3 aircraft. And on annual average, this is an estimate given a breakdown of each individual basin. So the Boise Basin receiving 270,000 acre feet of additional water through cloud seeding activity. The Wood River Basin at 110,000 acre feet. The Upper Snake at around 630,000 acre feet. And the Payette at 220,000 acre feet. So if we add that all up, on average, the cloud seeding program brings an additional little over 1.2 million acre feet to the Snake River Basin. So from the company's perspective, just to talk a little bit about our power production and how that benefits customers, this is gives you an idea of our breakdown of how our production in 2022 was generated. And you can see that hydroelectric was a little over 30% of our power production. And that was in a low water year. And so in a given average type year, which again, we were talking average benefits, we would expect to see that closer to around 40%. And how that compares to the national average, the national average sits around 6% of hydropower production to fill in its energy mix. And so you can see we have this great resource in Idaho, again, that not only is a low cost and clean energy resource, but it brings a lot of value to customers. And so that's, again, kind of the company's perspective of the investment in added water supply. And then just like was mentioned, we're growing, and with that growth comes more energy demand and planning for that growth. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Krista. We will move through to the Mountain Home and then do to Superior moderating. Looks like we're going to have some time, and we'll take a few questions at that point. So, Bud, why don't you come up next, and then we'll open this up. We're visiting here about how we don't want that to become a free-for-all, and so I think we may prioritize the questioners. And so if there are elected officials in the room, including legislators, maybe it would be deferential to you and your questions first, and then kind of go from there. Let's go ahead, Mr. Corliss.
Okay, do we have the remote for, yeah, there we are. Thank you. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to say thank you from Elmore County to give us the opportunity to come here and present Governor Little, Chairman Raybould, and Lieutenant Governor. And most importantly, Brian has done a tremendous job trying to help Mountain Home in our area. So it means the world for us to be able to come here and take a few minutes and talk about what Elmore County has going on in Mountain Home. So if I can get this going the right direction here. Just a brief overview of what some of the things we'd like to touch bases on today. Some of the issues that are concerning to us, and some of the directions we're hoping to go in the future. So, with that being said, basic profile of Elmore County, 13th out of 44 counties. Largest city, of course, is Mountain Home. The critical support provided to Mountain Home Air Force Base, and our square mileage, 6th of 44 counties. Economic output, agriculture, and Mountain Home Air Force Base are our main economic drivers. They are our number one thing there. As far as the infrastructure, we have, of course, Interstate 84 and the railroad in that area. On our surface water, the surface water that we have that moves into the Mountain Home area, of course, we have Arrow Rock and Anderson Ranch reservoirs, who the majority of sit in Elmore County, and the largest majority of the water all comes from Elmore County. The water originates there in a huge area that Elmore County covers. The reservoirs have a primary use and are primarily designated for the Treasure Valley. That is where the water all moves to. The other surface area that we have is, of course, the Mountain Home Irrigation District, who the county tries to work with and collaborate with to move some water from Little Camas Reservoir, which is the largest of the 3 small reservoirs that we have. I think it holds approximately 20,000 acre-feet of water, somewhere in that area. And then we have 2 smaller reservoirs, Long Tom Reservoir and the Mountain Home Reservoir. And those all move through about 40 miles of canal system that bring the water down in through Canyon Creek into the Mountain Home area. And I think the important thing about that Mountain Home Irrigation District and its system is that is the only source that moves water into the Mountain Home area. And so it's very critical to us and one of the most important things that we have. We also have in the county, we have Bennett Creek, Cold Springs Creek, Little Canyon Creek, and they, irrigate approximately 15,000 acres in that area. But again, those are just variable water supplies. They are not, they're not a real solid year-round supply, and there is a lot of water that moves in there and just in the spring and through the flood times. We have the Snake River, of course, takes in about 33,000 acres, more so on the south end of the county. A very reliable water supply and, a potential source for the future. Currently, as we're aware, there is a moratorium on that system. Over the years, the Bureau of Reclamation has had many different opportunities to, look at different ways to bring water into the Mountain Home area. Mountain Home did most recently do a historical study and went back through the records that started in 1923 and moving forward on different ways to bring water into the plateau around Mountain Home. And over the years, there's been a lot of work that was put into those, a lot of effort. Ultimately, we are still looking at some projects to, hopefully bring some more water into the area. But these just show a few of them that have been done, and some of the history and the reading on those is extremely interesting. And they're available if should anyone want a copy of those at all. On groundwater uses, the municipal and domestic supply for the Mountain Home Plateau includes the city of Mountain Home, and you know, of course, Mountain Home Air Force Base is about 10 miles west of Mountain Home. There's about 18,000 acres of primary irrigation, 8,000 acres of supplemental irrigation, with about an 80,000 acre feet total annual use. So that just tells a little bit about the water that we use in our area. This map shows some of the areas in conjunction, and you know, of where they're at, from Anderson Dam and the Snake River and Ada County and the county line, and some of the areas that are being studied at this time. Mountain Home currently in our area, we have a groundwater deficit of about 80,000 acre feet. Excuse me, the deficit's 40,000 acre feet with a 80,000 acre feet amount being pumped yearly. We have about 40,000 acre feet of natural recharge that, you know, is moved into our area through our little irrigation system and through the ditches, and you know, we get a lot of recharge, just natural recharge that comes through our ditches. We do have a critical groundwater area where, you know, since the 70s, we've seen 1 or 2, you know, feet a year, or maybe even more, of water drop in the Cinder Cone Butte area, 100 to 200 feet at this current time. In the Mountain Home groundwater management area, we also have, you know, 75 to 100 feet of drop, and, you know, and the same in the air base, in the vicinity of the air base. And fortunately, north of Mountain Home in the Mayfield area, we have not seen a lot of decline at all. The impacts to Elmore County that, you know, that we're currently looking at, and some of the concerns that we have is, you know, our wells are having to, you know, of course, being drilled deeper all the time, and it's, you know, it's just that race that ultimately you have to ask yourself, where does it stop? The conditions for a delivery call or a water call are definitely there and increase every year, and that's why, you know, the county has taken the position that, you know, we need to try to be proactive and move forward with some of the dollars being spent, and try to make it to where we can have the water in Mountain Home. One thing that, you know, definitely is at risk was Mountain Home Air Force Base, and that's why that water system that's being built out there is so critical. And that's a huge, huge asset, and something we don't want to jeopardize whatsoever. And of course, you know, with water comes the economic opportunities, and that's very simple to understand. We had a water supply study that was done in 2017. It was funded in part by the state and Idaho Department of Water Resources, and a very intensive amount of work went into that. I think there was several different options that were listed. We have used that to try to move forward with some of the different areas that we want to try to bring water into the Mountain Home Plateau and plan for the future. One of the things that we're trying to do to change the dynamics a little bit is the Canyon Creek Aquifer Recharge. We have you know, a permit for that, about 200 cubic feet a second. We have worked, the county has worked very hard to develop the facilities along with Idaho Department of Water Resources. They funded a portion of it to improve the head gates, the weirs, the flow recorders. We have 3 additional gravel pits. Some of them are on BLM property, and some of them are on state. Some of them are privately owned, and I think the Idaho Department of Transportation even has a gravel pit there that they have authorized us to use, and then of course we do all of the monitoring systems to go with that. And it's just incredible how much water these gravel pits can move in a pretty short order. They're definitely a nice asset to have, and something that we hope to use more often. You can see the acre feet from the recharges that we've had since we built them in the last few years has been pretty incredible. And I think it, you know, the bottom line is it makes a huge difference. As Dennis Owsley talked earlier, the monitoring wells, we see some pretty significant impacts from that water that is moved
in the years that we have it available. And hopefully we can have more available in the future. We currently are also working on the South Fork of the Boise River project, a pump station and pipeline from Anderson Ranch Reservoir up to Little Camas Reservoir. We have a permit approved for 200 cubic feet a second of flood water for irrigation recharge, and the Canyon Creek recharge facilities would be used, if we can get that pump station built and moving forward. Currently, the water that moves into Little Camas has a very small area that the drainage moves from, and it's basically the north slope of Bennett Mountain that the snow comes off of and recharges Little Camas, and that's, again, is our largest reservoir. Our South Fork of the Boise River current actions, we're in a preliminary design phase. We are also doing the pre-NEPA field work and studies, as well as a lot of community outreach and education. We have a water advisory group that meets every couple months or more often as needed, and goes over the details and keeps all of the people that are working on those things involved. It's a great project. Our South Fork of the Boise River project next steps is to complete the preliminary engineering, continue our public education and stakeholder engagement, formalize a project description for NEPA, and then ultimately perform a seepage study that works on the canal system in conjunction with the Mountain Home Irrigation District, formally initiate NEPA and pursue additional water procurement, develop financial and operational plans for the project, and with an initial cost of $30 to $40 million. But it is something that we work on every week, literally. The Mountain Home Air Force Base water supply project, that's a huge thing for Mountain Home and Elmore County, and we could not be more thankful to have something like that being built and going on at this time. The Mountain Home Plateau groundwater model development in conjunction with the entities that you see there. That is a work in progress. We are very, very excited about it and anxious to see how those results play out. Of course, the plateau doesn't stop at a county line. It runs across the whole plateau, everything from Glenn's Ferry to here, so in Boise. The Anderson Dam raise is another thing that the county is glad to see and very excited about. Anderson Dam is really the only reservoir that Elmore County could move water from into our area. It's the only reservoir that is close enough to the system that would be beneficial to move the water. So the Anderson Dam raise is very important to Elmore County. The water available to the South Fork of the Boise River project would make the cost of our South Fork of the Boise River project a lot more feasible. It would give us a longer pumping time, and it would give us the benefit of having some additional storage. We also are looking at the Snake River pump station and pipeline. We applied for 20 cubic feet a second. That was filed in 2017 for municipal use within the city. And of course the irrigation and recharge. And as you can see, the protests were resolved, and we are currently working with the Mountain Home Irrigation District as well to improve their system. They've had some tunnel issues. The county is working hand in hand with them, as well as I know they're applying for grants and multiple other avenues to try to bring that system that was built around the turn of the century up to a little bit better condition. So, yeah. So with the summary of all of that, Mountain Home, when I say Mountain Home, that's collectively for that whole area. Reliable water supplies are needed to sustain the economy of the Mountain Home Plateau. The water supplies that are available from the South Fork of the Boise River and the Snake River sources are something that's very important to us. Again, we have no other options. The state of Idaho and Elmore County work very hard on these projects to address the water supply deficiencies. The board was kind enough to come out and do a tour of the system earlier in the year, and that really helps to be able to get your feet on the ground and see what we're doing. And then, of course, the support that water brings to everything, as we're all well aware of, is huge. So with that being said, you know, the continued local, state, and federal support means the world to us, and I would just like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and present.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. While you have your light on, and they may punt this a little bit to Mr. Patton, but how are we coming on the Anderson Ranch raise and the Mount and you know and the Air Force Base pipeline? What's your sense there? And correct him, Brian, if he's wrong. Okay. Go ahead, Bud.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that again?
How are we coming on the Anderson Ranch from your perspective on the raise there?
Well, I think, you know, from our perspective, we're definitely excited to see it. Of course, there's some questions. You know, of course, everyone has the same question. Ultimately, who will get what portions of water, and Elmore County would hope to have a part of that. One, you know, several concerns that we have, of course, are going to be, you know, where are all the campers going to move to? You know, how will it affect the roads? How will emergency services be affected? Ultimately, you know, just the infrastructure around there. I think there's still some unanswered questions. Initially, when that was going on, we submitted a list of questions, and I don't know if as of today, we've ever got an answer on some of those. I think that there would be sure be an opportunity to engage those questions, you know, on how we address some of those things. So, but other than that, I think it's going well, and we're very excited about it.
Anything to add there, Brian? In a like manner, then, how about the pipeline, the pumping project that will deliver water to the Air Force Base?
Well, I think that's a project. You know, of course, we have the moratorium going on from Swan Falls upstream, and that's something that our legal staff is currently working on. I think it would be ideal to have that pipeline in. You know, I think it would have been even better yet if there would have been a chance to put a pipeline side by side with the Air Base's pipeline. But, you know, if there's an easement there that maybe could be used in the future. Elmore County is not big enough to pursue two projects at once. We struggle to pay for and move forward with what we currently have. And so the South Fork of the Boise River project has been our primary goal. But I think there's a lot of potential there, and I think the planning is something we should be pursuing at this point. Yeah.
Well, thank you. As you recall the maps that we saw earlier, the Mountain Home Aquifer was darker in color than many of the others, and we applaud your proactivity in your county there. So think of your questions, and while you're waiting, I have one. This is for Cresta. Let's go back to the cloud seeding program a little bit here. Those are some big numbers we put up on the board there. Does that exhaust our potential? Is there how big could those numbers be? And then morph that into who's paying for what at this point, and a little bit more about the financial structure and the financial support of the cloud seeding program as currently constituted. What's the potential, and then to the cost structure, please.
Thank you for the question. There is still some growth potential in some areas. Primarily, one of those areas is the upper snake. And then I know that there are ongoing studies in basins that do not have cloud seeding programs as of yet, looking at whether there is the potential and what that potential could be. So I would say that with the growth in the upper snake and the other basins, this number that I just shared, that 1.2 million, is probably something that we could see grow and improve over time. So that's exciting. On the cost share, again, on the operations and maintenance side, the last couple of years, we've seen the company's contribution has been a third of that cost. And then water users and the state have covered the 2/3. And again, that is the cost associated with the collaborative portion. The payette is, again, supported fully by the company. So that's currently where we are. I know there's always opportunity as well there. On the capital, that's been something that I think has primarily been shared with the company and the state through the Water Resource Board. And that capital investment covers model development and improvement, the purchasing of like that high performance computing system that I spoke about, capital infrastructure like the ground generators. So that's kind of a breakdown of what we have done so far on the cost structure.
Is my math correct that so on the acres of feet generated and the cost of the program, this is arguably some of the cheapest water that we have in the state?
Yeah, absolutely. When we're talking less than $4 an acre foot, that's pretty exciting.
I would open it up here a little bit. It's okay that we move ahead in the agenda. As you see, we have a pretty robust agenda for the rest of the day. We'll see how the other moderators do. But anyway, other questions? Oh, good. I have another one. As we go back to some of those maps that we saw and the boundaries of the Eastern Snake Plain, but this also was in the other aquifers, showed that the tributary drainages were also outside of the aquifer boundaries. Dennis, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here. Talk to us about the interaction between the tributary basins and the formalized aquifer boundaries. And, legislators know that as the Rule 50 line. And maybe a little bit more about that interaction, please.
So all of the tributary basins have a bit of a different response. Like I mentioned, the Big Lost is the largest of the Eastern Snake Plain. And it just really depends on the hydrogeology and the water supply for each particular smaller basin. We recently increased some monitoring efforts in the Birch Creek. We don't have any efforts in Medicine Lodge. We're starting to pick up some more work in the Portneuf. That's a basin that appears to be tributary to the SPA, and we do not have a lot of information regarding that. But do you have that clicker? Maybe I'll find a map that they're looking for. Yeah.
See, there's more light blue than there is tan there.
Exactly. And a lot of that just is due to there's not a lot of wells or groundwater use in some of these more remote areas of the basin. The Teton, for example, we picked up and tried to implement some new monitoring. The headwaters up here, we've also picked up some more wells. And of course, the Big Wood is a tributary, so that's a large one that we do have covered. But again, it really varies all around the basin hydrogeologically as to the impact of each of these individual tributaries. Now, the model controls them all. It has estimates for each of the inflows to the aquifer, and so that's why we're trying to pick up more wells into these basins. For example, we do not know a lot about this tributary basin or up here. But as we pick up more and more information, we'll be able to say, hey, the model was pretty close, or no, we need to adjust it one way or the other to represent what we're actually seeing on the ground. So I don't know if that answered your question even remotely close, but that was my attempt.
Well, it drives to the point that if the people within the tan area are required to do, to administer and to manage and to use a finite amount unless then and they're hydrologically connected to the light blue, and those same requirements aren't placed on them and those dots, then that might be a policy area. Although we're not, this part of the panel is not about policy, but anyway.
But no, that's a great point. And again, the Big Wood area is, the aquifer is tributary to the surface water that feeds along the Eastern Snake Plain, which is kind of the rub there. And I mentioned Portneuf a couple times, but if you would think that all the way up at Chesterfield Reservoir, which is way off the beaten path from the Eastern Snake Plain, that groundwater may actually be contributing to the Portneuf flow and actually contributing to the Eastern Snake Plain aquifer. So you're right that these light blue areas are important in terms of their impact and contribution to the overall Eastern Snake Plain aquifer budget on an annual basis.
Does the same relationship between the tan and the light blue is well exhibited here in the Eastern Snake Plain? Does that exist in Lewiston, Moscow, some of these other aquifers around the state?
Not as well as it occurs here on the Eastern Snake Plain. Lewiston's pretty isolated. Moscow's fairly isolated. Now the Rathdrum Prairie gets input from the lakes, which are, I guess you could view as kind of tributary basins, but they're surface water.
And as I recall, that was one of the aquifers that was not in decline.
Correct. Yeah, I thought about ending on the Rathdrum Prairie just so we ended on a positive note.
Yes. Our water board member, Al Barker, has a question for Cresta.
Cresta, you can deflect this if you'd like, but I had this crazy idea we discussed in Moscow at the last board meeting. And I just wonder if you've had a chance to think about whether or not it's worth studying the idea of trying to cloud seed, not just in the snow time, but in the spring time if there are clouds available. Because historically, we've seen, I forget the years, 2021 perhaps, we had good snow and then we had complete dry. And then in other years we had terrible snow and then we had really good spring rains that really helped everybody. And I wonder if it's possible that we should be evaluating not just cloud seeding for snowpack, but cloud seeding for spring or even fall precipitation.
Cresta?
Yeah, Board Member Barker, thank you for the question. I think it's a complex question when we talk about the spring, and keep in mind to cloud seed and to get benefit from a cloud seeding program, you do have to have storm events coming through. So in the example of 21, where we didn't have any precipitation during that springtime, we couldn't have created water from that type of year, or enhanced, excuse me. We would still have to have systems come through. I think the spring offers some challenges in just assuring that we're not conflicting with the other things going on in the system, such as ag and so forth. So we want to be very specific about where we would want to enhance rainfall. And then the other thing is just to keep in mind that the bulk of our precip in the southern part of the state does come during the winter. And so that's really where we get the greatest bang for our buck. Now, if we wanted to expand and look at springtime, we certainly could, but it would probably be something that we would be more opportunistic and wouldn't have the year-to-year benefits just because of the type of springs that we do see. It seems like we either have really strong springs or springs with not a lot of opportunity. So I think it would just be a question of where we would want to explore that.
I think everyone needs to remember that when Idaho Power financially supports a program, there's got to be nexus back to their shareholders. And that has to be, and then that's approved. That nexus, if there is one, has got to be approved by PUC. So if we're coming with a rate case to capture financially the expenses that have been incurred on a program, there's got to be nexus back to that program and how that at least indirectly benefits ratepayers. So anyway, 2 more questions. Representing Vanderwoude. Use your regular voice so we can all hear you. Okay. Yeah.
So as we raise Anderson Dam and create more storage, part of the problem has been in this area is the Bureau of Reclamation determines the flood release. Who will determine the release out of Anderson as we raise that storage? Is the Bureau of Reclamation going to do that, or is the irrigation company?
Take a stab at that, please, Lainey.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Let's repeat
Oh, yes.
the question. There's quite a few people online who may not have heard that.
Absolutely. Please correct me if I don't quite fully capture the question. But there's a recognition that decision-making, the question really involves decision-making around any additional space that results from raising Anderson Ranch Dam. And what I would share with you as we have moved forward with plans, again, in partnership with the Idaho Water Resource Board, and we've identified the flood risk management component of the project. The intention is to continue with the collaboration that Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers undertake each year as they determine flood operations in those years that require it. So basically, I would share that the intention with any new space would be to continue the model we have where both federal agencies work jointly to optimize the system for both water supply and flood risk management.
So if you liked it before, you're going to like it in the future. If you didn't, well, then you got the same problem.
I'm going to ask Lainey to clarify this point, but there was not a flood control component in the feasibility study for the new space. So it's, in my mind, this new space, that water won't be subject to release for flood control. The flood control releases will be in the existing space. Is that correct, Lainey?
So Chairman Raybould, very, very much along those lines, the distinction I would make is the new space doesn't require, the new storage does not require any space be held for flood exclusively. It will be integrated within the flood operations, but that's correct. So that space doesn't, maybe I would say, take a hit from having to create space for flood.
Yeah, the only thing that you have to worry about in West Treasure Valley is that Mr. Corliss needs it in Mountain Home, okay?
I do worry about that.
Mark Gibbs.
Thank you, Chairman, Lieutenant Governor Bedke. My question is in regard to the slide you had up there on the Moscow aquifer and the steep decline in that particular slide indicated a real problem, but in terms of actual feet, I believe that there's about a 14-foot decline over the time span of that graph. My question is, how deep is that aquifer? Is a 14-foot a major thing, or is that an extremely deep aquifer to start with?
I don't know if good question. I don't know if anybody has drilled a well to the bottom of that aquifer to know where the total bottom is, but we have seen those declines. It's about a half a foot per year since the 1970s, and it's just going to be a matter of chasing it down. There will be a bottom at some point, but I don't know if anybody knows exactly how deep that aquifer is. There's some 1,000-foot wells up there that exist, so we know there is some more storage underneath there, but where the exact bottom is, I don't think has been determined.
Thank you.
All right, I think we all need to keep in mind that these, when we value or put a value or put a depth on each of these aquifers, that 4 foot in one aquifer is not 4 feet in another aquifer, and that's all very relative with it, as we go forward. All right, I'm going to wrap this up at this point and turn the time and the meeting back over to Jeff Raybould with this parting thought.
Okay, I'd like to thank this panel. This has been very informative. I'm a little disappointed in our water board members. They're supposed to know more than anybody about water, and they're asking questions. Nonetheless, I find myself in uncharted territory. This is the last place I thought we'd be ahead of schedule. So what we'd like to do is move into a break and then reconvene about 10:50. That's 15 minutes from now. And give our next panel just a touch more time. So if you could all accommodate that slight change in the schedule, it'd be most appreciated. We'll drop the gavel at 10:50 for the next session. Thank you.
Krista? Hi. Quick question for you. I know that
Okay, we're going to try and get everybody back in here and get this next session started. Just because we found an extra 10 minutes doesn't mean we need to burn it up getting in our seats. While we're getting everybody seated, I have a little housekeeping item. For those online, we've had several people query as to if we could get our screens online, and we're working to resolve that issue so that those that are viewing online can see the presentations. I'm not sure we have an exact fix for that problem yet, but we are working towards that. Okay, our next panel will be moderated by Water Board member Pat McMahon, and I'm going to just turn it over to Pat and let him run this session. So here we go.
Good morning, everyone. As the newest and least prepared board member, I'm just going to get right into the presentations, and first we'll have Chris Bromley from the Coalition of Cities.
All right, well, thanks, Pat. I'm doing my own introduction. So my name is Chris Bromley. I have a law firm with my partner, Candace McHugh, or McHugh Bromley. We represent a lot of cities. Today's presentation will be on behalf of the Coalition of Cities, which are the 14 cities that pump groundwater from in the Magic Valley from the Eastern Snake Plain aquifer. Just by way of background, prior to founding our firm 10 years ago, I was a Deputy Attorney General for 10 years with the Idaho Department of Water Resources, which I think has given me an interesting ability to have perspective both from inside the agency and then outside. So 10 years with the Office of the Attorney General and now 10 years with my own shop. So moving on, here are these topics that we're going to discuss, just generally who we are. I did think it would be helpful to give an overview of the pertinent administrative actions that have occurred on the Eastern Snake Plain. Just in looking at the agenda, it wasn't looking like that would have come up before me, and in fact, I was right with that. So just a quick overview on that. The third piece is the 2018 City Settlement Agreement. You've probably heard a lot about the settlement agreement between IGWA and the Surface Water Coalition. After that agreement was inked, we were able to develop our own mitigation plan through the leadership of then Speaker Bedke and now Lieutenant Governor. And then finally, just some perspectives which we see as opportunities for things to be able to think about moving forward. So, just generally, who are we? So the Coalition of Cities, we're 14 cities. We range in size from quite large with Burley to little cities like Richfield and Dietrich. We are also typically associated when you see our name on pleadings, usually with the city of Idaho Falls, represented by Rob Harris, and the city of Pocatello, represented by Sarah Klon in Denver. Just to have kind of an understanding, and this should be hopefully my only numerical slide, but average annual ESPA irrigation pumping is about 1.7 million acre feet. And when you think about what municipal pumping is from the ESPA, we're about 85,000 acre feet, or 4% of total ESPA pumping. So just an overview then of these administrative actions that we've seen across the plain. In 1994, shortly after the SRBA adjudication started issuing partial decrees for water rights, there was a delivery call filed by the Musser family in the Thousand Springs area. That delivery call went up to the Idaho Supreme Court with the department saying, we're not able to respond to it right now. We need rules for conjunctive administration. The court took exception with that, but saying that there is a clear legal duty under the Constitution to deliver water in time. But that then spurred rulemaking in 1995, and the conjunctive management rules were promulgated, and they've established the process and procedure by which material injury, and these are terms of art, material injury is is found, and that definition of material injury has been fleshed out with decisions over essentially the last 20 years, all the way from Department of Water Resources to the District Court to the Idaho Supreme Court, and up and down and up and down. And we have a pretty good understanding as to how the conjunctive management rules work, which provides some predictability for water users, both senior and junior. In 2005, there was a delivery call that was filed by the Surface Water Coalition. I had started work with the Department of Water Resources in 2003, and this file hit my desk after Phil Rasier and I were talking about more things for me to do. This then was the kickoff, as well as a set of delivery calls filed by Blue Lakes and Clear Springs, the trout companies. And how do you define and quantify material injury? And it's something, it can be something less than the paper quantity on the water rate, but how do you define it and how do you describe it? So from 2005, we go up and down to the Supreme Court any number of times trying to figure out, what does material injury mean? In what years is there a material injury? And also the ability to mitigate. So as these cases are going up and down, the process gets more refined, there's more science, there's more technical understanding. And in 2015, the original way of deciding material injury really fundamentally changed. The director was then looking at other ways to look at river flows, reach gains in the near Blackfoot to Minidoka reach. And when he did that, it increased the material injury finding in years of drought pretty significantly. Shortly after that 2015 decision of the directors, he then created a groundwater management area for the entire Eastern Snake Plain. We saw a slide of that from Dennis. And and Lieutenant Governor Bedke was showing the difference between the blue boundary and the tan boundary. So the ESPA boundary is basically what you were seeing in blue on that slide, if you recall it. The other boundaries were the tributary basins. So under a different legal theory, the director was using the ESPA groundwater management area to effectively look at water levels in the aquifer in some ways you could say as a different way of looking at material injury. So this injury to the aquifer occurs in every year, not just drought years. Every year there's an obligation to the aquifer under this groundwater management area, which is decidedly different than under the Surface Water Coalition delivery call, which says it's only in years of shortage that there's mitigation owed. So this uncertainty that we were seeing on behalf of cities that we represented really led us to negotiate and enter into a settlement agreement with Surface Water Coalition and IGWA. The one that I mentioned was, really the seat at the table was provided to us by then Speaker Bedke to get us into a room to negotiate something that was going to work for cities. And I will talk a little bit more about the city's mitigation plan, but I wanted to go through these pertinent administrative actions that we've seen in chronological order. So I will come back to the city's settlement agreement. So then in 2021, we saw a new administrative action taking place in the Wood River Valley with the director using a piece of Idaho Code 42-237AG that had not been used for purposes of curtailment since the code basically was written in the 1950s. It led to a scramble, both between junior users, and I think senior users might agree with this as well. None of us had a great understanding as to how this piece of code was going to work. We were notified of this action in either late April or early May of 2021 with a hearing in early June. It was quite the show. There was then a memorandum decision and order issued by the district court in February 2022 saying that when the director found injury under this piece of code section, that it did not comply with Idaho's prior appropriation doctrine. It's the conjunctive management rules that are the process and procedure by which material injury is decided and found. This case is now up on appeal in front of the Idaho Supreme Court. We're going to be arguing it in 2 weeks on, I think it's August 27th in Twin Falls. Oh, the 25th in Twin Falls. So those are really just, in quick summary, four things that we've seen on the plane. We saw the muster delivery call where the department said it didn't have rules by which to prosecute a delivery call. We saw delivery calls under the conjunctive management rules. We've seen now the ability to administer the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer under a groundwater management area. And now we've seen in the Wood River Valley this ability to use a piece of code 42-237AG to seek curtailment. Those are four things now that we've seen. So turning back then to the city's settlement agreement, this again was an outgrowth after seeing the 2015 increase in material injury under the conjunctive management rules and the 2016 creation of the ESPA groundwater management area. We, as a group of cities, and this is our coalition, which are the 14 cities, in conjunction and tandem with Idaho Falls and Pocatello, agreed to do aquifer enhancement activities, which is every year we're recharging 7,650 acre-feet of water. We have been assisted greatly by the Water Resources Board, and I really want to thank each and every one of you for helping us with this. We're able to provide this water to the board, who then recharges it for us. This has been really an incredible thing for us to be able to not have to develop our own recharge sites. The board puts the water where it believes the water is needed most. It has a term of 35 years or up to 120,000 acre-feet of total pumping. We predict that the term will meet itself at 35 years and we won't reach the 120, but we might. One of the nice things about it is the way we negotiated it is that all ESPA cities may participate. So we've had other cities sign on to our plan like Ammon, Blackfoot, Firth, Iona, Rexburg, and Ryrie. And this is, again, it's open to all ESPA cities, and we usually hear from somebody a couple times a month. It then provides you safe harbor from any delivery call that's been made by the Surface Water Coalition. The cities have agreed, if and when it's necessary, to provide political support for the water resources managed recharge activities, and we have been doing that, and we will continue to do that into the future. It then allowed us to withdraw our opposition to the ESPA groundwater management area, and the director in his order provided cities a seat at the table if and when a groundwater management plan was going to be put together. So with all of that, I wanted to think of possible ideas that we see as opportunities moving forward in light of everything that we know at the moment. Like I said, there have been 4 forms of administration so far. And muster is one of them, the conjunctive management rules, the groundwater management areas, and this piece of code. Predictability, consistency, and adaptability are hallmarks that the cities would like to see moving forward. At the moment, it's hard to tell with these different pieces of law which one's going to be used, when's it going to be used, how's it going to be used. It would be nice moving forward to have predictability and some consistency, yet recognizing there needs to be adaptability. And I'm not sure if that means that we say one of these is what governs, or one governs in a particular circumstance, but at the moment we're all left guessing. The second piece, and this is something that the cities have consistently brought up in the curtailment context within the orders, is at the end of these orders ordering curtailment, you'll always see a section that says exemptions to curtailment. One of the exemptions is always for de minimis wells. These are the 13,000 gallon a day or 2,500 gallon a day wells that are under Idaho Code 42-111. Occasionally, the orders will say in-home use within cities. is exempt from curtailment, but it's not consistent. So something that the cities have been saying over the years is, well, if a well in the county, just on the other side of the city line, is exempt from curtailment, then why is a well within the city that's providing in-home potable use also not enjoying this exemption? That's, I think, something to think about, something that we've consistently talked about. This number 3, this is in litigation right now. This is the Water District 01 rental pool rules. City of Pocatello has filed a lawsuit in the district court really asking questions about this last to fill policy. And this isn't the forum in which to talk about this, but I do want to say that the last to fill it's a policy that says if you rent water to third parties in the Upper Snake, if the reservoir system does not fill, that space becomes last to fill. The reservoir space that the cities use to keep ourselves off the curtailment list is the 50,000 acre feet in Palisades Reservoir that the city of Pocatello owns. As mitigation increases and the burden on reservoir space increases, last to fill all of a sudden starts to become something that really will affect cities' ability to continue to mitigate. So Pocatello has been very kind to make its space available, but if the last to fill continues to be just that, last to fill, it not only does it reduces the city's predictability to stay out of curtailment, but it disincentivizes the use of Upper Snake storage water for recharge. The second to last bullet point, what we've seen throughout these delivery calls is if a water user wants to be proactive to file a mitigation plan ahead of curtailment, so anticipating that there would be curtailment, the department has said we won't deal with these mitigation plans until we have an actual delivery call in front of us. That puts water users in a reactive position. It would be nice to have an ability to be proactive with water use so that you're not on the receiving end and playing defense the entire time. The last one, and we've seen this now both in 2021 and 2023, where the department has notified water users of a hearing in late April, early May, with water users being told you're going to hearing an incredibly complex conjunctive management and or 42-237 AG delivery calls with 4 to 6 weeks notice. We've had engineers who have been unavailable, literally out of the country. We've had attorneys with the same problems. In the past, hearing schedules in these types of proceedings generally happened in the late fall, early winter. It provided predictability going into the next irrigation season with everyone knew what the responsibilities were. So it's something to generally think about. Those then are my list of opportunities. We'll take questions at the end, my understanding is, and I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Marshall Thompson from Veolia.
All right, thank you. And thank you to Lieutenant Governor Bedke and Chairman Raybould for making this available, as well as the board members here. I don't have a PowerPoint. I do invite you to grab a postcard from the back of the room, and what we do have is an interactive website that you can visit that will take you on a tour of a report we're going to dive into a little bit more here that was authored by Dr. Christian Petrick in 2022 that talks about the water supply options going out to 2065 for the Treasure Valley, not specifically for Veolia Water Idaho, but for all of the municipal water purveyors in our area. My role today is just to give you an introduction to the perspective of public drinking water utilities in the state, but specifically in the Treasure Valley, which is where we operate. Out of all the water resources that were so sort of deftly handled this morning, it was wonderful to hear from IDWR, both from David and Dennis, about the perspective of groundwater and surface water sources. Drinking water specifically accounts for about 2% of the state's total water demand. So it's a small segment, but very, very important in terms of community support for public health, as well as fire protection, and it's something that we take very seriously. For my part, I'm the local vice president and general manager for Veolia Water Idaho. We're the state's largest drinking water utility. We serve about 250,000 people. In water terms, that comes down to a little over 110,000 service connections in this area of the Treasure Valley. From an economic perspective, we are regulated by the state's Public Utility Commission in terms of all of our financial dealings. But then operationally, like a lot of the municipalities that Chris just introduced, would be regulated by Idaho's DEQ and IDWR in terms of how we operate and maintain water quality, water resources, those types of things. As a water supplier for 250,000 people, we often get asked exactly, where does the water come from? Asked questions about its quality, and often asked about whether or not the growth that the state is sustaining can actually be sustained in its water resources as well. So the current makeup of water that serves the Treasure Valley specifically, which is what I'm most acquainted with, it's dominantly, as I think it was Dennis earlier that described this. It's dominantly groundwater with a small contribution from the Boise River. We have a small portion in the valley that's contributed from surface water sources. I know from my utility specifically, for the Veolia Water Idaho system, we're about 70% groundwater, 30% surface water, and wholly from 2 surface water treatment plants that pull off the Boise River. What we want to figure out is what that's going to look like in the future. Is that same makeup going to be the ideal makeup as we look ahead to what our valley might be in the future? The chart that we have up on the screen here shows sort of an overlay. As the slider would go back and forth, it will show population per acre and then water demand per acre. And you can see that they're incredibly close aligned. Might have to jump out of that with a little X in the upper right-hand corner. But as the slider would operate from side to side, it'll just show the rough correlation between those two densities. What Veolia wanted to do is we use all the facts and figures. We have full-time hydrogeologists on staff and try to consult with master planning and efforts for everything that we do in terms of our sister planning. But we needed a comprehensive scientific study to satisfy the needs of stakeholders, satisfy the needs of our shareholders, that would really talk about what the future of water was going to be in our area. And because the issue affects all of us in the valley, we chose not to author this report on the aspect of just our water system. We authored it on behalf of the Treasure Valley and gave it away freely to the community. It spurred a number of really nice collaborative efforts. From the point of its inception when the report was first released, we now have a group of Treasure Valley domestic water purveyors that support all the larger communities, providing drinking water across the valley, and we meet monthly just to share the burden of being a public drinking water provider in the system. Dominantly, this has to do with the advancing federal regulations, or sort of the new and evolving federal regulations that we're all faced with. But it could also be issues with water resources, long-range planning, and how we can jointly speak on water conservation efforts with singular voice. So the report authored and referenced on the website that we have here was a 2022 study by Dr. Christian Petrick, a well-known member of the community and somebody that everyone deeply respects. His outlook into the future showed that by 2065, municipal water demands in this valley will effectively double, if not just go a little bit above that. And what we need to look at are what options we have in the future to meet those projected water demands as that growth takes place. The postcards that we referenced are back at the rear of the office here. You can grab one, get an access to this interactive website. You can also get access to his full 90-page published report, which is thrilling reading. Talks about that there's, for the 50-year options, additional groundwater clearly is something that we're going to continue to rely on as an incremental approach. That there are new surface water sources that have yet to be explored in our valley. The Boise River is for the most part, dedicated to all of the duties that it serves, and other sources might come into play as communities decide to do master planning in that area. As we talked about earlier, the effect of managed aquifer recharge in other areas of the states have been really quite powerful, and that could come into play in our area as well. I know in my water system specifically, we do a certain amount of aquifer recharge, more for water quality and aesthetics than we do anything else, but it is a strategy. And then there's the promise of advanced water reuse technologies where the economics for that initiative makes sense. And in a lot of industries, it really does. So we invite you to review this report, or at least review the website and ask any questions that you might have about it. I'll spoil the ending. There is sufficient viable options to meet the municipal water demands of our valley for decades to come. I think as we looked at the statewide perspective that IDWR offered earlier, it was clear that areas like the Treasure Valley or areas like the Rathrum Prairie, there's some areas of the state that really are well situated, and while the focus is on repairing a lot of the other areas that might need more effort. So all of these things require cooperation. They require great dialogue between regulators and stakeholders, and that is what we're trying to offer. So with that, I'll close a little bit early and give some time back to the group.
Thank you, Marshall. The next speaker for the Nez Perce tribe is Bobby Hills.
Tatsmewi. That's good morning in Nez Perce. My name is Bobby Hills. I'm a water exchange project leader for the Nez Perce Tribe Fisheries Watershed Division. Today I'm going to present to you the Lewiston Orchards Project Water Exchange and Title Transfer Project. It's a project that started off in litigation and is now moved to resolution. It's a collaborative and consensus-based project. The lead entity is the Bureau of Reclamation, along with the Nez Perce Tribe and the Lewiston Orchards Irrigation District, who I'll probably call Lloyd a couple of times for short. We also have support from the City of Lewiston, Nez Perce County, and the Lewis-Clark Valley Chamber of Commerce. The active participants in this project, we have support from the Idaho delegation. We also have support from several NGOs, the Idaho Waters Users Association, the Columbia River Intertribal Commission, and Trout Unlimited, to name a few. So what is the Lewiston Orchards Project? In the top left, and you'll see a green area by Lewiston, and that is the service area for Lloyd. Now, if you go to the right of that, you'll see what's called Reservoir A, Sweetwater Canal, the Sweetwater Diversion. These were constructed in 1906 to bring water into that service area. In 1915, as we move our way down, you'll see the West Fork Sweetwater Canal. That diverts water into Lake Waha. They pump water out of Lake Waha back into Sweetwater, which eventually makes it into Reservoir A. In 1922, they constructed Webb Canal and Soldiers Meadow Reservoir. Webb Canal takes water that's released out of the Soldiers Meadow, diverts it over into the East Fork of the Sweetwater, into Sweetwater, and again into Reservoir A. And then in 1937, they created Captain John Diversion, and that actually diverts water out of Captain John's Creek, which is a tributary to the Snake River. It's about a 2-month diversion during snow runoff that diverts into Soldiers Meadow Reservoir. And then you'll also notice that there's a yellow line that kind of runs north to south to Lake Waha and then cuts off to the east, and that's the reservation boundary. What they didn't realize when they constructed this, or maybe they did, is this entire slide is within the 1855 reservation. And in that treaty, the tribe reserved to hunt and fish in all usual and custom areas. That area goes from Portland all the way to what was known as Buffalo Country, which is Yellowstone. The various colors, whether it be yellow, green, and a hard-to-tell pink, are the various tribal ownership, whether it be individual tribal trust, or tribal fee land. And one thing that this project did is it diverted water that was supposed to flow into Lapwai completely into Lewiston. The other thing that happened when they created this, in order to create Reservoir A and Sweetwater Canal, they condemned tribal trust property in the state court, which to this day, the tribe contends was illegal. So the litigation part of this project, from 1906, they dewatered both streams, and this project was originally going to be part of the SRBA settlement. Unfortunately, in 2005, it was not part of the settlement, and Reclamation was forced to consult on this project as a standalone. Over a course of several biological assessments and NOAA with several biological opinions, the tribe successfully challenged those opinions stating that they were not providing enough water for ESA-listed fish. In 2008, Jerry Clem, a local patron, had written a pretty scathing letter to the Lewiston Tribune, pointing fingers at all the parties. And he decided, instead of being part of the problem, that he would actually be part of the solution. And he was able to bring everybody to the table. 2009, Reclamation funded an appraisal study to look at what alternatives could help solve the issue. 2010, there was a stay of litigation to allow the parties to continue to work together. And in 2013, Reclamation came to the parties with a solution. But what were the objectives between 2008 and 2011 to get us to what our answer was going to be? One is Lloyd did not have a reliable water source. From the very beginning in 1906, they were never able to produce enough water for their patrons. It was so bad that they even tried to pass a bond in the 70s to try to put a pumping plant off the Clearwater River, and they were unsuccessful. Number two, impacts to the Nez Perce tribe, both from a cultural and natural resource aspect. And then thirdly, the impact to ESA-listed fish. Oop. That turned off. Oop. So inadequate water supplies for Lloyd. One, they were never able to produce it. Two, once we got into 2000 and the tribe started pushing for water for fish, that pushed the system even tighter. The minimum flows up until the mid-2000s, all water was diverted out of Webb Creek and Sweetwater Creek. NOAA finally subsided and was able to give 1 CFS to Webb and 2 CFS into Sweetwater Creek. Even those minimal amounts still provided stress into the Lewiston Orchards Irrigation District, and they would go on restrictions multiple times throughout the early 2000s. The other thing that we see in this area is the headwaters for this is around 5,000 feet and less, and what we're starting to see is less of a snow-nominated system and more of a rain event system. And they are not allowed to divert water between November and February. And as we move to this more rain-dominated system, they're unable to fill Reservoir A to provide enough water in the summertime when they need it. Adverse effects to the Nez Perce tribe. This is kind of a close-up of Reservoir A Sweetwater Canal. The yellow on the left are individual allotments held in trust for tribal members. As you can see, Reservoir A was condemned, several allotments. And then same thing in Sweetwater. And the pink and the green represent, again, 2 different types of trust land. What's unique about this is one of the only spots on the reservation where the tribe, whether it's tribe as a whole or individual tribal members, were able to have ownership along a stream. During the Dawes Act, that's when they were trying to assimilate Nez Perce tribe or all tribes to assimilate. And when tribe members were assigned ground, they weren't given what they wanted. They were given what they were told, which was they were given land to become farmers, not to continue their traditional way of life. The other thing is this is an important area, not only for the Nez Perce tribe, but through tribes throughout the Northwest. They would travel here to specifically sweat in Sweetwater Creek. They believe it has magical healing powers. The travel time through Lake Waha to come out with its associated springs is about 3 months, so we think there might be some sort of mineral aspect to that. And so this is an important thing, not just from a fish side, but more importantly from a cultural and natural resources side. Adverse effects to ESA-listed fish. This was in the early 2000s. That's Sweetwater Creek on the left, just above the diversion. The picture on the right is just downstream of the diversion, actually almost a mile downstream of the diversion. As you can see, we have very little habitat for ESA-listed Snake River steelhead. And these steelhead are naturally reproducing. These are not hatchery fish. Lots of us have traveled from here up to Lapway, up to Lewiston, or even up that way. And as you come through Cul-de-sac Canyon, you can see a little tiny stream on the left-hand side, and most people figure that there's no fish there. Graciously, Reclamation was able to fund pit tag units, and we were able to start seeing what we had for abundances. Our early distribution abundance for juvenile steelhead had some of the highest densities in all of the lower Clearwater. For adults returns, we've had anywhere from 679 fish return to a low of about 176. The picture on the right is hard to make out, but that's a school of coho that the tribe has reintroduced to the Clearwater. Last year we had over 7,000 coho return to Lapway Creek. Lake Waha. Lapway Creek is one of the 6 major spawning units for the lower Clearwater. The lower Clearwater has to have 1,500 fish in order to be removed as one of the units to be removed from the ESA. Lake Waha does not have a natural outlet. It was caused by a historic landslide, natural landslide, and it comes out as a spring just downstream. That water comes out anywhere from 2 to 10 CFS at about 12 degrees. So this provides critical cold water refugia for the lower Clearwater. There's nothing else like this in the lower Clearwater. Just to show for an example, this is in the last 30 days. The top line is Lapway Creek, that's 8 CFS. Lloyd is still diverting natural surface water into Reservoir A. There's another 5 CFS that could be added to this. The bottom line is the blue line. That is the Potlatch River drainage, which is our largest river drainage, which is almost dewatered right now. And the other streams are not far behind it. So this system is very unique and provides a cold water refugia. This is Webb Creek. Up top is on the top right is 1.5 CFS. The bottom picture is 2.5. Currently, we're releasing 4. The takeaway message here is the bottom picture, you see some whiteness. That's the riffles. That provides refuge from predation. The pool on the right is deeper. Now that we're providing more flow, that provides cold water. And then compare the top to the bottom, we see less exposed gravel. In May, this stream would be dewatered instantaneously to divert water for agriculture. That would dewater our reds and would cause our reds to die. What's our resolution? How are we going to make these 3 components? How are we going to satisfy them? The primary solution right now is wells in the deep regional aquifer, which at the time we thought was sustainable. The left-hand picture, it takes 1,000 horsepower to get the water up and out. It's over 2,000 feet deep. The wellhead on the right is 3 feet in diameter. If you jump in it, you're going a long ways before you hit bottom. They approximately $10 million plus to construct 1 well. Each well produces 4 CFS, and we need a total, 4.5 CFS. We need a total of 18 to satisfy Lloyd's requirement for adequate water. That's a preferred alternative. As a backup, the 2017 environmental analysis with the finding of no significant impact completed by Bureau Rec looked at a pumping station on the Clearwater River. That's on the north side. It would come down and fill Mans Lake. Mans Lake needs to be used. If not, we need a total of about 18 wells to meet the demand in August for the city of Lewiston. Key points moving forward, we have a title transfer MOA, which is about completed and ready to be signed. We have a title transfer agreement that's about 90% completed. We need to craft federal legislation. We need to determine long-term protection of the water rights associated with the project. And lastly, we need the funding to complete the project. I want to thank Jerry Clem, Barney Metz, Dave Johnson, Jennifer Carrington, and Ken Troyer. With that, we'll hold off on questions.
The last speaker on the panel is Dan Richter, representing Avonmore Development.
Thank you. I am the managing partner for the Avonmore Development north of Eagle, and actually now part of Eagle as of recently. Avonmore is a partnership between myself and the McLeod Company, who have had that held parts or all of that land for the past 110 years. Over the next several decades, we anticipate that we will build 10,000 homes and about 800,000 square feet of mixed-use properties. The vision for the community is a series of villages and hamlets connected by foothills trails. When complete, it's not going to be a CF Homes. It'll be, even with the 10,000 homes and all of the other, we'll preserve about 12,000 acres of foothills open space for both our residents and public use. Water. It's interesting. When I got invited to come down here, I don't know nearly as much as these guys do about water, but I know about building and conserving water, which is what I'd like to talk about. My upbringing, I grew up on a dryland wheat farm and cattle ranch in Montana, and there was not a heck of a lot of water there. Finished school, moved to Phoenix, and became a home builder and developer. And of course, there you learn a lot of lessons too in conserving water. And I'd like to share what we're doing at Avamore. Water conservation. Our vision was to build a community which used water wisely. We put in practices in place which we believe allow us to build the community of the 10,000 homes and 800,000 square feet of mixed use using less than half the water of a typical community with the same amount of homes and businesses. Currently, we have 800 homes, and we have our first 4 commercial properties completed, and we are actually a little bit ahead of anticipated results. We're using less than half the water that a typical community would use. We anticipated we will be able to supply our entire community with somewhere between around 6 cubic feet per second CFS water to supply our whole community if we continue to meet the standards that we've set for ourselves. When I moved to the Treasure Valley, I came here, it's been a long time, I think in 2005, and I bought a home in Eagle in the wintertime. And in the spring, I went out and talked to my neighbors and said, I'm coming from Arizona, and on turf there, we water it twice a week and try to get that water deep into the soil so we can conserve water. And he said, don't worry about it. Water every day here. It doesn't cost anymore. And I thought, wow, that is not what I'm going to do from where I come from. And I started watering twice a week, and my grass started dying. And actually, when I went out there, I realized there's not much soil under that turf. Obviously, at Avamore, we learned a lesson, and we put a good layer of soil under our turf so we can water less frequently. And the grass we grow is drought tolerant. It's we put in our own water treatment system, we are basically developing an aquifer, an isolated aquifer. We're working with Department of Water Resources now, and we've got an isolated aquifer that has a very small area of collection area, and it doesn't have much water in there, but we're diverting our wastewater, our treated effluent into this aquifer in the wintertime when we can't use it. And hopefully everything tests out, it actually collects like we anticipate it will, and we'll use that then in our summertime irrigation. Currently, our wastewater treatment plant, we're using the water coming from it, the treated effluent, to water all of our parks. We're updating that to a higher treatment level so we can also use that to water our residential units as well. As part of our reuse plan, it costs a little bit more money for us up front to do these types of things, to put in a little more topsoil under your turf, develop the treatment center or plant that we did to put in our reuse aquifer, to do all those things. But the payoff in the end is going to be substantial because The amount of flow from each of our homes per day is about 110 to 120 gallons into our treatment plant, which is less than half of any of the treatment plants in the valley. And that's for little things that we do, things that we do in our construction. For instance, just to put a hot water recirculation pump into each home, and I'm using manufacturers' estimates, but they estimate that if you put a recirculation pump in, we've all lived in a house, I've lived in houses where I get up in the morning, turn on the shower, go downstairs, make myself a cup of coffee, wait for it to perk and come up, and the shower might be hot by then, but there's no guarantee. Well, we have a hot water recirculation pump, and the manufacturer says that saves, on average, 35 gallons of water per day per residence. We limit the turf that we put in. Our parks, we have just as many greened up parks as most municipalities per resident. It is all drought tolerant turf, and we do a lot of xeric landscaping around the community and try to use as much of the Firewise materials as we can there. We limit residents to 2,500 square feet of turf per residence. Most of them, actually, when we landscape their houses, most of them only choose to have 1,000 or maybe 1,500 square feet of turf. And many of them are electing to have us put artificial turf in now. Artificial turf seems expensive if you're replacing grass, but if you're putting it in initially, it's actually some savings over the years by not buying irrigation water. Infrastructure savings. There are obvious costs associated with all of these conservation practices we employ, but the long-term savings more than offset those costs. Wastewater treatment infrastructure expense is nearly cut in half, as our homes average less than 50% of the typical plant. And those plants, the plant that I built out there in 2005 for $12 million, if I needed to build it today, it's a $40 million plant. Infrastructure costs have gone significantly higher. So these things will pay off one day. I mean, we've got an investment, but we can learn to be water wise and use half as much water. I mean, we're doing it at Avamore. And, you know, I feel proud of what we've done out there, and I hopefully set an example for other development in the community. With that, all I can talk about is conservation. I can't get into the depths of the water business like these guys can, but thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Dan. I'll turn it over to Jeff for questions.
Okay, appreciate each of your panelists and your different perspectives. And as an irrigator, I will acknowledge that a lot more water goes to irrigate crops than goes to the cities. And the city's attempts to become more efficient with their water supply is much appreciated. The fact that the cities have a mitigation plan in place that resolves the issue with the call, I think that those involved in that call appreciate having that assurity that that's in place, as well as the cities having safe harbor, and that's a great thing. The water board's been following what's going on with Lewiston Orchards. A couple of us were recently in Washington, D.C., and we worked that problem as aggressively as we could on the funding side, and we'll continue to assist in any way that we can. We'd like to see that pump back project move forward and allow those traditional waters to go back to where the tribe would like them to be, as was negotiated. And the water board is willing to assist with that. Appreciate the thoughts on new development and decreased water use. I leaned over and told the lieutenant governor, in addition to not having water costs watering turf, you don't have to have a lawnmower. So that's an additional benefit, and look forward to seeing how we develop. Not sure there's enough room on the highway for another 10,000 cars or or probably multiples of that if you bring that many people in. But I suppose that's another aspect of growth that we're going to have to deal with. I really don't have any questions. Do any of the panelists have any final comments that they would like to make? Mr. Lieutenant Governor, do you have any thoughts or comments?
Well, it's a water meeting and I have an open mic, but I really don't. I commend the cities for their proactive approach on this, and the fact that they're mitigated and covered. I think is testament to their forward thinking. We look, it's not lost on anyone that we drink 2% and irrigate with the 98%, and that the burden of sustainability is going to fall on the agriculture community. It is the backbone of our state and our state's economy, and its vitality is integral. Its vitality in every region is integral to each of us. You can see how granular some of these problems are, and we've talked about that this global summit morphs into regional summits where we can, you can get clear out in the local weeds and in the local issues, and so any glossing over of the issues here doesn't, it just represents that there's more work to do, and it's to be deferential to the local interests as we go forward. And so those would be my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Just a few housekeeping things, and then we'll let you get off to lunch and beat the noon lunch crowd. For those online, all of the presentations that we've had this morning will be posted at the Water Board's website, so you'll be able to go back and review those if you haven't had a chance to see them. And again, we're trying to figure out how to be able to show those. We'll go ahead and break now. After lunch, the next session is the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. If the panelists could be in place just slightly before 1:30, we'll drop the gavel at 1:30 and try and keep this thing on schedule or ahead. We could all go home early. Thank you very much. You've been a very attentive audience this morning, and we appreciate that. We'll see you after lunch. Okay, we're back in session. Hope everybody had a productive lunch and got a chance to mingle a little bit. The next session will be on the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer, and Board Member Gibbs will be moderating that session. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Well, thank you, Chairman Jeff, Raybould. Appreciate that. I'm going to start off with a hunting story while you're all getting settled in. Yeah, most of you know that I do like to hunt. And in 1988 and 1989, I had the opportunity to hunt on the Locksaw drainage up off Highway 12. And so I was there 2 different falls for about a week each time. And having spent that 2 weeks there, I thought I became a relatively expert on the situation on the Locksaw. And about 10 years after that, Governor Kempthorne appointed me to the State Fish and Game Commission. And I was at a fish and game meeting with Dan Davidson's uncle, by the way, Bill Davidson, who was a renowned conservation officer in the Pocatello area. And I was proceeding to tell Bill what I knew about the Locksaw and how the Fish and Game wasn't doing things quite the way they should be doing them on the Locksaw drainage. And Bill was very patient with me at the time. And he said, Mark, my first experience on the Locksaw was when I was a 19-year-old freshman in college at the University of Idaho. And he said, I've spent at least a week or so every year on the Locksaw since, and that was some 60 years ago. The point I'm trying to make is my 2-week expertise in a 2-year snapshot that I thought made me somewhat of an expert on the Locksaw was nothing compared to Bill Davidson, who had spent a lifetime dealing with the situation on the lock saw. And it didn't take long for him to point out that my views were really quite short-sighted and narrow-minded. I draw that parallel today because of our situation on the Eastern Plains Snake Aquifer. I think it depends. We've seen the charts. We saw them again today, the 100-year plus history of what's taken place there. But it depends on where where we joined the conversation or where it affected our lives to what our opinion is and what the solutions are. And obviously the solutions are complex, they're long-term, and I want to thank the 4 panel members today who have agreed to talk about the situation on the Snake Plain Aquifer today. And so we'll go right down the list as they are, with Jay from the Twin Falls Canal Company, and then Jackson from the Idaho Groundwater Appropriators, Alan Jackson from the Bingham Groundwater District, and finish with Dan Davidson from the Mid-Oak Irrigation. We'd like you to hold your questions. If you have some, kind of jot them down or keep a message. And we've talked about this as a group, and we hope we have 5 or 10 or 15 minutes at the end to handle questions that we have on the aquifer. So obviously we all have a different viewpoint with this problem, and it's going to be interesting. I'm going to learn more than anyone here. So with that, Jay, would you please take over? Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Good afternoon, everyone. Also, thank you to all the members of the board, Lieutenant Governor Bedke, Governor Little, for the opportunity to visit with you all here this afternoon. What I really want to do today is talk a little bit about the Twin Falls Canal Company, give you kind of a brief intro to the Twin Falls Canal Company, who we are, what we do, kind of how we do it. And then I want to talk a little bit about those things that we struggle with. And then I'll also show you a few of those things that keep me up at night. So I'll start with this. This is a map of the Twin Falls Canal Company tract. The Twin Falls Canal Company diverts water out of the Snake River at Milner Dam. We deliver water to just under 200,000 acres of really some of the best farm ground in all of the Pacific Northwest. As you can see by the map there, we are bordered on the north by the Snake River, and we're bordered on the west end of our project by Salmon Falls Creek. We're a very large project, covers over 320 square miles. We divert water through 110 miles of main canals, over 1,000 miles of smaller canals, and we have over 4,000 head gates or service gates on our system. All of those head gates are measured regularly, locked constantly. And those are the facilities that we use to deliver water to our shareholders. We provide water to family farmers who farm a few hundred acres. We provide water to hobby farmers that just farm a few acres. And of course, we deliver a lot of water to the big corporate farmers that farm thousands of acres. We have 7 cities within our tract. We have Twin Falls, Kimberly, Buell, Filer, Hanson, Murtaugh, and Castleford. We deliver water to all 7 of those cities, and all development within all 7 of those cities are required to keep the surface water on the ground when they develop it, and we deliver water to all those new developments as well. Fair, equitable, consistent. That's kind of our motto. We view it as our job to ensure that all shareholders are treated the same. No one gets more water, no one gets less water. All deliveries are required to be made in a manner that ensures consistency of flow, because it's not acceptable to have your water in the morning and then it's not there in the afternoon. And so we view it as our job to make sure that your water flow is very consistent. We do that with a team of 64 full-time employees. 24 of those employees are ditch riders. They work Monday through Saturday throughout the irrigation season. Now, these ditch riders, they receive water calls from the shareholders in the morning, and then they spend the day out regulating flows within the canal system, measuring, checking, and locking head gates as they make water deliveries to all of these shareholders. They also monitor conditions within the canal system to ensure a high level of service while we're managing our water supply as prudently as we can. These ditch riders are backed up by 2 teams of maintenance crews who work throughout the year cleaning canals, managing moss and weed growth, and maintaining rights of way, and in general just maintaining the canal system to to provide a really reliable and consistent water supply to our shareholders. So I'll show this slide. This is a slide of the past 34 years diversion records for the Twin Falls Canal Company. I believe it starts in 1988, and the last year on there is 2022. That red bar across there represents 1.1 million acre feet. I show this slide for a couple of reasons. First, it's just to give you an idea of what is the norm for the Twin Falls Canal Company. And as you can see, 1.1 million acre feet is pretty much the normal annual diversion for the Twin Falls Canal Company. Some years a little higher, some years a little lower, but by and large, it's 1.1 million acre feet. Secondly, you can see the effects of those drought cycles on that chart. You know, you can see that drought cycle through the 2000 era, and certainly you can see 2021 and 2022 diversions that were significantly lower, as we diverted, I think, 960,000 acre feet in 2022. I want to point out a little bit about differences between those two drought cycles. Certainly you can see those lower diversion rates in the early 2000s. And those diversion rates were lower because we had to make reductions in our deliveries to our shareholders because they were really poor winters. Our storage water supply did not fill in those years. So we had to make reductions in our diversions, and that's why you see those lower annual diversions during those 2000 drought cycle. 2021 and 2022 were very different. Our storage water supply filled both of those years. Those reductions that we made in the last 2 years were a result of the low reach gains on the low natural flow supply that we depend on. The third reason I like to show this slide is I think it speaks a lot to efficiencies. Again, this chart spans the past 33 years, and as you can see, the diversion rate has remained fairly consistent throughout that entire time period, in spite of many of the struggles and challenges that we've experienced. You know, conversion to sprinkler on our project has created a challenge. We no longer receive that wastewater off of those gravity irrigated fields and have the opportunity to deliver that water over and over and over again. That presents a challenge to us with our efficiencies. The annual crop mix on the project has changed significantly over the past 33 years. I have many more acres of alfalfa, corn, and potatoes that are grown on the tract now. These crops have higher water demand and require TFCC to continually make water efficiency improvements in an effort to continue to meet the needs of our shareholders while we continue to divert the same amount of water annually. We have nearly 60 automated sites on the system, multiple canal lining projects, coupled with water management strategies and practices. Those are just a few of the ways that Twin Falls Canal Company has been able to improve our efficiencies as we move into the future. Each of these seasons represented on this chart, they began and ended the same way. As we begin diverting and delivering water within the first few weeks of April each year, and as demand increases, our diversions increase to meet those demands. Our diversions by mid-June each year are typically close to their maximum diversion rate, and flows would generally remain high through August. After August, September usually marks the beginning of the end of our season, and we see demands drop off, and so too do our diversions. So our diversions chase the demands. We don't just automatically turn on all of our water at the start of the season and keep it flowing through the year. We chase the demands up, and then we chase them back down. I want to talk just a little bit about our water rights. Now, the Twin Falls Canal Company's primary water right is 3,000 CFS of natural flow out of the Snake River with a 1900 priority date. Unlike many canal companies and irrigation districts on the Snake River, the Twin Falls Canal Company does not have a large amount of storage space in the reservoir system. Twin Falls Canal Company has about 245,000 acre feet of storage space in American Falls and Jackson Lake reservoirs. About 150,000 in American Falls and just under 100,000 in Jackson Lake. So with an annual diversion rate of 1.1 million acre feet, approximately 80% of our water right is derived from that natural flow component of the Snake River. There is no more storage space available in the Upper Snake system. Therefore, the natural flow supplies are the only thing that will maintain deliveries and ensure that irrigation can be accomplished on the Twin Falls tract. In the water rights accounting, the natural flow right is calculated from the reach gains in the Snake River below Blackfoot. This graph will show you the average reach gains for the last 30 plus years, represented by the red line. And the 2022 reach gains from October 1st through October 31st, represented by the blue bars. As you can see, in 2022, the reach gains, or the natural flow in the Snake River, were significantly lower than the historical average. In fact, there were only 3 days of the entire irrigation season where the natural flow of the river sustained the irrigation needs. Reach gains in 2022 were at historical levels as the spring flow just wasn't there as a result of low water levels in the eastern Snake Plain aquifer. Again, the natural flow component of the Snake River constitutes 80% of the Twin Falls Canal Company's water right, and in 2022, that natural flow component of the river was at historically low levels. I'd also like to point out those dips that you see towards the right-hand side of the screen on those blue bars. That's September and October. And as you can see, represented by the average, these dips just did not occur historically. In fact, Burley and Minidoka irrigation districts have a 1903 natural flow right that historically came back on in September. But now there's not even enough water in September and October to fill the 1900 right. Depleted reach gains in the fall also lead to delayed storage season and fill, which ultimately affect all space holders, notably junior water rights in Palisades and Ryrie reservoirs. This graph shows you the 2022 reach gains in blue and the 2023 reach gains in red. As you can see, the historically low reach gains of 2022 are no longer the historical lows, as reach gains in 2023 are significantly worse than they were in 2022. What does this mean to senior water rights holders of the Twin Falls Canal Company? Well, it makes for a scary season. In the past 2 years, Twin Falls Canal Company shareholders have endured significant reductions in their water supply. In 2021, deliveries were cut from 3/4 of an inch per share in the beginning of the season to 5/8 of an inch per share on July 6th, and then further reduced to 1/2 inch per share on August 11th. In 2022, deliveries started at 5/8 of an inch per share and were cut to 1/2 inch per share on August 1st. Reductions to 1/2 inch per share mean 33% less water, 1/3 less water. That is a significant curtailment. Water users are forced to plan their annual crop rotation dependent upon their water supply, foregoing many acres of more consumptive crops and more profitable crops, as the water supply dictates the need to plant significantly more acres of lower water consumptive crops. As you can see on this chart, the reach gain appears to have improved, at least for now. But the average reach gain in 2022, or 2023 rather, remains about 175 CFS lower, or 350 acre feet a day lower than it was in 2022. And again, in 2022, those were historical lows. This is a chart that many of you are familiar with. This chart is the Sentinel well data for the past 43 years, and it illustrates the steady decline of the Eastern Snake Plain well index. Multiple different wells that are monitored and used to somewhat represent the forecasted reach gains in the Blackfoot to Minidoka reach of the river. This reach gain results in the natural flow for the Surface Water Coalition and for Twin Falls Canal Company. When you look at the continual decline of the well index, it is the same decline that Twin Falls Canal Company has observed in its natural flow availability during this period. You can also see that every few years in the past, we have found a new low, followed by improvement for a few years, but each new low just continues to get lower and lower and lower. In 2015, everyone agreed that this trend must be reversed. Efforts were made to recharge and reduce pumping, and along with a few good winters, it seemed as though we had found the answer. But as we observed improvements for a few years, now here we are in 2023, and we find ourselves back to where we started in 2015 with historically low levels, and we worry. How much lower can the water levels in the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer get? So the previous slide was the Sentinel well data. This chart graphs the reach gain data from Blackfoot to Milner in 2023. The blue dashed line represents the 1991 to 2001 average reach gains. The yellow line represents the monthly reach gains in 2015, the year before the agreement was signed. The gray line represents 2022, or last year's monthly reach gains, significantly lower than 2015 and way off the mark for the 1991 to 2001 average. The red line is the one that keeps me up at night. The red line represents the monthly reach gains this year in 2023, with reach gains significantly lower than even last year, which was the previous historical low. So even when groundwater levels appear to be close to the 2015 levels, when you look at the Sentinel Well Index, reach gains are significantly lower, and they don't even come close to the 1991 to 2001 average. We ask ourselves, how lower can it go? How much lower can it go? This water, again, represents 80% of the senior water right of the Twin Falls Canal Company shareholders. Twin Falls Canal Company and others below Blackfoot are forced to use more storage water throughout the year just to make it to the end of the irrigation season. To the holders of senior natural flow rights in the Snake River, the future looks pretty gloomy. Without appropriate management of the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer, it's difficult to envision a water year in the future that doesn't involve water supply reductions. On the storage supply side of things, there is a similar tone. Many Surface Water Coalition members do not have large natural flow rights and instead depend on the storage water supply within the reservoir system. Because they don't have large natural flow rights doesn't mean that they are not dependent on the natural flow component of the Snake River. Winter-based flows in the river system are the flows that have historically contributed largely to the reservoir fill. In recent years, the reservoir fill has become very difficult. And in 2023, while everyone watched as we enjoyed a better than average winter snowpack, the reservoir system did not fill. The condition of the state's water supply depends on the health of the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. Whether you enjoy natural flow rights, storage water rights, or are a groundwater pumper, your future depends on the health of the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. So I urge you all, if you choose to buy into the drama that exists between the Surface Water Coalition and the Idaho Groundwater Appropriators, and there is certainly plenty of drama there, don't lose sight of what's behind that. This is a resource that's in trouble. This is a resource that needs our attention. It's imperative that we identify and implement actions to preserve and protect the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. I believe that's the end of my time, so I will thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jay. With that, Jackson, would you please proceed? Thank you, sir.
Of course, thank you. While they're getting my presentation up, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm feeling a little underdressed and like I need to get a little more bald up here. Yeah, I got a little bit in the beard, but it's not showing it. So, my name's Jackson Higgs. I'm a hydrogeologist. I work with groundwater districts. I work with Idaho Groundwater Appropriators. I have a small company that we have a few licensed professional geologists, and we're really we focus on aquifer management. So today, I better grab your slide thing here. We're going to talk about the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer, as you can see on our agenda. I wanted to show this up here so you can get an idea of the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer for those of you that are not from the area. This map, I'm a geologist, so I like to see maps like this. It shows the eastern and western Snake Plain. The little kind of black squiggly line in the middle there, to the right of that, is the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer, mostly basalts with some unconsolidated sediments on the outside. Very large aquifer, very unique, very, very prolific. IGWA, the organization that I'm representing today, includes roughly 1 million irrigated acres, groundwater irrigated acres within that Eastern Snake Plain. The Eastern Snake Plain, like I said, is unique. The top 1 foot of the aquifer contains billions of gallons of water. I'm going to focus on that billions today. There's hundreds of thousands of acre feet in the aquifer. So we're 1 million groundwater acres within IGWA, and roughly at about $10,000 per acre value, we're looking at about $10 billion of just land value. Other dependencies on the ESPA are the domestic and municipal, industrial and other non-irrigation, the surface water irrigation, as Jay has mentioned, aquaculture and power generation. So the value of everything dependent upon the ESPA is many billions. I don't know what the number is, but it's a lot. And then in 2009, when the camp documentation was provided and the website created, it stated that there was somewhere around $10 billion of annual revenue that comes off of the ESPA. And with the lovely inflation that we've been having, it's obviously more than that. So we're talking about something that's very big, very important, and very valuable. I'm going to talk about 3 things with you today. I'm going to talk about the magnitude of the issue. I'm going to talk about some costs associated with fixing the problem, and I'm not going to have time to go into very much detail, so I'm skimming the surface. Then I'm going to talk about the timing of what should be expected. So on number 1, the magnitude. As far as I know, any of the large aquifer systems in the western United States, and even some of them in the eastern United States that have deficit, that have declining water levels, have not solved their problem. Okay, the aquifers of the West, some of them are huge. The Central Valley in California, very valuable aquifer. Everybody's heard of the Ogallala aquifer and all of the aquifers in the Southwest. These are huge issues. And we live in the West, and we can't pretend like we're any different necessarily than them. We have some benefits that they don't have. But that last comment there, we've got this big train that's rolling down the hill. Dennis Owsley showed in his presentation, which I really appreciated, showed the increases in the aquifer that have been created since we came and started irrigating in Idaho. And we are now on a downward trend, and that is a train that is rolling down the hill. And as you know, with a train, it's hard to slow it, let alone stop it, or get it going in the opposite direction. So I can't stress enough how big of an issue this is. And it's very difficult to deal with. So number 2, the costs associated with fixing this aquifer. One of the benefits that we do have is that there is water from time to time that goes out of our system that could be used to recharge the aquifer. And the Water Resource Board has been spending a lot of money and a lot of time focused on recharge, as well as the groundwater districts. So through 2024, the Idaho Water Resources Board will have spent somewhere around $40 million on recharge projects in the ESPA. Those recharge projects will create somewhere around 2,300 CFS, and these are all round numbers, and I look at Wes over here who helped me with these numbers. And that came at a cost of a capacity of $17,250 per CFS, and that is cheap. It may have felt like it was expensive, but they have done a great job of finding all of the very economical projects to work on, okay? So we're talking somewhere around, let's just say 10,000 CFS that flows past Milner, that is available for recharge. It sometimes is much more than that, but I'm just going to go with a 10,000 number right here. Okay, the recent projects that they've got that 2,300 CFS. The more recent projects they're getting more and more expensive because they're more and more difficult. The recent projects will be somewhere around $50,000 per CFS. Some of the private projects that have been done for irrigation and recharge have cost, in the Oakley Valley, the one slide that was presented by Dennis that showed that one aquifer, the one hydrograph that responded to aquifer recharge was on this Oakley Valley project. And it was a huge project, and they are seeing the benefit of it, but it cost them $250,000 a CFS. There are two other pipelines, the pumping projects that are in the initial phases that are going to cost somewhere around $400,000 per CFS. Okay, so to get, let's just say we can average $100,000 per CFS of capacity, and we're trying to get 10,000 CFS. We're talking about $1 billion worth of infrastructure, just infrastructure, to capture that 10,000 CFS. That 10,000 CFS will be over 30 days, and it will be 500,000 acre feet, which is a huge boon to the aquifer. Doesn't necessarily completely solve the problem. So the point of this slide is to show you that just in infrastructure, we're talking about a lot of money. Okay? And that doesn't include what it costs to pump or what it costs to deliver or the maintenance on all of that, all of those projects. Okay? Next slide, the timing. In the ESPA, and Jay showed a slide similar to this on the right-hand side, is the Settlement Agreement Index. In the ESPA, we go through these weather patterns, and I'm talking groundwater because that's what I always focus on. 10 to 12 year cycle. We have 4 to 5 years of increasing aquifer levels because of heavy wet cycles. We're talking 2017, 1997, 98, 1984, 85 type years where the aquifer really comes up. And those really just drown out anything that we can do, because that's huge what Mother Nature can do. But we'll have those 4 to 5 year wet cycles and then a 6 to 7 year dry cycle. Usually within that 6 to 7 years, we'll fill the surface water system 1 or 2 times, but the aquifer will still go down, which is where we're at today. Okay? Which, on my side, when I'm looking at this, I have a geology background, so I'm thinking in millions of years. So it's hard to pare it down to these little few years. But what I see is it's really difficult to assess your progress unless you're looking at the peaks and the troughs. Okay? You want your troughs and your peaks to be higher, or at least on the same level as the previous ones. Okay? So think about the cost that it took, and I'm kind of jumping back to cost, the cost that it took to put in all the irrigation infrastructure and the time and the manpower that the people put forward to create the irrigation system, the surface water irrigation systems that we have that help fill up that aquifer. That was a lot of time and a lot of cost to get there. And it's always more difficult to recreate something than it is to put it there in the first place. So what I mean by that is, as we assess this, we're looking at the peaks and the troughs, and we can't expect, at least in my point of view, we can't expect that all of a sudden it's just going to be flatlined. One day to the next, we're going to have already done enough so that we're stable. Okay? This is a very, very idealistic projection of what it could look like. The blue is what has happened to date, and the orange is what hypothetically could happen. If by some chance we could accomplish enough to balance the aquifer, best case scenario, it's going to look something like this, where a few years from now, we will have another wet cycle, hopefully. Hopefully we don't get that 2005 to 2011 thing again, because we can't afford to not have those increases. But water levels would peak and they would decrease again. And just in brutal honesty, from my point of view, it will take multiple cycles to be able to start working through this issue because of the magnitude of what we're talking about. Okay, so one thing that I would like to stress is that the timing of this, that it's not today to tomorrow thing. We have to spend a lot of money and put forth a lot of work to make sure that that we're starting to stabilize the aquifer. Okay, so from my conclusions, and I tried to keep this short and basic. There are billions of dollars worth of assets out there that are owned by individuals in our state that provide a lot to the state as a whole and a lot to the people of Idaho. We need to recognize the value of water, pay a little more attention to it, be a little more efficient. We also need to be realistic about the magnitude of the problem we're looking at and the cost of it. And I put up the little cliche work hard thing up there. And I want to focus on the work, because a lot of times we get stuck in planning and thinking of all the great things that we could do, but we actually never do anything. So the point of that is to accomplish things and work on these projects, but make progress. And I want to say that the Water Resource Board has done a great job of making things happen. They've spent a lot of money and accomplished projects, and it's very good to see. And then as a closing, to the state of Idaho, to the people of Idaho, to the government of Idaho, well done to date, but there's a lot to do. And please, we've got to keep the money coming. And it's not just them that has to participate. The individuals that are involved are also going to have to participate with the money. But that money has been a godsend, and it needs to continue. So, thank you.
Well, thank you, Jackson, and we'll try to keep the money coming. Depends on the legislature and the appropriations and obviously our tax revenue. With that, our next presenter will be Alan Jackson from the Bingham Groundwater District. Alan, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here today. A lot of what I'm going to talk about today is kind of hypothetical, and the most nervous person in the room right now is the attorney for our groundwater district about what I'm going to say. So, just to give a disclaimer, there's a lot of litigation going on right now. You know, Jay referred to some of the drama, but there's some litigation too going on, and I don't want anything that I say to reflect on that litigation or anything. You know, the methodology order and the settlement agreement and everything that what I'm going to talk about is apart from those, and I don't want to reflect on that. And for that reason, I didn't put together any slides, because I didn't want to put slides of hypotheticals up there. But I did neglect to put together a slide that shows what the Bingham Groundwater District is. Our groundwater district is located in Bingham County. It covers most of Bingham County. There's a portion of the southern and eastern area of the county that's in a different one, but it encompasses about 2,000 individually owned groundwater rights, about 1,000 wells, again, individually owned, privately owned wells. A little less than 150,000 acres is what we cover, and our annual pumping is somewhere on the average of about 280,000 acre feet a year. Just to contrast what a groundwater district is compared to like what Jay described in the Twin Falls Canal Company. Twin Falls Canal Company owns the water right, and they have shareholders. And a groundwater district, we don't actually own any water rights. We're a group of water right owners. And so that presents its own fun, unique challenges. But, you know, now that I've given my disclaimer and given you a little bit of a description of what a groundwater district is, I did want to talk about some of the stuff that we've seen and talked about. We talk a lot about the aquifer and the indication of the health of the aquifer. And we've seen it today, we've seen it very frequently in the past, this chart that shows the aquifer that's based on flows at Thousand Springs. And it shows the aquifer increasing for 50 years, and then in the 50s, and then decreasing for 50 years. And that's a good reflection of that area and what the Thousand Springs area represents. One of the things that's frustrating a little bit in this is that the conflict here is not based on Thousand Springs. And so, you know, one of the things that I've wondered is, you know, I think the Surface Water Coalition, I would have them pay as much attention to that graph as they do, you know, relative to the amount of water they get in their Milner diversion from Thousand Springs. It's a different area. And I think it would behoove us to start talking about the aquifer as multiple areas. Obviously, they're connected, but to what degree? I think it does a disservice to this particular situation to look at it from such a broad perspective. I think it needs to be more local. So now the hypotheticals. So we've talked about, you know, Jackson did a really good job explaining the magnitude of what we're looking at. I'm going to look at it from a little bit different perspective. We have what's called the methodology order, and the methodology that the department uses to determine material injury to the Surface Water Coalition, or how much water they're going to be short in their water supply in a given year. And, you know, that we just had a hearing in June about that methodology, the new methodology, and we presented various arguments about how that methodology works. For right now, I want to hypothetically say, let's say groundwater users agree with what the methodology order says right now. Let's say we agree with it. Again, hypothetical. What that means is that what we've been told, the methodology will determine a 200,000 acre foot shortfall, up to a 2,000 acre foot shortfall, and possibly even more. It depends on the year. This year's shortfall was 75,000 acre feet, but we can expect a bigger shortfall than that. And the department recently switched to what's called the transient model. So it says that if there's that kind of a shortfall, what response has to happen in groundwater pumping in order to alleviate that shortfall this year. And what the department's analysis shows is that anything over about 100,000 acre foot shortfall cannot be met by a reduction in groundwater pumping. In other words, you could eliminate all groundwater pumping on the ESPA and not meet that. So realistically, if we're looking at the potential of a 200,000 acre foot shortfall, realistically, we've got to be looking at something permanent. And the department has that analysis too, called the steady state analysis. And in that steady state analysis, a 200,000 acre foot shortfall would have to be met by a permanent reduction of about 170,000 acres on the ESPA. And so let's start talking about that. What does 170,000 acres mean? That's a huge number. You know, Jackson's talking in billions, that we're talking billions in land value. Hundreds of millions of dollars in economic impact. And that's the situation that we have to deal with. What are we going to do? If that's what the modeled response says, that's what the tools the department has says that we would need to do in order to meet a 200,000 acre foot shortfall in any given year. Would we permanently shut off that many acres? That's a huge number. That impacts far more than just the irrigators that it would be shut off. There would be ripples throughout the entire economy of the state with that kind of a loss. Now, it's been noted that there are mitigation plans out there. This is true. There are mitigation plans. Mitigation plans rely almost exclusively on surface water supplies because, as we've talked about, there's no response in the aquifer from anything less than 170,000 acre foot curtailment that will result in the same thing as 170,000 acre feet less of groundwater pumping, or acres of groundwater pumping. If you want the impact of losing 170,000 acres, you have to shut off 170,000 acres. Groundwater pumping is a little different than surface water use. Surface water, as Jay explained, that system has to be running continuously in order to provide water when it's needed. Groundwater has an on and off switch. You're pumping it out of the ground. So you take out what you need and then you turn your pump off. So there's really no flexibility there. So that's the response. So a mitigation plan is going to rely on surface water supplies. How are we going to accomplish that? What are we going to do to replace the water that we need to use to irrigate these 170,000 acres? How are we going to accomplish that in that surface water supply? And I guess some of the questions that we have, Jackson talked about recharge. Recharge is great. We need to be developing that as a tool. But when we're looking at recharge, I'd equate it a little bit to playing the lottery, winning the lottery as part of a plan to save the aquifer. Obviously, you can't win the lottery if you don't play. So we've got to have the recharge out there, recharge sites to take that. But it may not come when we want it. It may not be there. We may not win that lottery in the time that we need it to be there. So again, we're talking about replacing the water supply for up to 170,000 acres. How's that going to be done? Well, we've got to connect those acres to a new water supply. And Jackson talks about the cost, the infrastructure cost that'll be there. And when costs of recharge sites are approaching $250,000 to $500,000 per CFS, that starts to get pretty close to the cost of replacing individual wells, individual pumping wells. So building out the infrastructure to be able to provide that water. And then the other option is just to simply shut them off. And I guess that's, that kind of gets down to the last question here. And my presentation's awfully short, so I hope Dan has a lot. But I think the question is, here's one end of the spectrum. We've got 170,000 acres at risk. So there's that end of the spectrum. And that's the one response is we can take those acres out. The other end of the spectrum, we don't know. And I guess that's the question that we have for the state is how many acres will be tolerated to be taken out of production? How much are we going to tolerate reducing our ag footprint in the state? Before we start looking at other options where we can make surface water supplies stretch further during water shortage periods. We can't answer that question. The state, as the owner of the water in the state, is the only one who can answer that question. And for those acres that we are going to lose, what's the plan for offsetting that economic impact? What's the state's plan if we lose 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 50,000? What's the plan to offset that impact? Because it will be a huge impact to the economy. And especially, it'll probably be localized in certain areas. So what's the plan to address that? I mean, I guess that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today. Is hypothetically, these are the realities we would look at right now. And how are we going to address those realities?
Well, thank you, Alan. Obviously, you asked some hard questions that are going to require some soul searching. Dan, let's hear what you've got to tell us. Hopefully some good news. I'm counting on you to have the wisdom of your Uncle Bill.
Great. Governor Little, Lieutenant Governor Bedke, members of the Water Resource Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Can everybody hear me okay? Is that better? All right. I was asked to give the Surface Water Coalition's perspective on water supply in the Snake River and the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. You guys really set me up. They're all great speakers. That we've got a big problem. Some of what I want to get into is some of the, kind of like when you're in football or basketball, the coach teaches you the fundamentals. You always got to get the fundamentals down, and I want to dig down a little bit on that, but a little bit of an overview first. The Surface Water Coalition has always been willing to stay at the negotiation table and work with the groundwater users. We might call each other names once in a while, but we understand that it's a big problem and we've got to work our way through it. And we don't want to see any of ag go out of business, but we have a limited quantity of water to work with, and we need to do a better job of managing this resource. The 2015 settlement agreement provided safe harbor to the groundwater districts that signed on to the agreement in exchange for reducing pumping by 240,000 acre feet a year or doing equivalent recharge. They also agreed to provide 50,000 acre feet of storage water to the Surface Water Coalition to help out. A lot of it is with the natural flow efficiencies for Twin Falls Canal Company. And as it goes, we signed the settlement agreement, and that was followed by some nice, wet, relaxing years. And it was great to see the aquifer levels go up, and then 2020 hit, 2021, 2022. And some of those districts that relied heavily on recharge water, they couldn't find the water to recharge with, but they still needed a pump. And so in 2021, 4 of the districts overpumped by 126,000 acre feet that year. And then in 2022, it was another 57,000. So not only didn't they reach their 240,000 cutbacks, they actually pumped more. It's important to note that most of the groundwater districts remain compliant. Out of 9 groundwater districts, only 4 of those districts overpumped. As Jay mentioned, groundwater pumping negatively impacts the reach gains in the near Blackfoot to Milner Reach, and those reach gains are the natural flow supply for the Surface Water Coalition canals. These impacts also affect the storage system too. After the irrigation season, the reach gains below Blackfoot are captured in an American Falls Reservoir as storage for the next season. And in 2022, that storage account in American Falls did not fill. And part of the shortfall is due to the overpumping of the groundwater districts. Dave Colvin is a groundwater expert for the Surface Water Coalition, and I asked him to model what those impacts of that 126,000 acre feet of overpumping looked like over a 3-year period on the storage fill to American Falls. And in 2022, he estimated an impact of 21,880 feet. The next 2 years weren't quite as bad. 23 was 9,800 acre feet, and 24 is 5,400 acre feet. The Surface Water Coalition canals are not the only ones injured by overpumping. In 2022, Aberdeen Springfield Canal Company shut off on the 9th of September, and they weren't able to turn on again to wet the spuds so they can dig them until the first part of October. Enterprise Canal is another one. They shut off on the 31st of July. Other canal systems were able to cut their flows back to keep water moving all season, but some of the water users had to make some tough choices. Some had to plant more grain, or they just stopped watering their alfalfa in June so that they had the water to finish out the potatoes and the corn and the beets. I want to switch gears just a little bit here. The first time I met Mark Gibbs was about 20 years ago, so I was pretty happy to see that he was the moderator for today. At the time, I was the manager for Bear River Canal Company, and he was the chair of the Last Chance Canal Company. I think we can learn a lot from the successes on the Bear River in the early 2000s. In 2003, 2004, the Bear River was in the middle of an extended drought. In fact, it was the worst in over 100 years. Along with surface water canal companies and irrigation districts, there's also, a lot like the groundwater users, there was folks that have individual water rights on the Bear River that were tangled up in a lot of meetings. We spent a lot of time in meetings before the irrigation season, and some of them were pretty intense. During the irrigation season, we had bi-weekly phone calls where we get on, and it was, okay, Mark, how much water are you using up there? Dan, how much water are you using down there? And we kind of go around the room. And there was just a feeling of a lack of trust for a long time, and because nobody really knew exactly how much water the other entities were using. At one point during one of the heated meetings we were in, the water master for Idaho claimed that he was going to allow the Idaho users to divert all the water and dry up the river at the border. And then some of the individual pumpers claimed that they were not going to shut off, that they were going to water until they finished their crop, regardless of whether it was their storage supply or Bear River Canal's natural flow supply. So at that time, Bear River Canal Company's board voted to make a call on the river to ensure that the natural flow passed down the river to our head gates. I always appreciated Mark's calm leadership in those meetings and his willingness to figure out ways to solve problems. This is where the fundamentals comes in. The way that the Bear River water users handled some of those issues during the drought are the same as they did on the Eastern Snake Plain. measurement, enforcement, and efficiencies. The Bear River water users focused on improving the data. They installed meters on all the points of diversions. Like the groundwater users on the ESPA, by law, it had to be done. But they took it a step further. They dug around, found some grant money through reclamation, and they used that money to create a website that tracked all the points of diversion on the Bear River in real time. And really, it took a lot of fight out of the meetings. You go to a meeting and everybody knew just exactly how much Mark was diverting or I was diverting, and all of the users all up and down the river, the individual users, we knew how much water they were diverting. So it wasn't a guessing game. It wasn't those dirty buggers are taking our water again. That's one of the fundamentals that we need to do on the Eastern Snake Plain. We've got the meters in on all the pumps. We need to do the maintenance on them, but we got to figure out a way to get that information out to everybody. Currently, groundwater users do not read the meters until after the irrigation season is over. Those meters need to be read at least once a week so that not only the other users, but so the individual user knows how much water they have, how much they've used, and how much they have left. Finding out that the groundwater users overpumped by 126,000 acre feet 6 months after the irrigation season is not acceptable. If they have weekly measurements, they would know where they're at, and it's a lot easier to manage what you have if you know how much you've used. The technology is out there. Currently, you know, a lot of farmers can access their pivot, turn it on, turn it off, do whatever they need to do from their cell phones. MID allows groundwater to surface water conversions on our system. The water user must install a meter on the pump, just like the groundwater pumps. We require electronic access to the meter. Each week, somebody in the office downloads the data, and we send it over to Water District 1 so it's allocated to against our storage account. Pivot packages are designed to deliver X number of gallons per minute. That's easily converted to acre feet, and it doesn't take much effort to determine the total amount of use in a season. Efficiencies. Back in the early 2000s, nobody came to Bear River and said, "Hey Dan, Bear River Canal Company needs to be more efficient. Why don't you take this money and go improve your system?" We didn't need that. We knew what we needed to do to get through the irrigation season. We needed to plant less water-intensive crops, so the crop balance changed on my system, so they knew that they would have enough. In 2004, we were cut to 50%. On a normal year, Bear River Canal Company has a storage supply of about 110,000 acre feet. In 2004, we had 42 or 47,000 acre feet. So we had to make a lot of cuts. A lot of the farmers up and down the Bear River did the same thing. They had to make those cuts as well. The groundwater users on the Eastern Snake Plain need to do that also. When they signed their agreement, they agreed to cut back by roughly 13%. By changing the crop patterns, they can get to those levels. Enforcement. So there were a few irrigators that ran out of water. Fortunately, all of the folks on the Idaho side shut off when they run out of water. It wasn't so on the Utah side. There was a few that refused to comply. They kept on pumping. They wanted to finish their corn crops and they weren't going to shut off until they finished. And we worked with the state engineer's office to get them to shut off, but they just refused. The state engineer didn't feel like they had the backing in the code to go and shut them off. So we went to work with the Utah legislature, and we beefed up the enforcement codes. We needed to convince them to increase the penalties for it, so that it hurt if they kept on watering. Not only was it a monetary penalty, but in the following year, those users had to replace twice the amount of water that they had used when they were diverting out of priority. And at some point, we're going to need the help of the Idaho legislature to beef up our penalties for diverting out of priority. Currently, the maximum penalty for a groundwater district, that a groundwater district can charge, is $100 per acre foot. That's far below the profit margin for most crops. And some growers are just willing to pay the fines and keep on irrigating. My time's just about up, so I guess I'll stop there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dan. I don't remember that Dan thought my demeanor was all that calm 20 years ago. Thank you, all the presenters. And you've obviously identified a lot of the problems that we do have on the system. It's easy to identify the problems. Finding the solutions becomes more difficult and more expensive. Are there questions? It looks to me like the chairman has a question or a comment.
Just a thought sprang to mind as you folks have been talking. I'm going to put Jackson on the spot. The 2015 settlement agreement made some assumptions, and those were based on the current groundwater model at that time, that if certain actions occurred, if there was pumping reductions of 240,000 acre feet a year and an average of 250,000 acre feet of recharge, we would see a significant response in the aquifer. We now know more than we knew then, and we have a new updated model that indicates that model that we used was a little optimistic. Maybe you could talk just for a little bit about using the current model and what kind of a time frame it would take to accomplish the same goal that was the objective of the 2015 agreement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Talking about models is fun. We always know they're going to be wrong. So, and things change. The department staff puts in a lot of work to update the model and calibrate it to new data and try and be as accurate as they can. The projections that Mr. Raybould was talking about increase the storage. When they recalibrated it, it increased the storage capacity of the aquifer, which means you have to put more water in the aquifer to raise the water level than you expected. So in essence, we went from being able to, projecting to meet the targets in somewhere around 2026 to meeting the target somewhere around 2043. So I think there was a fairly general consensus that was more accurate and it was more realistic. And I would hope as discussions continue, as we start getting past the drama that Jay talks about, we have to take that into account and like I said, be a little more realistic about the ability to make that difference in the aquifer. And just one more really quick thing about that is that when we run that model, we discount everything else that's going on in the system. You run it as if you can put in a stress and see exactly where it goes with that, with ignoring the weather patterns and everything like that. So by itself, it will never look like what those projections are, but it's a tool to try and guess or estimate where we're going to be in the future. So anyway, is that sufficient? Okay.
Any other comments or questions for the panel?
I'm just going to make a quick comment, Dan. You didn't solve all the problems on the Bear River before you left Utah. There's still a couple down there. So, and I'm trying to decide whether maybe you were the instigator because you come to Idaho and now we have this. So, we do appreciate you, Dan.
You know, it worked out really well because while I was on the Bear River, Randy Budge was the attorney for the Bear River water users on the Idaho side. So every time we'd get together, I spent 5 years in eastern Idaho managing an irrigation district there. So every time I sat down with Randy, I'd say, how's the water call going in Idaho? And when I moved up to Minidoka County, he says, you know, all those years, I probably shouldn't have said anything to you.
Well, again, I want to thank the four panel members for your input today and for enlightening us to the conditions that we're dealing with today. And with that, I think our assignment's done, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, one and all. Thank you for staying on time. We seem to be doing really good on time, and I think that's much appreciated. So we'll take just a minute here to reconfigure. Scott Pergrid from Idaho Power is going to be our next presenter, and we'll move to that in just a minute. Give these guys a chance to go back in the audience and breathe a sigh of relief. You all did well. In case I wasn't clear, this is not a break. What? So, we're moderatorless for Scott, but he's a known quantity. We'll call things back to order and turn the mic over to Scott to give us a little lesson on the Swan Falls Agreement and explain how we're doing with that.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Raybould, and thanks to the governor for hosting these super important discussions. As the Chairman mentioned, my name is Scott Puggard, and I'm an attorney with Idaho Power Company. For those of you who are new to Idaho, Idaho Power is a regulated electric utility that serves over 600,000 customers in a service territory that spans about 24,000 miles across southern Idaho and eastern Oregon. I'm here today to share the company's perspective on Swan Falls. And you can't talk about Swan Falls without a little bit of a history lesson. At least that's what John Simpson tells me. And we're going to start this out in 1966. In 1966, Idaho Power filed an application with the Public Utilities Commission to build a coal unit just outside of Boise. And our Public Utilities Commission told us that we could not do that. A short time after that, a number of Idaho Power's ratepayers filed a lawsuit against us at the PUC, directing us to protect our water rights. And as a result of that ratepayer action, the company filed a lawsuit against the state, saying that we had valid and protectable water rights at Swan Falls and other Mid-Snake facilities. Importantly, I think that at that time, the company realized that the Hells Canyon Complex water right was subordinated, and that was due in large part to a constitutional amendment in 1928 that subordinated all hydropower rights to upstream beneficial uses. State argued, and the district court ended up agreeing that because Hells Canyon's water rights were subordinated, all upstream water rights were also subordinated. And the company filed an appeal with the Idaho Supreme Court in order to gain certainty on the district court's decision. The Supreme Court ended up reversing that decision, saying that Swan Falls rights with priorities around 1910 couldn't have possibly been subordinated by the constitutional amendment that was passed in 1928. And so based on the Supreme Court's ruling, Idaho Power filed lawsuits to curtail upstream junior water users. And then in 1984, the Idaho State Legislature passed Senate Bill 1180, which would have protected irrigation uses from 1910 to 1984 that were junior to the Swan Falls water rights. But Governor Evans at the time ultimately vetoed that legislation, leading to the Swan Falls negotiations in order to resolve the water lawsuits. So what was at stake in the Swan Falls negotiations? Idaho Power had 8,400 CFS of unsubordinated water rights, consistent with Supreme Court decision. We also had an additional 1,600 CFS in water rights that were issued with the subordination clause pursuant to the constitutional amendment. And it was important to the company to protect those, the priority of those water rights. Swan Falls at the time had hit a historical minimum around the time of the ratepayer lawsuit of 4,500 CFS. So we were short, approximately 3,900 CFS. The state at the time argued that Idaho Power could not become the water master, and Idaho Power agreed with that position. We didn't necessarily want to become the water master, but if we had the ability to enforce all 8,400 of the CFS, or 8,400 CFS of our water rights, we would have effectively been the water master of the Mid-Snake. And the state's interest was also consistent with Senate Bill 1180. They wanted to protect both existing uses between that 1910 period and the 1984 priority range, and future uses and development along the Snake River. Ultimately, those negotiations led to a framework for resolution. The state and the company agreed to minimum flows at the Murphy gauge below Swan Falls of 3,900 CFS from March to November during the irrigation season, and 5,600 CFS from November to March. It created a trust, and we'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. And Idaho Power agreed to subordinate their water rights subject to the terms of that trust. The Swan Falls Agreement also created the Milner zero flow concept that we've talked about a little bit today. And important to the company, and I think to the department, this was always intended to be a framework. There was still a lot of work to be done, legislation to be passed, and management by the board and the department in order to implement that Swan Falls Agreement. So what is trust water? And I wanted to kind of give an example of a typical trust and the three components of a typical trust in order to kind of frame this. In every trust, there's trust property. A lot of times we think about that as money, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And then there's a trustee, and that's somebody who manages the trust for the benefit of the beneficiary, which is the person who's intended to be the beneficiary of the trust property. So in the Swan Falls context, the trust property was Idaho Power's water rights in excess of the minimum flows of 3,956. And so you take that 8,400 that we talked about just a minute ago, and the difference between that and the 3,956 is what was put into the trust as the trust property. The trust named the governor as the trustee for the trust property, and the beneficiaries as Idaho Power Company and the people of Idaho. Along the way, and we'll talk about implementation throughout this presentation, but the parties agreed that there would be a 20-year review of the trust of the new trust water rights, and a determination. And then more recently, in the new applications for trust water rights, the parties have agreed to a 5-year review. And then another important point in the implementation of trust water attributes is that it's the state's responsibility to administer the trust and not Idaho Power Company's. So how does this all work? And this is a really text-heavy slide, but it's basically that rights with a priority date that are junior to the Swan Falls Agreement or issued after 1984 that are in the trust water area are automatically considered trust water rights, with the exception of A-list rights as decreed by the SRBA, or rights above Milner Dam, and that's that Milner zero flow concept. But that's not it. Water rights with a priority date that are senior to the Swan Falls Agreement or issued before 1984 may still be considered trust water rights if that water right is a B-list right as decreed by the SRBA or is an enlargement. So the agreement, the Swan Falls Agreement, was settled in the framework was put together in 1984, and that lasted for about 6 years until the state started the Snake River Basin adjudication. And when the SRBA started in 1990, Idaho Power Company filed for water right claims at Swan and our other mid-snake facilities. At that time, aquifer recharge was also starting in earnest, and the company passed legislation in 1994 that indicated our water rights were not subordinated to water rights for recharge. And there was a back and forth until 2006 when then Speaker Newcomb proposed House Bill 800 that specifically subordinated all water rights for power purposes to recharge. That amendment was ultimately defeated. In response to defeating the amendment, the Idaho Attorney General filed a notice to change ownership with IDWR, claiming that the state held legal title to Idaho Power's water rights in excess of the Swan Falls minimum. And that instigated another lawsuit between Idaho Power and the state, where Idaho Power asserted that we owned the water rights and the state held the water in trust. The SRBA court said that by the plain meaning of the Swan Falls Agreement, the state holds the water rights in trust, which is an important distinction. And this ultimately began the negotiation for the 2009 Swan Falls reaffirmation. And there's a common theme in the Swan Falls reaffirmation, the framework for reaffirming Swan Falls. And the two main points there are that, again, it's a framework, there's still work to be done, and that it reaffirms the 1984 Swan Falls Agreement, and specifically the minimum flows, the trust water right concept, and Milner zero flow. It also recognized that recharge was a beneficial use and subordinated trust water to recharge. This is kind of a snapshot of where we are today, or more accurately, maybe where we are or where we were in 2022. As of, I think as of this date, the department has issued 4,090 trust water rights, and about 3,500 of those are groundwater rights and 500 of them are surface water rights. And you can see on this graph that we're at in 2022 near historic minimum flows. The blue line represents real-time data for Swan Falls flows, and the black line represents a 3-day annual average. The red line that you can kind of see at the bottom of that graph represents the historic minimum, and on this graph there is not the green line, which represents the average. I will tell you that in 2023, up until about a couple of weeks ago, we were looking a little better at Swan Falls, and the black line and the blue line were running a lot closer to the average flows at Swan Falls over the course of time. So the big question for the company and for, I think, the water community is how can the governor manage the trust for the benefit of the company and the people of the state of Idaho. It's something that Idaho Power has been in conversations with the board and the department on, and we certainly want to continue those conversations because the state of Idaho is growing really, really fast. And this slide will look a little bit familiar to you from Cresta's presentation earlier today. But we all know that Idaho is one of the fastest growing states in the nation. And in 2021, Idaho Power hit its all-time record for energy consumption. In 2022 was the lowest hydro generation year since Hells Canyon was put into service. And as we all know, hydro is one of Idaho Power's most valuable resources. In fact, hydro can be credited for Idaho Power having some of the lowest energy costs in the nation. And we as a company, rely on hydro to balance intermittent resources like wind and solar. And real frankly, resources like coal and natural gas are shrinking because of ongoing federal regulations. So this is my last slide, and it's back to Swan Falls and kind of currently where we're at. The company and the department are working together to determine the current status of trust water at in the Swan Falls implementation group. There are two components. One is technical technically focused and the other is policy oriented. The purpose of the implementation group is to work through the implementation of the 1984 Swan Falls Agreement and the 2009 Reaffirmation Agreement for the benefit of the beneficiaries. And what Idaho Power is looking for in those conversations is a firm and reliable water supply that allows Idaho Power to meet its obligations to provide affordable and reliable electricity for our customers in southern Idaho. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to have these discussions, and certainly open to questions.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Board members, Lieutenant Governor, Governor. I think the governor is fine letting the department and the board work some of these issues out. or he'll get a board that will. Now, we've got a lot of work to do, and we've had some preliminary discussions trying to figure out what to do and where to go. And I know as a board, we're anxious to continue to develop that conversation. And it's just one very important component to how we utilize the water supply in the state is hydropower. And we can't take that for granted. Okay, thank you, Scott. I think we're actually running ahead of schedule some more. We are due for a break at 3. No, we're not. We're moving on to North Idaho. So we need to get our next panel up here. We have our moderator in place. He's anxious. And we're going to turn the mic over to him in just a minute. But so if we could get our two presenters from North Idaho, here we go. I will turn it over to Mr. Barker. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like the room's thinning out a little bit, so they think that now we got past the ESPA, there's no problem in North Idaho, everything's fine up there. It's been a very interesting day today. The perspective of the issues that the state is facing right now. I think it's very important for everybody in the room and the state to understand. When I started practicing natural resources law 40 years ago, the idea in Idaho, the feeling in Idaho was that Idaho was very well blessed with lots of water. There were issues that needed to be dealt with, but they were mostly localized problems that people could solve between themselves. And then along came this lawsuit that Scott just talked about, the Swan Falls litigation. And it really began to dawn on people 40 years ago that, well, maybe these water issues that we're having are more widespread and more regional than just localized problems. And that the Swan Falls decision, as Scott explained, led into the SRBA, State River Basin Adjudication. And back in 1984, people were thinking, "Hey, then we'll take care of our southern Idaho issues, and the rest of the state's in pretty good shape. We don't have to really worry about that." Well, I think you're going to hear from our speakers today that we've got some issues in North Idaho, and as Joanne reminds me, North Central Idaho as well. And you've heard about the issues in Lewiston from the Lewiston Orchard Irrigation District and the tribe's perspective on that. And you can see that even in areas where we don't have extensive irrigation demand, like the Palouse, like the North Idaho areas, the Rafton Prairie and so on, we still have water issues that need to be dealt with. And what you're going to hear from Tyler Anderson today is that we've got problems in the Palouse. And I think what your perspective you'll take away from that is that we cannot conserve our way into a water supply. That we've got to be fairly creative in finding water supply. You saw the decline in the aquifer charts earlier today. And then you'll hear from Shelley Keene about some of the work that he's been doing, the department's been doing on adjudicating the basins in North Idaho. And those, when we started the SRBA, we weren't thinking about adjudicating North Idaho, but as people saw the benefits of the adjudication and understood the limitations on water supply, even in North Idaho, it dawned on people and convinced the legislature that we needed to, and the legislature in their wisdom agreed to fund these projects. So, fund these adjudications. So starting with Tyler Palmer. Sorry, Tyler, I misstated.
You're great.
I do know Tyler Anderson. I'm sorry about that. So Tyler is the chair of the Palouse Basin Aquifer Committee, which they call PBAC. He's also the deputy city supervisor for the city of Moscow, runs a fabulous program up there, and chairs the Government Affairs Committee for the American Public Waterworks Association. And he even gets to interact with EPA. And that's his most favorite thing to do of all. He does hold a master's degree in public administration from the University of Idaho, which led him to stay in Moscow. Shelley Keene, our second presenter, is Shelley. I thought you were the chief of the adjudication or allocation bureau, but I hear you are the regional operations bureau chief.
Yes, that's a fairly new development.
Oh. Shelley's been with IDWR since 1990. He was one of the originators of the SRBA, and then has been worked since then on allocating water among water users. Before joining Idaho Department of Water Resources, he went to Central Washington, but later learned that he would be better off at the University of Idaho and transferred there. And so I will turn the mic over to Tyler, and then go for it.
All right. I think I got that thing on. Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to speak on behalf of the Palouse Basin. Appreciate Governor Little organizing this very important summit, Lieutenant Governor Bedke being here, Chairman Raybould and the rest of the Water Board for their immense support for our efforts, and Brian Patton and his staff with the Water Resource Board. They all do an incredible job, and it's really been inspirational working in the state and working towards solving these problems. It makes us feel hopeful when we have a good patchwork quilt of government where each of us within our roles and responsibilities and our duties to the citizens of Idaho can work together to try and solve some of these really complicated problems. To me, there's not a problem I'd rather be trying to solve. Water's what kind of got me into government in the first place and what's kept me there. I think that it was probably the first role of government. It's the most common of common pool resources. It's the thing that we all share, irrespective of borders or nationality or philosophy, politics. We all use water and we all have to draw it from the same sources. And so I think that management of that common pool resource is a fundamental role of government. And so it really encourages me to have events like this where we talk about it and we can talk honestly and work together. In the Palouse Basin, as many of you saw, I appreciated Dennis's presentation earlier today. We're a tiny little basin up in the corner of the state. There's not a lot of land that's involved in our little basin. And as has been indicated, as I hear a lot of the talk from Southern Idaho, there's a lot of talk about agriculture. Agriculture really is a big conversation when it comes to water. The old saying that in the West, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. It sounds like water's for farming and fighting in the South. But up on the Palouse, well, we certainly have farming and very important farming. Anyone who's been there has seen our rolling hills. it's very fecund farmland, but it's dry agriculture. And so we have a little bit of an inverted problem there in that a lot of our solutions to our water supply problems involve some agricultural land potentially, but it's largely seen as an urban issue, an issue that impacts 2 states, 2 counties, 2 cities, and 2 universities. And so while it's a small basin, it has a disproportionate impact on ag statewide, on resources statewide, because as I imagine everyone in the room knows, Moscow is the home of the University of Idaho. And we are served in the Palouse Basin by a single source of water, which is our aquifer system. We have a shallow aquifer called the Wanapum and a deeper aquifer called the Grand Ronde. So the story of water is every city is a story of water. The reason any city in the world, you look on a map, the reason it is where it is because there was water available there. Without exception, that's the primary reason that any city is where it's at. And that's no exception on the Palouse. On the Palouse, that may not be really obvious when you look at a map because there are no large bodies of water immediately on the Palouse. We had the Water Resources Board up for meetings in Moscow recently and toured the area, and I recall sitting on a bridge overlooking Paradise Creek, and not really a raging torrent, Paradise Creek, but what there was at the time was artesian wells. We have very thick clay layers on the Palouse, and so as wells started to be drilled when they came into the region, the water just sprang out of the ground, and it was really, really productive wells. This is an image from a well that was just across the border in Pullman, Washington, producing 3 million gallons per day. But very quickly, as settlement happened and more holes started to get poked through the clay layers, the water levels began to decline. This is the boundary of the Palouse Basin. As you can see there, about 2/3 of the way over, we've got the Idaho-Washington border. And so the Palouse Basin just juts in enough to pretty much grab Moscow on the Idaho side and then spreads into Whitman County on the Washington side of the border. This is a profile view of the Palouse Basin, where you can see that we have our aquifer, we have basalt layers, sediments, basins, and then we have the bedrock that underlies it all. It's a difficult aquifer to study because it is fractured basalt aquifer, but there has been, as was indicated before, an immense amount of research done on this aquifer so that we could try to quantify the problem and identify alternatives, and there's been work done on this for many decades. The Palouse Basin Aquifer Committee is comprised of several entities working in cooperation. We've got the city of Pullman, Washington, Whitman County in Pullman, and Washington State University. The state entity in the state of Washington responsible for water resources is the Department of Ecology. And then on the Idaho side, we have the city of Moscow, Latah County, the University of Idaho, and then our partnership with the Idaho Division of Water Resources. So there's actually pretty good research on this basin. We have good data going back a long way. This chart goes back to 1935. And the one consistent has been that the water levels are declining in the Palouse Basin. We've seen historically a rate of decline that has been up to about 1.5 feet a year. It's down to about 0.5 foot, as was indicated earlier. And so we're going down about 0.5 foot per year now. That's good news that the rate of decline is slowing, but the fact of the matter is it's still declining. And as we look at our numbers, we simply can't conserve our way out. We have some of the lowest per capita water use numbers in the state, and very aggressive conservation programs, and know that we have to do more as far as conservation goes. But we know that we also have to be actively working toward an alternate water supply. This is indicative of just some of those impacts of conservation that we've had in the area. What you see here is the population growth against the water pumping. And so these are compared to the 1992 numbers, which was when we established a groundwater management plan in cooperation with the entities in PBAC. And so despite a 37% population growth, Moscow's pumping 3% less water. And so this is pretty remarkable effort on the part of our citizenry. But even so, we need to be actively working for an alternative. This chart indicates what I spoke to before. The rate of decline has come down, but also the water levels continue to come down. So we've been working for the last several years. We really pivoted from research to an action phase in our development of a water alternative. And we had work done through a series of studies to identify the potential alternatives and to begin to fill data gaps and vet out these alternatives so that we could identify which were the most feasible and cost-effective for us to pursue as alternate water supplies. We're lucky in that we have alternatives. You know, I think a lot of places look at their problem and there are fewer answers. We do have alternatives. Obviously, the water that we have now is the cheapest water that we'll ever have. We're pumping it out of the ground, chlorinating a little bit and putting it out. But we do have feasible alternatives. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on all of these, but do feel free. The Palouse Basin Aquifer Committee's website, it's palousbasin.org, has all of the detailed reports, any amount of the research that's been done that you might be interested in. But they involve everything from a diversion from the Snake River, some direct use, and also regional intake on the North Fork of the Palouse River with some aquifer recharge, a reservoir on Moscow Mountain, which when we say Moscow Mountain, a lot of people that are on the Wasatch Front or down along the Tetons sometimes scoff at our use of the word mountain for Moscow Mountain, but for us up there, it's a mountain. Also, just kind of a series of more of a money ball, smaller surface water sources that we can try to use to do some recharge, reuse, and additional conservation. And then what we kind of call Alternative 5, which is an update of a series of those alternatives with more direct use rather than storage and than aquifer recharge. These alternatives range in cost. We estimate between about $100 to $150 million. And we are really at the point where we are actively working on identifying, filling data gaps, and getting to the point where we can move forward an alternative on an aggressive schedule. We have had immense support from the Idaho side in this effort at the state level. We've very much appreciated the Idaho Water Resources Board and the Idaho Division of Water Resources. They've been very supportive of the efforts that we've put forward up to this point. And that's been helpful in our communication and efforts on the Washington side of the border as we look to keep everybody in alignment and working together toward a solution. So with that, I think that covers really what we're working on in our part of the state, and I guess we'll do questions perhaps later. So I'll turn it to Shelley.
Thanks, Tyler, and thank you, Governor Little and Lieutenant Governor Bedke, and Chairman Raybould, Member Barker, my colleagues at IDWR, and all of you here. Thank you for this opportunity today. As Al mentioned, my name is Shelley Keene. I'm the Regional Operations Bureau Chief at IDWR. That is a new development. Until just a few weeks ago, I was the Water Allocation Bureau Chief. My topic today is the progress of the Northern Idaho adjudications. And since time is short, go ahead and get right into it. So first, I want to talk very briefly about why we're adjudicating water rights in Northern Idaho. And then next, I want to recap the adjudication process, which will be a refresher for all of you veterans of the Snake River Basin adjudication. And then I'll update everyone on the progress of each of the 3 phases of the Northern Idaho adjudications so far. And if we have time, I want to end with some thoughts on the path forward from 2023. So why are we adjudicating water rights in Northern Idaho with all its big lakes and rivers and not much irrigated agriculture? What's the reason for this investment? Of course, the main reason for adjudicating water rights is to define property rights so we can reduce uncertain outcomes in competition for finite resources. In northern Idaho, water from the big lakes and rivers isn't available to every property. Lots of people there rely on small streams or springs or groundwater, as we just heard about, and supply doesn't always match demand. And furthermore, population growth in northern Idaho has been remarkable in the past decade or so. And over time, that population growth will put pressure on the water resources there. And just as an aside to reinforce this point, some numbers. Over the last 5 fiscal years, IDWR's northern region has received more than 5,000 well drilling applications and over 2,000 new water right applications. So defining water rights in northern Idaho will help existing water users protect their investments as growth occurs, and it will also help communities plan for and manage that ongoing growth. As for the aquifers and the big rivers and the lakes in northern Idaho, we share those basins with other states also. We just heard about the Palouse Basin aquifer shared by Idaho and Washington, and that's just one example of several. And we heard this morning from Governor Little, we heard him state how important it is to protect Idaho's water sovereignty. We need to make sure that Idaho's water rights are quantified and confirmed so we can protect them should interstate competition ever intensify. And finally, I'll just mention that another reason for adjudication is that in these state general stream adjudications, the United States is required to participate and have its water rights determined in state court. I won't get too deep into this point other than to say we prefer to have Idaho water rights determined by Idaho courts, not federal courts. So for those who haven't been through the adjudication process in Idaho, a basic overview of the institutional structure might be helpful. The Idaho legislature authorizes and funds general stream adjudications, and the northern Idaho adjudications received initial legislative approval in 2006. Then the adjudications are commenced and administered by the district court in Twin Falls, and that's Judge Wildman's court, same as in the Snake River Basin adjudication and Southern Idaho water matters. And then IDWR is a neutral technical advisor to the court. So IDWR is not a party. The water right claimants in the adjudication are the parties. So the adjudication process works like I'm showing on this slide. IDWR sends notice to the property owners, takes claims from the water users, investigates the claims, and submits recommendations called director's reports to the court. And then the claimants can object to the recommendations for either their own claims or the claims of others. And the court manages the objection process and issues decrees. And the decrees establish whether the water right claims are valid and what the elements, the quantification of those claims are. Claims based on federal law, IDWR does not investigate those, reports those to the court, and the court manages the confirmation process. So let's quickly talk about the 3 phases of the Northern Idaho adjudications. First phase, blue on the map here, is the Coeur d'Alene Spokane River Basin adjudication. It got started in 2008. The Palouse River Basin adjudication, yellow on the map, the Moscow area, it got started in 2017. And now we're also into phase 3, the Clark Fork Pend Oreille River Basin adjudications. That's green on the map here. And that got started in 2021. So as for legal issues in these adjudications, I think there are a few things that are simpler than veterans of the Snake River Basin adjudication will recall. One that comes to mind, we heard about earlier from Scott, is that we don't have unsubordinated hydropower water rights held in trust by the governor. A second is that we don't have the Bureau of Reclamation as a presence in these basins, so we don't have to deal with issues related to big storage water rights for irrigation purposes. And another that came to mind when I was thinking about the differences is that the Joyce Livestock and LU Ranches cases in the Snake River Basin adjudication limited the opportunity for the United States to claim stock water rights on federal lands, so we don't have a lot of BLM or Forest Service claims for stock water rights. But that doesn't mean that everything's straightforward. One major theme in the Northern Idaho adjudications is describing water rights for the big lakes. Under Idaho Code Section 674304, which was passed in 1927, the Idaho governor holds water rights in Priest, Pend Oreille, and Coeur d'Alene lakes in trust for the people of Idaho for aesthetics, recreation, commerce, and other purposes. And how those rights ultimately will be defined is something that's being worked on. And another theme, major theme in the Northern Idaho adjudications is defining tribal water rights for various purposes. So in the Coeur d'Alene Spokane River Basin adjudication, the CSRBA as we call it, a lot has happened since it got rolling in 2008. As you can see on this slide, courts decreed over 13,000 state law-based claims and over 1,000 non-tribal federal law-based claims. And as we continue to move through, remaining issues are resolution of the claims by the state of Idaho and Avista, the regional power utility, to water rights in Lake Coeur d'Alene, and also quantifying the claims filed by the United States for the Coeur d'Alene tribe. The district court in the CSRBA denied Coeur d'Alene tribe's claims for lake level maintenance and for off-reservation minimum stream flows, and the Idaho Supreme Court upheld those decisions. But still, the tribe has 284 claims for other sources and purposes that need to be worked through, and trial is set on the quantification phase of those claims for April of 2026. So we've also had tremendous progress in the Palouse River Basin adjudication. More than 80% of the 2,000 state law-based claims were for small domestic and stock water rights. And I've been told that the court will issue about 1,700 partial decrees for uncontested claims this month. So that's good progress in that adjudication. Our remaining issue in the Palouse River Basin adjudication involves treaties from 1855 and 1863 between the United States and the Nez Perce tribe regarding access to springs and fountains on land ceded to the U.S. And I understand that parties are currently in settlement discussions on this issue. And phase 3, the Clark Fork Pend Oreille River Basin adjudication, comprised of what we call administrative basins 96 and 97, that's just getting started. Claims taking for state law-based claims is mostly complete, with about 7,900 claims received, and the Forest Service and BLM have filed claims based on federal law, about 24 claims. But now we need to get into the investigation and reporting phase and then work through objections for that adjudication. And that will, of course, take several years. And among the important issues likely to be occurring in this adjudication are defining water rights, as I mentioned earlier, in Lake Pend Oreille and Priest Lake. So this slide shows IDWR's anticipated timeline for the Clark Fork Pend Oreille River Basin adjudication. Each column in that table, it represents a year, with 2021 on the left and 2031 on the right. And as you can see, we think we will submit 4 directors' reports, with the last one being in the year 2030 or so. We've got a ways to go. And finally, this slide is a high-level statement of the next steps in the Northern Idaho adjudication. And I want to just focus on the last bulleted item here. An important question is whether we continue and adjudicate water rights in the Kootenai River Basin on the Canadian border. The Kootenai is currently the only administrative basin in Idaho that has not been adjudicated or has not had authorization for adjudication, now that we've started adjudicating water rights in the Bear River Basin in southeastern Idaho also. And so as we get into the investigation phase of the Clark Fork Pend Oreille River Basin adjudication, I think it's also time to re-engage in discussions with water users and local leaders and legislators about whether adjudicating water rights in the Kootenai River Basin makes sense. I think thanks to a lot of heavy lifting in the Snake River Basin adjudication and in the 3 phases of the Northern Idaho adjudication so far, the legal and institutional framework really is in place. And it just seems to me that it's worth at least considering whether we forge ahead while we're equipped and we have the momentum. So with that, thank you. And Al, do we have time for questions?
I just wanted to add one thing I meant to say in the opening is that in 2011, the board approved a comprehensive aquifer management plan for the Rathdrum Prairie. So we've been looking at trying to help manage the groundwater resources up in the Rathdrum, and from the slides we saw, at least something's going right up there. So I think Jeff can pat himself on the back and say we did a good job, or at least the water users up there are doing a good job.
I believe it'd be the people in the area that are doing all the heavy lifting. Not going to take a lot of credit for that. I'd like to thank this panel, thank Al for moderating, and thank you folks for taking time to update us on what's going on in Northern Idaho. And with that, we've got about a 10-minute break, and then we'll get right back to it and try and wrap this thing up and get people out of town if they need to leave. Thanks. That's over. Okay, we're back. I'm sorry the chairman was remiss in getting us back on target at the appropriate time. We've got our next panel. Brian Olmstead is moderating. I'm going to turn it over to Brian, and he will see us through to the end of this session.
Oh, the end of this.
This session,
Yes.
yeah, not the day.
You're going to be really glad you stayed. Thank you, everybody. And Joanne's panel after me will be exciting too. And she's promised Xboxes out in the hall if anybody stays for the whole thing. So I've got the Boise River and a couple of really knowledgeable people here are going to tell us about the issues they've got. And first of all, I've got Bob Carter. He's been with the Boise Project for 23 years now, 5 as manager. And he didn't want me to tell you where he came from before this, but you can probably guess. And then I've got Mike Myers, who is the water master on the Boise River. He's been water master for 2 years now, Mike. And he worked for 5 years at Water District 63 before that. And prior to that, he has farmed a long time over in the Lake Lowell area, where he learned how to set siphon tubes. And he actually learned how to set siphon tubes by siphoning his neighbor's pickup truck's gas. So anyway, take it away, Bob.
All right, thanks, Brian. We don't have a choice where we're born, but it matters where we live. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Boise Project Board of Control and the challenges that we are facing when it comes to irrigation and urbanization, and some of the things that we're doing to be proactive in a changing world. So the construction of the New York Canal was started in the 1880s and completed in 1909. The engineers at the time had great vision and foresight to bring this precious resource to the area farmers and make the desert come to life. Without this vital piece of infrastructure, the Treasure Valley would not be what it is today. In 1926, the Boise Project Board of Control was formed to take over the operation and maintenance of the New York Canal and the irrigation infrastructure that it feeds. The Boise Project is the operating agent for 5 irrigation districts: New York Irrigation District, Boise-Cuna Irrigation District, a portion of Nampa Meridian Irrigation District, Wilder Irrigation District, and Big Bend Irrigation District, which is that portion of Oregon that's trapped on this side of the Snake River. Our purpose is to manage the irrigation facilities and other works transferred by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to these 5 irrigation districts and to deliver water to their landowners. These facilities are referred to as transferred works, and Boise Project delivers surface irrigation water from both Boise River water rights and reservoir storage rights in Anderson Ranch and Arrow Rock reservoirs, held by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Trust for the districts. The New York Canal is the main delivery canal, and in these early construction photos, I'd like you to notice the open spaces and lack of houses in this area when it was being constructed. So the New York Canal starts at Diversion Dam below Lucky Peak here in Boise and meanders 41 miles to Lake Lowell, an off-stream reservoir in Canyon County. It was originally designed for a capacity of 2,850 CFS, but over the years and the maintenance done, such as concrete and or asphalt overlays, we have a capacity today of approximately 2,450 CFS, which is more than the Boise River normally runs throughout the summer. Is comprised of over 1,500 miles of canals, laterals, and sublaterals, more than 10,000 individual structures, including headgates and check structures, and is operated by a full-time staff of approximately 100 dedicated employees. Improvement on the canals and laterals are done on a yearly basis, and they include but are not limited to piping, lining, and re-cleaning. This is a depiction of the changes and growth the Boise area has seen. Remember that first slide of the construction and the lack of houses? Well, things have certainly changed. In 1939, the Boise area population was approximately 25,000, and today the area has a population of approximately 240,000. This area has become highly urbanized, and in most of this area, the New York Canal sits on a bench up to 60 feet above most of the urbanization below it. Unfortunately, in 1955, there was a breach of the New York Canal in this area. A 200-foot section of the canal's north bank washed out, and damage was caused to property below the canal. I guess, fortunately, in 1955, the area was mostly farmland and had few houses, whereas in 2023, the area along the New York Canal is highly urbanized. The breach caused close to $100,000 in claims, an equivalent of $1,044,000 in today's dollars. If a breach were to occur today, the damage and destruction will be more severe and costly due to the high density of the homes and structures that have grown around the New York Canal, not to mention the potential for loss of lives. I find it a little ironic that the canal was constructed to bring water to the arid West, and with it a vibrant economy and lifestyle. And this same vibrant economy and lifestyle are some of the biggest challenges due to urbanization that we face today. So what are some of the ways that the Boise Project is trying to help with these challenges? The Boise Project has 5 low-head hydropower plants within our system, which provide clean, no carbon footprint power to many homes and businesses. 4 of these operate only during the irrigation season, but Arrow Rock Power Plant, located at the Arrow Rock Dam, can operate throughout the year, depending on the water level of Arrow Rock Reservoir. The Boise Project has also automated over 42 head gates, including the head of the New York Canal. This is in an effort to stabilize and more precisely control flows, prevent loss from spills, over deliveries, and to conserve water. And we try and automate at least one site every year, depending on funding. And since the New York Canal was designated as an urban canal of concern by the Bureau of Reclamation, the Boise Project has been working proactively on rehabilitating and improving the canal to today's modern standards. In the summer of 2022, the Bureau of Reclamation performed a seepage water loss survey to quantify the amount of seepage loss in a 7.7-mile stretch of the New York Canal, which encompasses a 6-mile stretch through the Boise Bench area. This survey aligns with a study that was done in 1997 by the USGS over the same stretch. The Bureau study shows the loss over these 6 miles to be, on average, 29,370 some acre feet annually. So we feel by lining this 6-mile section with a modern lining system to help prevent seepage, the conserved water will remain in the reservoirs longer, making it easier to refill the system, benefiting fish and wildlife species in and around the reservoirs. The conserved water will also be available for our patrons in low water years, and we can continue producing clean hydropower for longer periods. And by upgrading and modernizing the canal by using advanced materials in an effort to decrease the risk of a canal breach, we will help ensure public safety and the continued reliability of this vital piece of infrastructure, thereby ensuring Idaho's agricultural economy can continue to flourish. So let's talk about the liner project. The design for this improvement has been approved by the engineers of the Bureau of Reclamation and includes a geocomposite membrane that consists of polyester nonwovens bonded to a polyethylene geomembrane and capped by 6 inches of steel reinforced concrete. We start by ripping out any of the old liner, if it is lined, and over excavating the prison of the canal the day after water goes out of the canal. The reason we over excavate serves 2 purposes. First, when we backfill and compact the material, we're compacting it to today's engineering standards. And second, we're trying to build back to the original capacity of 2,850 CFS. We then reshape the canal prison and compact both the sides and the floor, prepping the canal for the geocomposite membrane and steel reinforced concrete. The geocomposite membrane, the thickest Husker liner available, is then placed in the canal. If you notice the trench there, that's where we will leave a tag end so that we can attach to the following year another section of the liner. The seams are hot glued together, and once sealed, it's virtually one continuous piece of material. This liner is inert to biological degradation and naturally encounter chemicals, alkalis, and acids. The liner has superior puncture resistance and increased interface fraction properties that allow the liner to be deployed directly in contact with existing soils and steepened side slopes. The life expectancy of the liner is 50 years, and with the 6-inch steel reinforced concrete cap added to it, we feel we should get 75 to 100 years. It has been deemed virtually bulletproof. Next comes the laying of the form boards and steel mats for the placing of the 6-inch thick steel reinforced concrete. The concrete is then placed and worked with a roller screed to give it a nice smooth finish. As you can see, it is quite a process, but after 10 years of experience with this, we have become pretty efficient. However, due to time, budget, workload constraints, and our crew size, we are only able to complete between 400 and 600 linear feet per year, and at that rate, it'll take us over 50 years to complete this 6-mile stretch of the highly urbanized area in Boise. Now for the good news. Thanks to Governor Little, Lieutenant Governor Bedke, the Idaho Water Resource Board, and the Bureau of Reclamation, the Boise project has been fortunate to receive funding awards in the form of grants and loans, which will enable us to complete the 6-mile section in approximately 6 years versus the 50 years. And we feel that we are doing our part to help ensure the public safety of the thousands of people who have encroached on this vital piece of infrastructure due to urbanization over the past decades. By lining this section and conserving water that will remain in the reservoirs, we can continue to produce clean hydropower, and the conserved water will still be available to water users, which benefits us all. The New York Canal contributes to an agriculture economy of over $1 billion annually, as well as other indirect economic impacts. Reliable water is paramount to sustained agricultural production that keeps the communities in this area vibrant and productive. Through the 5 irrigation districts that are served by the New York Canal, close to 50% of the irrigated lands in Ada and Canyon counties are affected by this canal. Also, the expected annual water savings of 29,000 acre-feet per year will remain in the reservoirs longer, making it easier to refill each year, and it will be available to agricultural producers more reliably during times of drought. This project will play a small but important part in strengthening the water supply sustainability by allowing the conserved water to be utilized instead of seeping into the ground, thereby keeping the diversions down and the reservoirs at a higher level. The water conservation will also decrease the demand and usage on city water and wells, which benefits groundwater levels. So to wrap up, we at the Boise Project feel that we are proactively working on solutions to the challenge that we all face due to urbanization by providing annual water savings, safety, reliability of the New York Canal, economic contributions, and clean, reliable hydropower that will benefit not only our patrons, but the entire Treasure Valley. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and we'll try to keep this brief so everybody can get out of here. My name is Mike Myers. I'm the Water Master for Water District 63. I've been with the Water District for 5 years, Water Master for 2. And I just want to tell you about a couple of projects the Water District's working on. So first of all, 2 years ago, we wanted to start a project that gives us real-time monitoring on the Boise River, meaning that we wanted to see what each diversion was taking out of the river in real time. We started the project 2 years ago through a Bureau of Reclamation grant and funds from the Idaho Water Resources Board. And I'm happy to say today that we are about 85% done with this project. Last year, we were unable to get accounting in a reasonable timeline. We would put out accounting to the water users on the Boise River about once a week. We now have that capability to do it daily, which is a huge step for our water users in the Boise Basin, especially to the small users that rely on natural flow and don't have a lot of storage. We should be fully wrapped up with a few pumps here in the next few weeks. And the way this works is we put on, or we install transducers in our open ditches, and we put on telemetry units on our flow meters. and we get all that information via dashboard directly to our office. And the really nice thing about it with the partner we're working with is we're able to take that data with a click of a button, send it to the IDWR. They've now built us a portal that we're in the midst of testing, that we can send that data all at once to them, and they shoot us back the report within as low as 15 minutes. So we're really excited about that and what that's going to do for water savings on the Boise River. And with the success of that project, it brings up what keeps me up at night. So I'm going to go into this. So our next project is called the Treasure Valley Water Supply Assessment and Sustainability Project. And just for those of you that know Dan Steenston, he's the one that came up with that name. So it's a mouthful, and we really should change it. But I mean, I don't have to tell everybody, you know, that the Valley and Idaho's growing. I think it's been said many times today, we've been discovered, and it's the truth. So these are just some pictures of urbanization and the drains and the canals in the Treasure Valley. So the one I want to focus on is the bottom left. The greens are the canals that start up by the Boise Project at Diversion Dam. And you can see the intricacy, and these are just the main canals. These are not laterals or not all of the laterals, I should say. And this is only on the south side of the river. And then you can see on the bottom picture there, the drains. This is a network of drains. For those of you who are not familiar, the Bureau of Reclamation in the early 1900s, I don't have the exact dates off the top of my head, dug a series of drains to relieve the water because of furrow irrigation. We were doing such a good job of irrigating the land that it became alkali or flooded or however you want to call it, and the ground was no longer farmable. So the Bureau of Reclamation, in conjunction with the farmers and the state, dug drains back to the river. So the drains are a great thing. They've supplied us with a reusable water source below Caldwell. I will say that in the Boise, and we're a little unique, we do not deliver any natural flow out of the reservoirs below Caldwell on the Boise system. So all the water that's diverted out of the Boise River is reused water from the drains. And what happened, well, I'll go into that in the next slide, sorry. So this is the mean monthly flow for all gauge drains. USGS monitors all our drains at the mouth of the drain in the Boise River, and these are our 10 major drains. And you can see that in the summer months, they go up as expected because of the irrigation runoff, and in the winter months, they go back down. So that's the water supply that above the average, that's the water supply for the lower Boise River. Like I said, they receive no natural flow out of the upper basin. So why are drains important to water supply on the Boise River? I've covered most of that. On average, 1,300 acre-feet of water is supplied to the users below Caldwell on a daily basis, 1,300 acre-feet, sorry. This is roughly 234,000 acre-feet of water in an irrigation season. So when we started putting these numbers together, we quickly realized that that's about the size of the capacity of Arrow Rock. About 40,000 acre-feet shy is what's delivered to users below Caldwell. This is a quarter of our storage supply in the Boise system. Here's another, this is Mason Creek, the 5-year average of Mason Creek. And why I put this slide up is you can see trends, and they're not good. They're showing downward trends, especially in the month of August and September. You can see that over the last 5 years, it's just plummeting. And for those of us who are managers in the Treasure Valley, we've noticed this for years, that the trends the drains are drying up. So when I took over as water master, one of our first projects was to look at this. Some of you may notice this funny looking sheet, some of you may not. This is how we account for water in the Boise and other areas of the state as well. But why I brought this up, if you'll notice the big red box in the middle, it says remaining natural flow, and you'll see the 127 number there. On this day, June 30th in 2022, we had roughly 250 to 300 CFS of deliveries on that day. The only natural flow available to these people was 127 CFS. And the only reason we didn't physically dry the river up is because we had flow augmentation water in the river on that day. Because we did not have the ability to run accounting daily, we did not catch this for a week. So this event lasted for about 5 days. And when we all caught wind of this, Bureau of Reclamation caught wind of it, and we started to panic a little bit. This also happened last year. And one of the questions I get this year, being we have a good water year, is how did it look so far this year? And I will tell you that 2 weeks ago, we were 11 CFS from drying up the river. It happened on a Sunday, and we did not have any flow augmentation water in there. So even on a good year, it's happened again. We expect it to continue happening. So we went out and quickly made a partnership with HDR Engineering, Dan Stevenson with Sawtooth Law, to try to wrap our minds around which drains were the problems. They ran this quick analysis of all the drains that day, compared it to the 5-year average. And you can see Mason Creek, South Middleton Drain, and North Middleton Drain are our biggest culprits. And if you study the urbanization charts enough, you'll notice that Mason Creek drainage is the largest drainage of urbanization in the Treasure Valley. And we were missing about 140, 150 CFS. That's where it was. It was all from the drains. We found it. We knew it was, but we wanted to put numbers to it. So one of the things, as water managers, you always get asked, so what? What are you going to do about it? So the first thing we want to do is we want to try to better understand how long we have. I was looking at that Eastern Snake Plain chart over the last 50, 60 years, and it's, it took years and years to get down to that point. We want to know how far on that downward trend are we? So what we plan on doing is taking our automation project or our telemetry project and expanding that into the drains. We're going to measure the drains, the sub-watersheds, the watersheds as a whole, and try to figure out, is it management practices? Is it the shallow aquifer diminishing? And we want to use this data and tie it into the state's groundwater model as well. So we plan on installing these telemetry sites at key canal crossings, diversions. We want to coordinate that with the water managers, the Boise Projects, Nampa Meridians, the pioneers of the world, so that they can use the information too. We want to develop a Boise River mass balance where we measure inflows, record diversions, and determines what isn't being measured. And then completed a drain flow trend analysis. Phase 2, we want to correlate the changes in land use, operations, climate, water supply availability, and groundwater to change in flows. We want to evaluate flow records to quantify historic and ongoing changes, and develop models to estimate changes in fluctuation of influential factors. One of the big things that I wanted from this project is we wanted to be able to share this information with land use planners. I think one of the key things in the Treasure Valley and across the state is irrigation managers and leaders need to coordinate, collaborate, and share information with land use planners, with people that make the decisions on where the subdivisions goes, how the land is used. So we want to take all this information, give it to those folks so that they can make better informed decisions on what goes on in the Treasure Valley. Phase 3, we want to develop a water supply management and mitigation plan. Right now, we're looking at alternative, anything really. We're looking at, is there extra storage? Is there a rental pool? Is there better ways we can manage the river? There's nothing off the table. One of the things I want to say, and I appreciate about the Eastern Snake Plain, is we have the luxury here in the Treasure Valley, because our water supply is relatively stable. We have the luxury to learn from some of the mistakes gone on there, and hopefully put to use what worked there and what didn't here. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to take all this diversion data on the river and on the drains, and we're going to put it on a website so anybody can publicly access it. We'll make all that information downloadable to where anybody at any time can use what they need. So that is one of the things that we want to do with this drain project. And I think that's pretty much all I got.
Mike, I've got one question for you, and I gave you a little advance warning so you could prepare, because I know it's complicated accounting on the Boise system, but the Water Board's committed to raising Anderson Ranch Dam and developing 29,000 new acre-feet of storage. We think it's important for future supply, but we also know that we can't fill it all the time. So my question is, if you've run the accounting on this year, which was a pretty good water year, but last year wasn't so good, would the new storage in Anderson Ranch have filled on a water right perspective?
Yeah, Brian, it's a good question. So the quick answer is yes, it would have filled this year. However, that's not taking into account Cat Creek or Elmore County. The department is still running the numbers, but it doesn't look like it would have filled if those two water rights were active. So, like I said, that's just preliminary. I don't have the exact final numbers yet, but that's what it looks like. So.
Okay, back to me. Okay, I would like to thank our panel and our moderator. I have another question.
Well, I do.
Yeah.
So this to Bob, with the Treasure Valley aquifer model up and working, we modeled the results of lining the canal. So, that 29,000 acre feet of savings is someone's incidental recharge. And so we modeled that in the Treasure Valley aquifer and know about where those impacts will be.
So I know that model is available. I'm, not aware of if they've had the final results out to let us know. However, we feel there's a high water table there currently. That's been proven too. And that 6 mile section, we don't feel that it's going to impact anything there. It's been lined in sections since the 50s for sure. Correct. And it hasn't really impacted anybody in that reach. And that's the reach we're mainly concerned with.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have another quick one for Mike. So with the installation of all the real-time data collection and automating the system, have you been able to quantify the water savings by going to the automated system?
Not yet, Lieutenant Governor. We're still in the process of collecting the data for the water season, and then we'll compare it to last year. So we'll hopefully have that by the end of the season.
So this is the first year where that information be available?
Yes.
Okay. I can't help myself. So is it looking better?
Yeah. Without going too crazy in the weeds, but it is looking better. We've, from an administrative standpoint, how do I phrase this?
Carefully.
We've caught a lot of cheaters. It's been eye-opening because having been on the Boise for 5 years, I didn't really think it was out there. Maybe some incidentals, but there's been a few instances where it's been pretty blatant. So I think the savings is going to be very measurable. how it shakes out in the end, we'll have to wait and see, but we will put that out.
In the 5 figures measurable, or just the 4 figures measurable?
I hate to speculate now. I'm hoping 5, but more realistically, probably 4.
My point is if you put your 5, your nearly 5, with his 29,000, that's real water that stays up there, and good on you guys is my point for taking the steps. So, we're not creating more water. We're just we're using what we have better, and I think that that's an example that will benefit each of the regions we've talked about today.
Mr. Chairman and Lieutenant Governor, to answer your question about the evaluation of the loss of water or as a result of the canal lining, Bureau of Reclamation is in the process of completing an environmental assessment, and they believe that there is essentially no impact because of the area and because of the comments that Bob said about there already being canal lining in much of that region.
Okay, Brian.
I think I just wanted to add one thing to what Bob said. You thank the governor and lieutenant governor and the water board for helping do the Boise project liner. And we can't forget the legislature gets us a lot of money that they trust to the water board to do good things with. And the department staff does so much work to get those grants and everything administered.
Yep.
And the Bureau.
Okay, I think we can wrap up this session in one more round of musical chairs. We'll put our last panel in place. That'll be moderated by Okay, thank you for that. The next session will be moderated by the Vice Chair of the Idaho Water Resource Board, Joanne Cole-Hansen. In the event that the moderator can't complete his task today, Joanne will be on deck to wrap this thing up at the end.
Thank you, Chairman Raybould.
Okay, all right. Let's let everybody get situated and then go ahead and introduce your panel, Joanne.
Okay. My package. All right. Well, we've heard from several people today regarding the complexities of managing water in Idaho. And I just want to relay that my retired fishing game spouse would manage the complexities with the person holding a shotgun. This is a much nicer environment, I have to say. That wasn't as funny as I thought it was going to be. The complexity in the Wood River Valley Basin number 37 is not unique in that regard. What may be unique is how they came together to work on and continue to work on resolving these issues. We have two speakers who have been involved with water issues in that basin for decades. Our first speaker is Cooper Brasi. Cooper Brasi is a second-generation farmer from Shoshone, Idaho. He and his family farm several hundred acres along the Littlewood River, where they produce a variety of food and seed crops and livestock forage. Today, Cooper is here to represent the Big Wood and the Littlewood Water Users Association, a group of water users having senior surface water rights in Water District 37. Please welcome Cooper.
Is that how this works? There we go. Thank you, Board Member Cole-Hansen, and thank you, Mr. Governor, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Chairman Raybould, and members of the Water Board. I think I can't speak for Judd exactly, but I will say that both he and I are excited to be here today and share some perspective on what has transpired over the recent few years in the Big Wood and Littlewood basins. So again, my name is Cooper Brasi, and our group of senior surface water users over the past, I would say, 10 years came together to work on water issues that we saw developing in our basin. And we reached out over time to groundwater users, and I think we've come to a pretty good place right now. And the Water Resource Board asked us to share some of that today. So I'll hit a few topics and try to stay at a high level. I think it's really important that I share with you a little bit of the history of how things came to be, hit some of the main elements of our management plan we've developed, and some of the key things that led to that plan and how we came to an agreement, and maybe some of the things that we need to have for sure to keep moving forward. So starting with history, I think we need to acknowledge that there's a lot of places you could start about water discussions in Idaho, but I'll start in 1991 when the Bigwood River Groundwater Management Area was formed. Since that time, there have been no new unmitigated groundwater rights allowed in that region. And we'll skip ahead to 2010 when there really became an increase of interest in monitoring surface water and groundwater. And several really impressive and really important technical studies in the basin began by USGS and IDWR. In 2015, the Wood River Water Collaborative formed, and this was an NGO-led effort to get people in the same room together to talk. And that was really productive at times and challenging at other times. It's a lot of meetings over donuts and coffee. And sometimes it's hard to characterize progress, but I think in the end, that was important. In 15 and 16, 2 groundwater districts were formed. In 15 and 17, water delivery calls from our members were issued on the upstream junior rights, and all those calls were dismissed in the end. In 2018 and 2020, informal discussions amongst the user groups and stakeholders really began in earnest, and that included, technical experts in the room talking about hard figures and hard numbers. So that in 2020, 2 different approaches to groundwater and surface water management were proposed, one from our side and one from the groundwater groups. And this led Director Spackman to form an advisory committee for the groundwater management area. The committee met quite a bit, but in 2021, the committee really couldn't develop a management plan that was adequate to respond to the drought conditions of that time and the related supply shortages of senior users. So the director curtailed junior groundwater rights in the Wood River Valley for 10 days. You heard reference to that earlier from Mr. Bromley. Pretty quickly, within 10 days, a suitable mitigation plan was developed, and that allowed everyone to kind of get back to work, negotiating and talking. And through the fall of 2021 into early 2022, these really lengthy and detailed negotiations resulted in a management plan. So some of the main elements of that plan, well, let me back up. Let's just say that it's a really multifaceted plan. It's not a one-size solution. It allows as many people as possible access to water while promoting aquifer health and honoring priority doctrine. So right out of the gate, there's scaled reductions in groundwater withdrawals based on the year's projected water supply. So this plan really tries to right-size the use and the expectations of use relative to the available supply. We have a target stream flow, and this is really important because this is a single metric by which we can judge our actions, and a whole bunch of different actions can contribute to it. We're not getting distracted by tons of different metrics that we can put on the screen and judge and quantify. It just honestly says, look, we need a certain amount of water in the stream. However you do that, let's get it done. This is furthermore, this is important because it recognizes there's value in having water in the stream for the stream's own sake. In our area, we have a river running through a desert, and there are significant recreation and wildlife values, and those values can coexist with irrigation values. And the stream flow is important because it encourages active management on a daily and weekly time frame. We just heard from speakers who are changing their mode of monitoring from larger timescales to smaller timescales, and that makes a difference in their operations. So rather than just checking on things at the end of the season, well, how'd you do? How'd it go? Well, that's too late. We have to be on the ball more every day, every week. The plan allows for delivery of storage water in times of deficient stream flows. The plan includes annual fallowing of formerly irrigated ground. And this is really important because it acknowledges we're overtapped. And from my memory, this came into the agreement at the suggestion of the groundwater users, and I have to credit them for recognizing that the system is overtapped in our neighborhood. We also have a fund that monetary contributions go into according to the amounts of withdrawal. This fund is aimed towards developing conservation efficiency enhancements and infrastructure development. And this is important because it allows access to the plan benefits, safe harbor from curtailment, from groundwater users who are not members of a groundwater district, but who wish to get that safe harbor. And this is something, again, that Mr. Bromley referred to and has worked well in other locations. And so far, we're having pretty good luck with it as well. So you can see we have a variety of things in our plan that try to give an opportunity for a lot of folks to participate. Now, from the perspective of our group of senior surface water users, there are a number of key things contributing to the agreement we came to. I don't know that there's any one thing, but in collection, it really began with those years of informal discussions among user groups and the NGOs and non-governmental organizations who supported the process. And the floor of that really was a Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart grant. So we have to acknowledge that support, and we're very thankful for it. You can't argue that the curtailment of junior groundwater users in 2021 caught everyone's attention. It really showed how serious the situation was. And we still see the ripple effect of that people understand now much better. I really need to acknowledge the active facilitation of plan development by IDWR staff, and including the technical staff who provided data, who answered questions. I have to thank staff in the Water Compliance Bureau, the Water Allocation Bureau, regional operations staff, hydrology section staff, and people I'm sure we never saw a trace of, but who operate in the background. It's as simple as someone who's out checking the rating curves on stream gauges, because we're looking at stream gauges daily, and we don't really know what's going on when we can't adjust the program. And it's as simple as staff making sure we have time and space to meet under really stressful negotiation conditions. So we really appreciate that support. In a similar way, another thing that contributed to the agreement was involvement by Water Resource Board members during negotiations. So we're very thankful of their time to guide us and help us understand what we might be overlooking. So thank you very much, board members. We also want to thank board members for their contributions to our Conservation Efficiency Fund. We really needed a kickstart to get that going, and that was provided, and it's been very helpful. We've completed one very large infrastructure project, a canal lining project, and there are several other projects in the queue, which our group will review and consider funding in the coming weeks, actually. Another really key thing contributing to the agreement was its length. The term of the agreement is relatively short. 3 years. We struggled to agree on everything. There wasn't a single person who was happy with everything, but we all thought we could sit down and for 3 years tough it out and see how it worked. And 3 years was long enough, in our view, to try things and learn, but not so long that we got tied into something that we may not want to do. And we're still working out the kinks. I think Judd would agree with that. I think everyone on both sides of this challenge we face would agree that we're still figuring out how to implement our plan, things we haven't implemented, things we thought we would have implemented that haven't been. So, we're learning along the way. So for a plan to be, re-upped or be successful in the long term, from our viewpoint, we really need to engage in and implement practices that support aquifer health and improve aquifers' resilience. We have to be scaling water use to the available supply, and we cannot continue to overdraft our system. We really just need some of the wet water in the streams that derive from the aquifers to support our rivers and serve our senior water rights. To do that, we're going to need continued support from IDWR and the legislature through increased funding. As a really specific example, we have a technical working group in our, as part of our advisory committee. And we asked that technical working group a lot of questions, and without them coming back with real answers, we can't make good management decisions. So the IDWR leadership of that technical working group is really important. So I've really zipped through things here pretty quickly, but I didn't want to say much more than that. Judd and I don't really have any slides, but we did think this map would be helpful for everyone to understand sort of the geography and the scale of the system and all the interconnectedness of the different parts. Thank you, Member Cole-Hansen.
Thank you, Cooper. Our second speaker today is Judd McMahon. He was born and raised in the Wood River Valley and has lived throughout Blaine County from Silver Creek to Ketchum. He farmed organic produce near Bellevue for 13 years and currently farms 50 acres of grass and alfalfa for hay. He has been a director of the Galena Groundwater District since its inception. Judd?
Okay, well, thank you all very much. Thank you, Board Member Cole-Hansen, and thank you all for wanting to hear about what is cooking here in the Big Wood River Basin. Many stakeholders came together over many years to create the Big Wood River Water Management Area, but it took an unsuccessful 2015 water delivery call by surface water users for concerned groundwater users to begin to take seriously the reality of conjunctive management. After the call was dismissed, casual conversations started between some of the invested parties from both surface water users and groundwater pumpers. Meanwhile, a larger coalition of representatives from surface water users, groundwater districts, NGOs, cities, counties, and state representatives would meet regularly to air it all out. The Wood River Water Collaborative would prove to be an invaluable facilitating understanding between all of the parties. Due to some of their efforts, the South Valley Groundwater Districts and the Galena Groundwater Districts were born. The two groundwater districts divide the basin into two areas. The South Valley Groundwater District encompasses the southern part of the valley and is comprised of mainly agricultural farmland, while the Galena Groundwater District encompasses the basin to the north. Before the enactment of the management plan, South Valley Groundwater District used around 68% of the groundwater being pumped in the Big Wood River Basin between 2015 and 2022 as an annual average. Some of the water users in the South had abandoned their surface water rights in the 70s because groundwater rights were more reliable. But with the implementation of the conjunctive management, the trade-off was coming with a price. Their membership currently irrigates 19,000 acres by way of 180 wells. The Galena Groundwater District area includes the cities of Sun Valley, Ketchum, Haley, and Bellevue, in addition to the numerous subdivisions, countless individual water rights servicing between 1 and 20 acres, and of course, all those golf courses and world-famous Bald Mountain. I did not get paid to say that, by the way. The municipalities declined to participate in the groundwater district and entered into a separate agreement under this management plan. Between the cities and non-consumptive users, there are 168 water rights to my knowledge. Before the enactment of the management plan, these entities pumped close to 19.4%, once again on that rolling, on that 2015 to 2020 usage average. The rest of the district, meaning all those subdivisions and golf courses, were pumping about 13.3% using that same average. There are 354 active water rights to account for with an allocated total of 82.66 CFS in the Galena Groundwater District. The groundwater users on the Camas Prairie are involved in ongoing discussions and studies in coordination with the department to assess their potential impacts on Magic Reservoir. In 2020, the two groundwater districts submitted a groundwater management plan to IDWR for the director's consideration. I, as one of those authors of the proposed management plan, will only speak for myself, but I will simply apologize to those in the department who were compelled to read it. I don't believe that we had the expertise to devise a plan of this magnitude. In fact, I'm actually certain of it because the director quickly rejected the whole thing. Wisely, however, he requested a document from the surface water users which listed their desires so as to create a starting point for negotiation rather than litigation. 2020 was also a turning point, not just for negotiations, but also for public buy-in. By midsummer, water levels in Silver Creek had slumped as temperatures rose. The fishing stock was in jeopardy, which meant that every angler, local or visitor, knew that the creek and their beloved fishing spot was in danger. Sometimes it isn't easy to get to the rich and powerful to pay attention, but if you take their recreational activities and jeopardize them, they will listen up. Informed by the two documents supplied by the groundwater districts and the surface water users, the director personally initiated what would soon become the Big Wood River Groundwater Management Area Advisory Committee. Shelley Keene and Tim Luke would become the ringleaders extraordinaire, managing the discussions as they proceeded over the following months. The committee was informed by hydrologists by both parties, as well as the department's resources, including heavy use of computerized water modeling. Jennifer Succo worked endlessly to provide informative charts and explanations for the models she ran, and she would conduct for the group as target points changed and altered over the courses of negotiation. Her command over the software would determine many of the actions that the groundwater users would ultimately be required to perform under the management plan. After many iterations and discussions, streamflow targets at Station 10 were determined at 32 CFS as a starting point in order to apply 1886 surface water to the Big Wood and Little Wood losers. Once we had arrived at a specific target flow and location, Mrs. Succo determined how many acres were to be fallowed. The plan dictated the fallowing of 1,500 acres in the South Valley Groundwater District annually, with additional reductions in groundwater consumptive use of up to 17,016 acre feet if it is predicted to be a super dry year. In addition, Galena Groundwater District is required to fallow up to 500 acres. This requirement, however, is unlikely to succeed for this district. Small acreage parcels make it difficult to fallow, and the groundwater districts have limited options to compensate and incentivize for this sacrifice. We managed to scrape together 18 acres in 2022, and although we report over 200 acres for this year's fallow, it's only due to a change in use from one single parcel. Another aspect of this plan is the shortened season of use for all groundwater users. Now, groundwater users may pump from May 1st to September 15th, with special considerations for specialty crops, including seed potatoes, cover cropping, etc. I think all users will be very interested to quantify any accumulated aquifer charge at the end of the year due to this abbreviated irrigation season. SEEF, mentioned by Cooper earlier, has been generously funded by IDWR. In addition, the Camas Prairie users contribute $10,000 annually to this fund, and the cities and non-consumptive users were obligated to fund the SEEF amounting to $10 per acre foot of withdrawals. It was established to fund infrastructure and efficiency project within the management area and to assist in purchasing water storage for surface water users. As Cooper mentioned, the canal lining project was completed in 2022, and with the assistance of SEEF, South Valley Groundwater District is interested in applying for funds to increase surface water delivery efficiency in their district as well. There is a chance of insolvency if there were to be back-to-back very dry years and or prior commitments to projects. The SEEF is responsible to supply water after modeling showed deficiencies in the Big Wood River and Magic Reservoir. Their obligation is to purchase and deliver 913 acre feet to those users annually, and in the case of a very dry year, an additional 1,300. The Galena Groundwater District is required to annually purchase and deliver 1,500 acre feet to the water users on the Big Wood and Little Wood systems. In early meetings of the advisory committee, some of AFRD2 water delivered through the Milner-Gooding Canal was correctly identified as being primary for a variety of surface water users, and they ceased to receive water through the Big Wood and Little Wood Canal systems. The commitment to supply the 1,500 acre feet annually attempts to satisfy the users, not a part to the Milner-Gooding contract. We have yet to see the full consumption of this purchased water storage by the surface water users, possibly indicating that water acquisition under the plan exceeds demand, or we may have just gotten really lucky over the past 2 years. The price of the purchased water can fluctuate based on supply, orders by the department, and upstream usage. Above and beyond the cost of the wet water, the additional costs are 17% conveyance loss, meaning more water must be purchased to supply the required volume. Water District 1 charges 10% of the transaction amount, and AFRD2 charges an $8 fee per acre foot for wheeling. It would be beneficial to arrange for a longer-term lease. However, many canal companies are aware of the complexities in selling this water, namely the last-to-fill doctrine. This daunting and unpredictable annual expense creates difficulty in assessing future years' membership fees to the Groundwater District members. Speaking of difficulty in assessing members, there are a few more complications for the groundwater districts of which you should be aware. Some water rights may be assessed to the county, but not all correspond to a tax lot. Groundwater districts must independently invoice the others. Non-compliance is usually met with resistance, and the districts have the option to place a lien on the property as recourse, but sometimes their legal pockets run deeper than the districts. By statute, the groundwater districts must issue their assessment invoices by December 1st of each year, but we don't often have full reporting of water usage by the department by December. The ability to access water use data from District 37 prior to December would assist in the efforts for the groundwater districts by 1, enabling them to assess dues based on use, and 2, assess dues for the coming year with the knowledge of the prior year's usage in the district. Some incomplete data provided by Idaho Department of Water Resources forces the groundwater districts to sleuth through water rights and make a determination of the status, primary, supplemental, based on our hydrologist's understanding of the surface groundwater overlay. Lack of regulation over de minimis water rights as it pertains to subdivisions allows developers to punch a bunch of straws in the ground without regulation or oversight, while the groundwater districts and their members are left responsible for the depletions to the aquifer. Moving forward to extend this management plan, I have a few considerations. The plan calls for reductions at 210 CAF at the Haley gauge, but it was never contemplated which actions would or would not be taken if the Haley gauge ran higher. IDWR is beginning to work on a water accounting program for the Bigwood Basin this fall, and we would hope that it would have it running by 2024 irrigation season, and hope to use this information to assist all parties when the term of the current plan expires. As I mentioned earlier, it is beneficial to study and adequately account for the impact of the groundwater usage on the Camas Prairie, as they are indeed part of the Bigwood River groundwater management area. A new gauge by Susie Q Ranch at the border of the South Valley Groundwater District would allow us to understand how much water is flowing out of our district and towards Station 10. I believe that all the groundwater users will be interested to see how each aspect of this management plan has affected flows. Although we can see the impacts of our combined efforts in the increase of water supply, running the water model again with particular focus on fallowed acres and reductions in consumption usage will give all the parties more understanding of the actual mechanisms which provide the increase to the water supply to the surface water users. We all have been making a metaphorical cake for the past 3 years. The water model has provided us with the ingredients with which to make the batter. We have used the recommended quantities of each ingredient and placed them in the oven. We must wait 1 more year to remove the pastry from the oven to see how it turned out. As with all baking, there's variability in the results, and often the end product doesn't precisely resemble the picture in the cookbook. By adjusting the quantities of ingredients and possibly cooking time, eventually we will create the ideal cake whereby we may all have a slice of this finite resource.
Wow. Yeah, that's good, though. I'm glad to hear the analogy of a cookbook. That's something I can relate to a little bit. Yes. Do we want to take time for questions?
Any questions?
I thought we
We have a minute.
Okay. Well, I want to thank our speakers today. Thank you for coming all the way to Boise to do this talk. And it's very much appreciated, and your issues are very complex. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next agreement looks like.
Me too.
Particularly the picture in the cookbook. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'd like to thank our last panel. Good work. I know you guys have worked really hard on trying to settle a difficult situation in the Wood River Valley, and the Water Board's interested in making sure you're successful. So to that end, let us know how we can help. Okay, I think we're to the wrap-up phase. I'll take a minute and then turn it over to the governor. Is that okay? Okay, all right. I watch U.S. Farm Report periodically, and we got a guy. What am I doing? They've got a guy named John Phipps, who's a farmer commentator, and he does 2 segments on that show every week. The first one, he does a commentary on whatever is his pleasure, whatever he's got on his mind, he pontificates on it for a couple of minutes. And the second section, he answers viewer questions. Last week, he was commiserating about how rural populations are dropping. There's not enough people left to keep communities alive, to keep church congregations going, and all this. And he showed a map of the entire U.S., and blue-colored counties were gaining population, and orange-colored counties were losing population. The whole state of Idaho was bright blue. We've got people coming to Idaho. It's been said many times today. We've been found. They're going to come. They're going to give us challenges to deal with infrastructure, but especially water. And we're going to have to be proactive and get ahead of that and be able to have a water supply for this increasing population that's coming and maintain our existing uses to the best degree that we can. In the second section of Mr. Phipps on the program, the viewer question was, as the viewer was concerned about large corporations coming in and buying farms for the water, and were large corporations going to end up owning all the water in the United States and not leaving any for anybody else. And it was interesting to watch him try and explain how the prior appropriation doctrine works in the West, he being a corn farmer who gets his rain out of his water out of the sky on a regular basis. I didn't think he did a very good job of it. He should best let some of those subjects go to the people who understand the law. But we do have to stay within the prior appropriation doctrine that we've got. We've got to learn how to be more efficient, but we cannot usurp people's private property rights that are associated with the water rights that they hold. And so that's going to be the challenge, is how we work through all of that. This has been a good forum today to get all the issues out on the table. The Water Board is engaged in resolving problems across the state. We look forward to working on additional things that have been brought up here today, as well as resolving ongoing problems that have been with us for some time. And again, I want to acknowledge what a great Water Board we have and what a great staff we have. And I'd like to thank the legislature and the governor and the lieutenant governor for their support to the board in a financial way to help us make these projects move forward. And with that, I'd like to turn the meeting over to the governor for a wrap-up. Thank you.
Steal your microphone, is that okay? Okay. Well, thank you, and I think it's fair to say we've learned a lot. We acknowledge some significant challenges. I assume that at this time during Governor Batt, Governor Kim Thorne, and Governor Otter's administration, they probably had a similar wrap up at the end of their water conferences. So I know that their next steps are going to be critical as we get our arms around this great big hairy problem that we have of the growth of Idaho and the changes that we've talked about. I have just, I guess last night I talked to both the pro tem and the speaker and their intent to have the relative natural resources committees address some of this in the interim going forward. We know that the Eastern Snake Plain Groundwater Management Plan Advisory Council is going to start working in the coming weeks. We know that this incredible water board is going to, they've still got some unappropriated funding that they're going to address. As you can see, what we've heard today, there perhaps might be more projects than there is money. And which is not an uncommon occurrence for this building. But, you know, regional summits, we just heard a great example of what the Wood River people did. I remember when that problem was boiling about, that I thought it was an insurmountable hill to get over, but you didn't put too much yeast in, you didn't keep it in the oven too long. It came out, maybe wasn't quite like you wanted it to look, but you're to be congratulated. And you serve as an example for all of us in Idaho as we go forward. You know, Idaho's got a history. One of the things that I always used to say in my old job, representing my fellow livestock producers, is change is inevitable, adaptation and survival are optional. And this is an issue that really speaks to that. And the no action alternative also is not acceptable. But we have incredible examples that we've heard of today that we don't pat ourselves on the back enough about. But as I said earlier, we need to keep our eye on the ball of maintaining the sovereignty of our water here in Idaho. We don't want to be the arid Central Valley of California. We don't want to have a Colorado River situation. Governor Spencer Cox was in Idaho Falls with me a couple months ago, and somebody asked a water question, and he snapped back. He says, "I'll take Governor Little's problems over my problems any day." So it's kind of relative. But if we look at what we heard about today, Idaho's leadership, whether it be in storage, in flood control, in diversion, our adjudication that we celebrated, you know, we thought we got adjudication done, we were going to put all the lawyers out of business. That didn't happen. But we heard a lot today about measurement and both surface and subsurface. I remember when I started my career where we thought conjunctive management was voodoo, that there wasn't the connection between surface and groundwater, and we had a lot of recognition of that today. And I think Dan Davidson's comments about the efficacy of real-time water management is really something that we need to focus on going forward. But we really need to put a lot of our differences behind and think about all the success we've had in the past. Let's take advantage of what we learned today. Our policies in Idaho demonstrate that we are true conservationists. These people that are moving here because of what Idaho looks like, the landscape that's brought to us by agriculture. It's whether it's somebody that moved in 2 blocks from where we're sitting, as they drive through Idaho and see rural communities where they play, to Jeff's point about people that are moving in, they love the rural landscape, and you can't have a rural landscape if you don't have profitable farming. And how we adjudicate, how we manage water is going to be incredibly important going forward. So let's take this opportunity to be, quote, recharged in our efforts to solve this problem. I really want to thank everybody. This is the old saying about whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. You were very, very respectful of the process. You're here. You show you care about this issue. And again, I want to thank Jeff and the board for all their good work in the department also. And Speaker Bedke's efforts should not go unnoticed. So we got a lot of work to do going forward. I'm surprised we got on time, because Jeff gave Scott a chance to reply to every one of them. We still got done on time. So thank you all very much.
With that, we are adjourned. We look forward to meeting with many of you again, maybe locally, and as the work moves forward. Thank you all for attending today.